All right, colleagues, you know, I like to start on time, 9:01. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Monday, January 22nd, 2024. Before we commence, I'd like to ask our board liaison to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the January 22nd, 2024 Board of Governors meeting. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so one of two ways. In-person attendees must complete and submit a comment card request, which is available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees shall use the raise hand feature. If you are calling into the meeting, press *9. Following each agenda item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. We will begin with in-person public comments, followed by virtual public comments. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen, labeled closed caption, to read live captioning. This concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, will you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo. Darius W. Anderson. Adrian C. Brown.
Present.
Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy M. Costa.
Here.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Here.
Jolena M. Grande. Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Present.
Harry Legrand.
Here.
Paul Medina.
Here.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Mary H. Salas.
Present.
Blas Villalobos.
Here.
Joseph R. Williams.
Here.
Thank you. President Costa, we have a quorum established.
Great, thank you so much. Several of our colleagues have been delayed by traffic, so I'm going to lead us in the pledge because the person I selected is still on the road. So with that, colleagues, please stand and join me.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. With that, we are actually going to go into closed session. I anticipate we'll be in closed session for around 30 minutes or so, and we will reconvene at that time. Thank you so much. Welcome back. The board is back from closed session. I have nothing to report coming out of closed session. Next, we are going to go to the president's reports. Oh, sorry, we're going out of order here, folks, so please bear with me. We're actually going to go to item 6.7, our Rising Scholars Network Demonstration Project. We have Vice Chancellor Stanskis, who will be presenting.
Well, I'll go ahead and get us started and invite our guests to go ahead and come up to the presenter panel. President Costa had asked all of us to start accelerating it because we took additional time in the closed session. So I'm not going to make opening remarks, but just to say that this topic is near and dear to my heart, the work that we're doing in the Rising Scholars Program. So I'll turn it over to board member Mary Salas to make some opening remarks, and then we'll turn it over to Tanya Williams. Go ahead, Member Salas.
Thank you very much. And the Rising Scholars Program is so important to me. I don't know if some of you know, but many years ago, I served in the state assembly. And during that time, we were under court order to reduce the prison population in our state. With that opportunity, I had the opportunity to tour two prisons. I toured Cochrane and I toured Donovan in the San Diego area. And what I saw there were just abhorrent conditions. I saw that we had prisoners housed in gyms instead of the regular cell blocks. They had bunk beds that were 2, sometimes 3 beds high that were crammed very closely together. Their occupational programs were really a joke. They were just something that kept people busy and really did nothing to prepare them for an outside world. So I thought it was a tragic situation. And the reason that they wanted us to tour these, of course, is because there are a lot of bills at that time to reduce the prison population that would have been a real tough thing for some people to vote on. So going forward, what I'm really excited about is colleges that are participating in the Rising Scholars program, and in particular, Southwestern Community College in Chula Vista. I was amazed to learn that they had over 1,500 incarcerated people enrolled in their program, and that the enrollment was 5,900. It's amazing. But better than that were the successes of the program. So there was a 94% completion rate. There was an 89% success rate. Last year, 95 degree certificates were awarded to 81 students, and that means some of the students had multiple awards. There were people in sociology with an AA, 47 of those, liberal arts, 23 of those, business administration, 7, American Sign Language, and 18 certificates of achievement. So the current graduating class of 2023 are 21 graduates, and 21 of those are matriculating to UC Irvine's BA program this fall quarter. And 12 students are graduating with honors, and 16 students are Phi Beta Kappa members. I was talking to Chancellor Christensen about this remarkable woman that I had a chance to learn that was part of the Rising Scholars. And I was suggesting that perhaps someday in the future we could have her here present, because I cannot even articulate what she went through, her determination and her grit just to get through all these hardships. This is really a recipe for reducing recidivism and ensuring that our prison population is not just tossed aside or given up on, but realizing that there's a great human potential there, and the California community colleges are the best place to tap into that potential. Thank you.
So this time we'll turn it over to our Dean of Academic Affairs, Tanya Williams.
Good morning, President Costa, Chancellor Christian, Trustee Salas, members of the Board of Governors, and esteemed guest. My name is Tanya Williams, and I serve as a Dean in the Office of Equitable Student Learning, Experience, and Impact, and my team is responsible for the administration of the Rising Scholars Program. I'm feeling a little under the weather today and can't join you in person, but I am certainly excited about the opportunity to share our contribution to Vision 2030 through the Rising Scholars Demonstration Project. This project, launched in partnership with California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and participating college district, including Southwestern, as Trustee Salas mentioned, builds upon the vision's paradigm-shifting commitment to bring educational and training opportunities to historically underserved communities, including our justice-impacted learners, wherever they are. During this presentation, my colleague Chelsea Esquivias, the Rising Scholars Network Coordinator, Deputy Superintendent of Higher Education with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Rebecca Silbert, and President Sean Hancock of Siracosa Community College, will share an overview of the project, the unprecedented partnership and vision between the Chancellor's Office and CDCR, and how college has succeeded in prioritizing transfer pathways, skills development, and maximizing opportunities for justice impacted learners in partnership with their correctional partners. Trustees, thank you in advance for your leadership and support for this ambitious and precedent-setting project. At this time, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Chelsea Esquibius.
Yeah.
That felt right. Thank you. I want to express extreme gratitude to Dr. Williams, who has just been a stronghold on our team and leading us and guiding us. Her unwavering commitment to the Rising Scholars and all of the other programs that she leads has been something that has really set us apart. And so I really appreciate her. I want to introduce Rebecca Silbert, Deputy Superintendent for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, CDCR. Rebecca is one of the visionary forces between all of college inside of prison. Rebecca's been working on this well before SB 1391. She's guided all of us and coached us and made sure that students have an opportunity to learn at every turn. She shaped legislation, secured funding, and been one of the founding members of the Rising Scholars. So I want to express deep appreciation to you. This doesn't have a button.
It should. Just speak into it. Yeah. I think you're good to go.
Can you hear me?
Maybe use Sean's microphone.
There we go.
You got it?
Found it.
There we go.
Yeah. Better? Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Lieutenant Governor Canelacas, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Rebecca Silbert. I have been, as Chelsea said, been advocating for incarcerated students for well over 10 years. I've appeared before you all a couple of times, including in my capacity with the foundation. I am also the proud child of a retired community college faculty member and the former provost of De Anza Foothill, and the proud parent of a Berkeley City College dual-enrolled high school student. About 6 months ago, Governor Brown created a new position in CDCR to oversee and expand higher education, and the governor appointed me to that position. I'm thrilled to sit here today and tell you how far we've come and how ready we are to embrace the way forward. Many of you know the work began in 2015. A few colleges, a few volunteer students, the early adopter colleges, Bakersfield, Southwestern, Saracoso, College of the Redwoods. This was the same time as AB 705 was right as Guided Pathways was hitting. These community colleges could have said no, they could have said they were too busy, and they did not. They embraced the students and the work, and it quickly grew. We have about 10 to 11,000 unique headcount every semester, enrollment 20 to 25,000 every semester, thousands of associate degrees, and hundreds of students are transferring to CDCR's bachelor degree partnerships with UC and CSU. None of this would have happened without the hard work on the ground of the college staff and CDCR staff, both out there every day in the field, working to manage these partnerships. They're the real heroes here. They do that hard work. I'm also particularly grateful to Dean Tanya Williams and Chancellor's Office Regional Coordinator Chelsea Esquibius. This work isn't hard, and Chelsea in particular is out there every day having the experience of running a program, answering college questions, reaching out to me, letting me know when CDCR needs to fix something, letting me know what's an opportunity, what we can do. It's a model that works, and it's how we got here. I think it's important to say that I want to point out that this work has caused CDCR to transform also. When college began in 2015 and 2016, our classrooms were one locked room, maybe a chalkboard if you're lucky, bulletin board maybe, no, nothing, right? Faculty member comes into an empty room, nothing. Students had loose leaf paper and golf pencils, and that is it. Essays handwritten on loose leaf paper, carried out, edited, graded, returned, rewritten by hand with a golf pencil. The community college librarians stepped up and they would pull together a box of articles to be the library, but no staples, no paper clips. It's a prison, so no staples, no paper clips. The classrooms were dynamic, the students were incredible, the faculty were incredible, maybe in part because there were no phones and no internet. And that was all true, but it didn't feel like campus, right? But since then, since 2015, 2016, CDCR has rolled out laptops for college students. And to those of you who haven't been inside of a prison or aren't familiar with prison staff, this was a massive culture change. Rolling out laptops, seeing incarcerated people carrying laptops around. They have the Word suite, they can do their papers on Word, they can type them. We have Canvas, so faculty can take assignments, they can post assignments, they can put comments, they can have discussion boards. We have EBSCO, so they can do research. Every semester, we're adding more and more open education resources. That is a priority of the department, to do as much OER as possible. One of our priorities is to never charge students or their families for anything. And we're, as fast as we can, which is admittedly not as fast as I know we all want it to be, whitelisting websites so that students can use them for educational resources. Still no phone, still no internet, probably won't be either of those. That's probably a good thing. But we, CDCR, are embracing this work and knowing how far we've come and how much farther we can do and how much more we can do. I'm proud to say that we're part of this. Now is the time to do more. Now is the time to go forward. We all know these programs are good for our students. These students have the opportunity to challenge themselves in a way that they haven't had. One of the first things, if you ever go to a class, the first things the student will tell you is, we need to make sure it's the same class. Don't dumb it down. Same teachers, same exams. I want the same work. I can do it. And then they're getting A's. They're on the honor roll. They're graduating with honors. They're reaching degree because they can do it. And knowing that it's the same standard as outside is what makes it so powerful. The programs are good for CDCR, which people forget. Our yards with college are safer. We have custody staff and the students working together to create an environment where college can thrive. It's transforming not just the students, but it makes the whole prison different and better for everyone, especially the students. And of course, it's good for the state, right? Of course, it reduces recidivism. We know that. CDCR can't do that alone. CDCR is also under a governor's request, as I'm sure probably the community colleges is, to increase employment, right? To find employment pathways for formerly incarcerated students. We know employment is a priority. We know that our partnership with the community colleges is what gets us there. We need the students to have the skills and training and education to find the jobs that give them a pathway to stay out and to become leaders in their community. The more we get incarcerated folks connected with community college inside, or if that doesn't work for some reason, outside when they come home, or both, the more it's better for everyone. Leaders on both sides, Chancellor Christian and Secretary Macomber, have expressed their commitment and their vision to make this happen. I think we can find new and innovative ways to do more degree completion, more baccalaureate transfers, more guided pathways. When the Chancellor and the Secretary met last week, the Secretary noted that people don't usually come to the Department of Corrections looking for partnership. Maybe they forget our students are there. Maybe they think our students don't have value. Maybe they think it's someone else's problem. But the community colleges and Chancellor Christian, they didn't forget about our students. They have vision to do more, as do we. And we share that vision, and we're excited to help expand. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much, and I know our students do too. You know, Rebecca would never say this, but I'll say it because it's true. Rebecca has made California better, and she has gone out and gone to every single site, and she has encouraged our students face to face, as has Chancellor Christian and has Dr. Gonzalez. And so that matters. And so I just express a lot of appreciation to you. Thank you. So as we get started, if we don't mind, we can pull the PowerPoint up and then just kind of stay on the first slide, if that's okay. But I'm Chelsea, and I'm going to tell you as we get started just a little bit, because we're going to move into the demonstration project, but I think it's good to just ground ourselves on what is prison, right? Like, what does it look like? And just paint a slight picture for you, and also welcome you to come in and visit one of our classes, visit our graduation, come in and be with us and be with our students. The first time I went in was really interesting because I worked for Bakersfield College under Dr. Christian as the president of Bakersfield College at that time. And I was just at work and somebody said, would you like to run the prison program? SB 1391 had passed. And I said, sure, why not, you know, and got out to the prison. And I wasn't really sure what I had said yes to, but I did know that as you drive up and down the Central Valley where we live, there are prisons everywhere. There are 10 prisons within our district. It is not uncommon to drive past a prison, and so I thought, sure, I'll go inside. I know plenty of officers and plenty of people that work there. I will tell you that the first time I pulled up and walked in to maximum security on the first day, I walked through 8 checkpoints to get to our students, through electric fences, through doors that slammed, all the way back to education into a concrete building where it felt cold and the ceilings were low. And I will tell you that the feeling of loneliness overtook my body in a way that I have never experienced before. And as I walked in and saw the students, I truly just wanted to go home because it was so deeply uncomfortable. And as I walked to the front of the class, the students stood up and parted their desks to give me all of this space to get to the front and kind of bowed down and said good morning and were really gentle with me. And I thought, this is so unexpected, right? And so you get to the front, and if you've worked in education, you're like, come with us. We can offer you an ADT. We can do all these things. Come to college. And I left, and I will tell you that in my heart in that moment, I wasn't so sure I was going to come back, but I was fulfilling what I said I would do. And the students came up to me, and they can read you like a book. They can read you so instantly, and said, you're not coming back. We can see it. You're the kind of person who never shows back up again. And they went on to tell me about how they had been incarcerated. Now I'm looking at people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s that started in there at 12, 13, and 14 years old. And anybody who has a heart, you're looking at a human being that tells you that, you can just feel your heart break as you talk to them. And so went back to campus and thought like, okay, we're going back. So we're going back. And so we went back, arm in arm with incredible professors like Professor Hirayama, under our dean, Mr. McCrow, under a counselor who to this day still checks my PowerPoints, Jesse Oropeza from Bakersfield. And everybody is on board. And you still have that feeling sometimes when you walk in, that feeling of loneliness, because that's what a prison looks like. But I will tell you, those same students that begged us to come back all graduated. And they graduated with a 3.8, 3.9, 4.0. Our students inside keep their promises. And to operate in a prison is so deeply complex, right? We think about going to the airport times 1,000. Everything is moving on a time frame, and anything could happen at any time that throws the whole thing out of whack. And so we're walking in, like Rebecca's talking about, with wagons of paperwork. And we're having every page checked, and you better hope they don't fall out of order because you are going to have a rough day. And when we did that, we made it as a system, all 25 colleges serving 33 prisons very, very quickly. To this day, we have 50,000 enrollments in a year. And so that is incredible to think back that on day one, so many of us were having the same experience up and down the state, but our students said, please don't leave us here. Please come back. And so now here we are. Are these things working? Yes. Can we come back to you and say we're winning, like as a system and as students? Yes. But that means that it's time for the next iteration. We have to get to the next level. There are more people inside. And when I say more people that are inside, I'm saying them and their kids at home and their parents and their siblings and all of the other people that we can impact. So we can go to the next slide, if that's okay. So I want to take a second to just look at our journey and where we came from. So we talked a little bit about what it feels like and what it looks like, but when we look at the Rising Scholars Network, we have 89 colleges in the system that have jumped up and said, I want to serve students that are currently and formerly incarcerated. When you think about how many that is, think about how SB 1391 only passed in 2014 for face-to-face college and prison. We are moving at a rate that is just unheard of and so incredibly beautiful for our students. In 2018, 44 colleges received one-time grants. In 2020, the Chancellor's Advisory Committee adopted the Rising Scholars name. In 2022, we received $10 million in ongoing funds that we distributed to 80 colleges. And in 2023, an additional $15 million in ongoing funds for 44 colleges that's currently being distributed. And that funding right there is specifically aligned for our youth students. So the question that we pose out is, what if we would have found those students I described? What if we would have found them in juvenile hall? What if we would have dual enrolled them in juvenile hall? What if we would have expanded through all of the youth facilities long ago, which is what we're doing today? That's what we're doing right this second. This is what we're doing now. If we had done that, just maybe we wouldn't have walked into a classroom where somebody was 50 years old and they were supposed to get out of prison 20 years ago, but they got lost. They got lost and they lost hope. And so that funding right there that's allocated is a goal for us to get people home doing great and get them home sooner and when they're still young. Go to the next slide. I want to touch really quickly, when I keep saying Rising Scholar students, who are our students? What does that mean? They're really in three spaces. One is our students that are currently incarcerated, right? They're in the CDCR prisons. federal prisons, county jails, reentry facilities, youth facilities. We have our formerly incarcerated students that are on campus. So that pathway needs to just be crystal clear. If you do not finish while you're inside and you're released, how do we do that warm handoff from inside to outside so you walk right back onto our campuses? If you are done, how do we get you right into the university system? And I will tell you that our students don't walk in alone. Our students bring their cousins. Our students bring their old friends. Our students come hand in hand with their moms and their daughters and sons. So that's what that looks like in real life. And our justice impacted youth are our students who have been arrested, detained, or referred to probation as a youth. You can go to the next slide. Where are we going with this next iteration? So what are our goals? So of course, we're looking at Vision 2030, the vision for success, the governor's roadmap, and really sitting down with ourselves and saying, what do our students need? Now, in order to operate inside of an institution, we have to listen to the students. Our programs are built on the student voice because they understand how things operate inside. We question and ask everything and come back as good listeners and say, where are we going next? Where we're going is with the demonstration project, 3 to 6 colleges with an aim over the next 3 years inside the CDCR facilities to maximize the number of incarcerated students who are on a guided pathway to completion, increasing associate degree completion, and increasing baccalaureate completion and transfer. If we can just do even better, just nail those, right? We can essentially turn our prisons into full educational institutions, right? Like that's the dream. That's the dream, and that's where we want to get. And we can do that. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Who are our participating colleges in this moment? We have Saracosa, we have President Hancock here. Saracosa is leading the way in the most unheard of, I don't want to steal his presentation, in a way that is so phenomenal that would just make you so proud to sit in your seat and know that our colleges are doing such fantastic work. Columbia College and Southwestern College, and big shout out to those presidents for fully supporting all of that work, President Tran and President Sanchez, as well as the people on the ground that are working 50, 60, 70, 80 hours to make it happen, which I'd be remiss if I didn't say it was Anna, Michelle, and Raquel. We can go to the next slide. What does this look like? What is this demonstration project that I'm talking about, right? We're really gonna lean into the 5 levers that we know work. When we're talking about supporting a student population, what are those 5 levers? There's a few more, but this is what our students need. We've asked them, we've asked people on the ground, we've asked CDCR, we've asked all kinds of people in crafting this. Rebecca has been a huge, huge help in leaning into this effort with us. So we want to expand enrollment and course offerings and completion. Right? When you think about prison, people don't live in the same prison forever. They get moved all the time. It is so imperative that our colleges are hand in hand up and down the state, because you can be going to Norco in 1 minute in one prison, wake up the next day in a different prison, and you're in Bakersfield College's district. You can wake up again in Redwood's district. We have to figure out how to make sure everybody, they're on guided pathways there, right? But as they flow into a new prison and a new college, keeping them on that pathway to graduation so it feels seamless. And there are ways that we can do that. When you say expand course offerings, we would love to just add more classes. We are also in a concrete box with time blocks, right? So that makes it a little complicated. And we have visionaries on the ground like Saracosa that have said, what if I bought portable trailers and dropped classrooms off? Could I run classes all day? And the answer from CDCR was yes. And so I won't tell you any more about that beyond that. But when you think about that, when somebody says you have no more classrooms, they're gone. Oh, okay, they're gone. But what if I bought more? What if I brought them? And you can do that. We talk about expanding, advising, and counseling. We know our students are currently receiving ed plans, right? But how do we dig deeper? We need to make sure that we're giving out personal, individual ed plans every year. Our unofficial transcripts are provided every semester, and we need to make sure that we have an equitable way to access official transcripts. If you are incarcerated, you don't have access to online, and you're making 10 to 50 cents an hour, a $5 transcript is very expensive. A $5 transcript that you have to access only online is incredibly difficult. But we can get rid of those boundaries. We are the college system. We just have to knock them down. So we're going to do that. Summer Bridge and student seminars, we know that lever works up and down the state. We need to make sure that students are armed with all the information about college as they enter college, and we need to go back and keep checking in. It's an opportunity for them to ask questions and for us to learn more and do better. Our commitment to the baccalaureate transfer pathway, priority. when people graduate, we need to make sure that that is a seamless transition in and on the way. In order to get into those programs, we want to make sure that they have the certifications so they can transfer prison, right? So the IGETC, the Cal IGETC, whatever it is that they need to get to the program they want, so that they have that opportunity. So that's something we can do. And the fifth one is participation in a community of practice. So all of these fantastic things are happening and we're going to improve them. How do we build a repository of information so that we can go back and share it with all the other colleges that are inside and say, here's a template to get this done. You're going to make it your own for your culture and climate of your college, but try this, right? And you go to the next slide. What are our commitments as the Chancellor's Office? So of course, partnership with CDCR and expansion. So we can look at the completion benchmarks, progress, and enhance quality so that we can scale these things from our project across the state. Provide participating college districts with technical assistance, so asset mapping, right? Expanding, and what does the capacity look like? Provide subject matter experts so we can capture those key learnings and bring people in so that we can facilitate conversations, because we have people that have all this expertise in these little pockets all over, things that they've solved in prison, bringing people together so that they can solve it and learn from one another, and identifying student-centered promising practices, because everything needs to be centered around the student voice in order for it to work and for us to truly meet their needs. So when they leave and they walk in and they go home and they walk in their home and they look at their family, they have the opportunity to lift their head up high and tell everybody what they were able to do in their darkest hour, how successful they were, and grab hands and rewrite their future, because that is what is going to impact them deeply. That's what's going to impact our community, and that's what's going to impact all of the generations, their children and ours after us. And so I'm pretty excited about the project. I'm excited about the future, and I appreciate all of the support from everyone here today. And I will turn it over to President Hancock, who is leading an incredible college. And the Rising Scholars Program in CDCR is one that we all look to for answers constantly.
Thank you, Chelsea. Hopefully I can match her enthusiasm. First of all, Chancellor Christian, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of the Rising Scholars Network demonstration project. And thank you to the Board of Governors for having me here today. And for this work moving forward, I want to share with you a little bit about Kern Community College District, and particularly Saracoso Community College, and the work we've done, and how I think that we can continue. There's so much opportunity out there through this demonstration project that we can capitalize on those opportunities moving forward and create that community of practice across the state and further this work. So next slide, please. So here is just a little bit about Kern Community College and where we sit in comparison with the state. And you can see that we've been leaders from 2018 to 2022 with regard to enrollment. And you can also see that some of these other schools were focused on correspondence, whereas Kern Community College District is really focused on degrees and certificates through face-to-face instruction. I will say that Palo Verde College, who you see there listed second, I spent 4 years out there, and that was my first experience with incarcerated student education, and where I fell in love with it and the power of education. Nowhere else can you really see the power of that in people, and how it changes their perspectives and and how they view themselves. And how their families view them. It's so powerful. So I continue to love and be passionate about incarcerated student education programming. And so I just wanted to highlight the fact that Palo Verde College has done some great work. They were on the forefront when we started with correspondence, and Saracoso's on the forefront here with face-to-face education. Next slide, please. Student success. Just wanted to highlight the fact that our incarcerated student population actually perform higher than the non-incarcerated students. When you look at the numbers here, you can see that across the board over the years that they have performed at higher course success rates than our other students. Next slide, please. Program awards. So you can see here that Kern Community College District, Saracoso started awarding degrees. In 2017-18 is the first here where you see 8. And then in 2021, you see 100 from Saracoso. And the next slide will show that in a little more detail. But you can see here the number of BC is also listed here. And our sister college, Porterville College, is just starting to get in the game. So we're happy to see how we can help them expand and provide some offerings. Next slide, please. So this is Saracosa Program Awards, taking it out a little further. That unique award recipient, so that's actual unique students that are receiving these awards. And then again, these are associate degrees. And in 2022, we were up to 124 in our graduating class. And this represents 453 in total. If you look at the number of awards, you heard mention earlier of students receiving multiple awards. All of these awards that have been received here represent 932 associate degrees. There's one certificate that slipped in there somehow in 22-23. I have to look and see what that was. Someone must have applied for it and it was part of the associate degree program. But we're extremely proud of this success. You can see the pictures. These were taken from one of the graduations in Tehachapi at CCI. And you see the gold stoles that they're wearing. Those are honor students. The vast majority of them are honor students. Next slide, please. So, a little history on the facilities that we've worked with. CAC is in California City. We historically had access to 4 classrooms there during the evenings, including weekends. CCI is in Tehachapi, and we started there with 3 institutional spaces on the D yard in the days and evenings, and then we grew to 7 instructional spaces and expanded to the C yard, and then also to B and A yard. Then COVID and CDR program changes happened, and we were having less access to various classroom spaces. We lost a lot of those spaces, and then it was then that I started thinking, okay, we need to figure out how we can work with the CDCR to increase the number of spaces available so that as not to cut into their programming, but how can we expand our programming? Next slide, please. On December 7th, 2022, there was the announcement that came out, and this is right when we were doing our planning for the next 6 months of the academic year with enrollment. And so we got this announcement, and they completely closed the Cal City institution. It was the smaller of our 2, but that one went away. And then we also lost D Yard at Cal City, at the Tehachapi CCI. And that was the largest yard that we served at the Tehachapi prison. So we're like, okay, now what are we going to do? We need to then focus on yards A, B, and C at Tehachapi now that we're losing the D yard. Next slide. So what if CCI had no shortage of land inside their parameter? So there's some what if scenarios here. Building inside the parameter doesn't just happen because, we learned here that they're working on a new kitchen facility and it's not expected for another 7 years. And last time that they built something was 20 years ago. So it's a long, very drawn out process that they have to go through, much like our processes in the community college system. And so it's just not something that you can just turn on a dime and make happen. So what if they didn't have to build and they worked with a partner? And so, we started thinking about, and you got a little bit of a spoiler here from Chelsea, what about portable classrooms? So as we were already thinking of how we could expand, I did a return on investment proposal to our Board of Trustees saying, hey, you have these leftover classrooms from building in Delano, and we'd like them. We'd like to take those, and if we can't get those, then we'll rent some or we'll purchase some and take them out to CDCR if they'll let us. And then we would have our own dedicated classrooms. So I submitted that and got approval from our Board of Trustees for that investment proposal. And then it became even more crucial once those closures happened. It's like, wait a minute. Okay, now we need to really focus on this. Next slide, please. So we met and toured the other yards, the C, D, A yards. We looked at locations. You see some dots here. We created a draft MOU, and that did its back and forth. And then we expect the delivery of the portable classrooms any day now out to their location. And then there's a lot. This is not just something that you can just make happen overnight. However, they've been working so closely with us. We've worked out, okay, who's going to actually own who's going to hook up prepare the land for them, connect the electricity to them, maintain them, custodial services, all of those things. And so who's doing what? We decided we're going to pay to bring these out here and bring them to you, no cost whatsoever. You just prepare the site, set them up. We'll provide the furniture, all of these things, these back and forth about how we can make this happen. We've worked through all the details and now just waiting for a signature to move it forward. The portables are going to be there any day now, and they'll be seeing those as they come into work. So hopefully they'll get those set up very quickly, and we can start offering classes there. We would have first right of refusal for any programming that took place in those portable classrooms. Next slide, please. So again, there are just so many opportunities. We ran the numbers, and we had over 500 unique students that we were serving with both of those prisons. Well, there's still 600 that are eligible in A, B, and C yard that we hadn't really tapped into yet. So by providing these portable classrooms, we'll be able to accommodate those students that are eligible to participate in education. So we're also looking to expand ADTs and offer baccalaureate degree pathways, which we're already setting them up to move into baccalaureate degree pathways. We would like to also create some baccalaureate degree options for them. We're already looking at things, other programming that would meet the needs of our incarcerated students at these institutions. So there's a lot of opportunity moving forward on how we can serve them, those students that we hadn't been able to reach yet. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways, CDCR has been an incredible partner. They're really supportive and really looking to help expand educational opportunities at the institutions. These relationships have been critical in our success thus far and will continue to be critical as we engage in this project. We've been trying, Siracosa just loves to try things that we haven't done before. Let's just do it. One of my key things that I say every time we're faced with any challenge is like, we'll figure it out. That's almost our motto. Siracosa, we'll figure it out. Give it to us, we also recognize that there's a need for replication, and that's what we were talking about, is can this happen other places? So we're working to make sure that these programs and projects are as replicable as possible. And through these partnerships with the CDCR, I think it is, and I think we can make a lot of things happen. And everyone benefits. We all know this. We've heard it over and over again. Everyone benefits in many ways from providing college education to our incarcerated students out there. I always tell people when they're not so sure about why we're doing this, it's like they're going to be your neighbors. Don't you want them to be a productive member of society? And it's like, most are going to be released. Thank goodness. And this will empower them to make a difference in their lives and in the communities that they rejoin. So I just want to, next slide, please. I think that was it. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much to the panel for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments for the presenters? Pam?
So thank you so much for your presentation. I've been blessed to go to graduation, and for many, well, I'm really old, so there are young folks. There are young folks who have a second chance, and they are excelling. That was, my first time was these are young people who are getting A's. I mean, they are excelling. These are smart. They started off being smart, and we don't necessarily think of that when we think of those who are formerly incarcerated or in juvenile detention. We think of the negative pieces, but not of the brain power that's embedded within them. The question I really want to go to that hasn't been spoken about is once they are armed with this education, they have the credential. What is happening relative to the workforce? I know that there are employers who will not, because they're still being asked and whether or not they've been incarcerated or not. And so that can be stigmatizing even with credentials. And I have a situation now where someone was given the job opportunity, hired, made a relocation, and then they looked at, I guess it was there that they had been incarcerated, had challenges and incarcerated 30 years prior. So this wasn't even a recent, and then told them they didn't have the job. And so that might be in this day and age a kind of minor thing, but it may be more than that. And to what extent are our colleges working with those particular graduates, transfers, or what have you, to try to mitigate that? Because at the end of the day, as my mama said, you got to have a job, honey. Great on education, but you got to have a job, and preferably with benefits. So that's the piece that I'm concerned about, that nexus between that certificate, that graduation, and then the job market that says that's willing to give a second chance or a third chance.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right, and it's definitely been a focus. You know, Rebecca connected us with the Access Project, which is an organization here in California, and they're working with all of the community colleges in California that signed up, where we offer free expungement services to our students. And we have students up and down the state that are going through a process of having their record cleared so that they don't have those things on there. The second piece is making sure we're really leaning into the workforce teams here at our colleges and throughout the state. And so that's something that we've been working hand in hand with. And we offer a huge series of workshops throughout the year, specifically for students that are formerly incarcerated, where we bring in HR professionals. We have, I think it's Palomar is presenting this spring. They have adjusted some of their HR practices, and they're coming in to share them in two spaces. One is to help students understand how to navigate those questions during the hiring process and how to set themselves up for success. And two, to arm our HR departments throughout the state with all of the information they need so that they're doing the right thing by our students when hiring them on campus and hiring people that are formerly incarcerated to work with us hand in hand to truly serve. And so there's always more opportunity. To your question, there is a lot of opportunity to lean into it deeper, and it has been a focus so far and will continue to grow.
Do you? This is just a follow-up. Do our colleges keep? Are they encouraged to hire in sort of the non-traditional? I mean, I get the nexus between rising scholars and having, classified and others to be engaged in that. But there's so many other kinds of jobs on our campuses. Are we good employers relative to this population? And that you might not be able to answer that, but I think we do need to be.
I think we're yes, and I think we're moving in the right direction. We have seen a lot of practices that have been really promising up and down the state. And we have many programs throughout our state that are led by people that are formerly incarcerated that are in some very, very strong positions. And yes, we'll continue to lean into it because what you're sharing is integral to the work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I really like it as a student hearing that. Well, a little jealous that incarcerated students are doing maybe better than me. But yeah, absolutely love hearing all the successes, and I would love to come to graduation. But I was wondering what qualifies students for the program and what areas of California still need to be served, or if all of California areas have been served.
Do you want to speak to how the students are brought into the program?
For CDCR?
Yeah, for CDCR.
I can answer that first for CDCR, sorry. For CDCR, the qualification is that you have to have a high school degree or it has to be confirmed high school degree or diploma. So I know on the outside that's not a requirement, but on the inside we really, it's really important that the students get that under their belt and have it before they go into the community college pathway. And actually, for that same reason, we don't move them into a bachelor's degree pathway until they have the associate degree, because life happens and we want the student to have something that no one can ever take from them. So we don't move them into the bachelor's pathway until they get that degree. That's the only qualification on the CDCR side. There are all kinds of, as you might imagine, all kinds of other things at play here, but in terms of a qualification and within the prison system. But I think Chelsea can speak to the state at large. I will say that my opinion is that the colleges are doing a really incredible job of meeting students where they are, no matter where that is.
So we are offering programs within all of the CDCR prisons. We are in the federal prisons here in California they're located here. We are in many of the jails and continuing to expand. Those are county-run facilities, so those work a lot different, right? Because we have to go in and work with each county individually. However, we are increasing our jails. It feels like daily, but that's obviously an exaggeration, but it feels like that because we have been adding jails just hand over fist constantly. We also, as I was referencing that funding received, the $15 million of ongoing specific for our youth, means that we need to get into every youth facility in the state and offer programming to them. And we're focused on dual enrollment. We have a lot of different pieces that we want to offer them. But dual enrollment is really our key focus because we want to make sure that as they are leaving those juvenile detention facilities, they're walking out with a degree in hand.
Thanks. Next, we have Adrian, Hildy, Joseph.
You really, first of all, wonderful work that you all are doing. This has been a really informative presentation. You really set the stage, though, when you were talking about the palpable loneliness. And I was thinking about how in 2023, nationwide, the Surgeon General said that loneliness was a problem and that that's been going on for 50% of people in this nation since before the pandemic. So I'm wondering, is there a mental health component to this? Because I can imagine if folks outside are feeling that lonely, it must be worse. And there's layers upon layers upon layers of trauma that these students have been experiencing. So I'm wondering if the programs themselves are engaged in that, or if there are partnerships that are at play to take care of that piece. Thank you.
And feel free, I don't want to, when we're talking about on campus, yes, we're prioritizing mental health because that's what we do for all of our students on campus, right? So I want to speak about it in the different spaces. So the answer is yes everywhere, but so on campus, it's similar to how we would support other students and then bringing in additional professionals. And we just recently ran a series of workshops specifically designed to help people better understand trauma, so that you don't re-traumatize students. And you have to understand that sometimes you're taking some trauma home with you too. As much as we don't want to think about that because they're in such a difficult position, you're carrying that out with you. And so prioritizing your own mental health and your students and understanding what those boundaries look like. When we look at a prison classroom, if you just went out to a prison in 2016 when we first started, if anybody has been to a prison or understands how prison works, it is broken up by the color of your skin. Right? And so you sit in a certain spot, you talk to a certain person, and you share food with a certain person, and that's that. You don't cross those lines. And I think that pushes into the space of loneliness that we're both kind of leaning into, right? Because how lonely what if the person that you're allowed to talk to isn't sitting in that classroom or you're not housed next to someone like you? When you go into a college classroom, what is so beautiful and organic about this is it's people like you and me walking in, calling people by their first names, not their last names or their ID number in prison, their first names, like, good morning, Joe. And then asking people to just kind of mix up, right? Our ignorance is kind of bliss in this space. So we're coming in and we are treating it exactly like a traditional classroom and saying, oh, just partner with the person to your right. Sit in a group of 4, and people are a little shook up at first. But what is, right? What is so amazing, and what Rebecca was referencing and how this is changing prison is as this went on, we had officers coming to us saying they were sharing lunch in class. That is unheard of to cross particular boundaries. And I think that leans into relieving people of some of the loneliness that exists, because you get to start to form friendships with people based on anything you want in the college classrooms. And so they go out to the yard and that moves into the yard. And so in yards that have been incredibly segregated historically, you are not allowed to speak to certain people. They started having flag football games where everybody played and the officers were the referees. They started having softball tournaments amongst each other. And I think that in a really organic way, it clears up some of that loneliness because you get to just be a person and you get to just be yourself and not just noted by what you look like. And you get to form some real relationships with people.
Thank you very much. I'm really energized by this presentation, and also love the piece that Rebecca was talking about with respect to how they're seeking rigor. They're not just looking for the same programs, they're looking to excel in that, and now there are a significant proportion of them who are honor students. So kudos to everybody for such great work. Pam, as usual, stole my question, so I'm going to back up a little bit from the workforce piece and ask about the data underlying the associate's degree and that predictive, any predictive data you have for the baccalaureate degree programs. Are there certain programs that are succeeding more than others? Are there, what predictions do you have for the baccalaureate space? Any data underlying that aside from just how many folks are enrolled and completing each type?
You mean for the CSU and UC pathways that we have?
Yes.
So one of the main differences is that because the community college system is partially apportionment funded, and we have the Rising Scholars funding and the California College Promise Grant, which, by the way, I do this work with all the different states, and California has been miles ahead of everyone for those reasons. The Promise Grant alone is really incredible and something to be proud of. On our CSU and UC side, we have Pell Grants, which are available for those, but the Pell Grants don't cover the full cost. So I bring that up to say that currently our BA pathways are limited by the state budget. So there's a line of funding in the budget, which even despite the dire warnings that everyone is receiving and the restrictions coming down, this remains a priority. So one of the things that we try to do on the CDCR side is really hold the students in the community college system, and this was at the governor's request, hold them in the community college system to meet all those lower division requirements. Keep them in the community, use the California College Promise Grant, use the California community colleges, don't put them up into that BA pathway until we've really taken advantage of everything that community colleges have to offer. The reason I say that is because we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of students with an AA degree, but they haven't met those lower division requirements yet. So we have so much more capacity for the colleges to come in and serve those students. Even with the degree attainment, there's so much more students that can be reached, more enrollment, more students that can get what they need. Because on the outside, a student on their own volition can go to campus, can choose from different campuses, can figure out what they need, and we don't have that on the inside, so we have to shape it a little more. I think I can't answer your question about BA pathways because it's as big as that pathway could be, we have students to take it. So right now it's limited only by budget and classrooms, number of classrooms. We desperately need classroom space, which is why Saracosa is the favorite college of the moment, because if everyone can do that, and I will say that the secretary affirmed in the meeting with the chancellor that, look, if you can come up with more portables, we'll find the funds to pay for that electrical hookup and the pad and get them in there. We just need those classrooms.
I was thinking about, first, thank you for the presentation and the work that you all are doing. I was thinking about the comments that Member Haynes made about post-employment services. Are your local workforce boards involved? Are the students, do they have opportunity to enroll in WIOA? Is federal bonding still a thing? Do they still get bonded? And are the counties or the cities offering OJTs for the students, like to get into the job situation that Member Haynes was talking about?
The answer is yes, and it looks a little bit different everywhere up and down the state based on the culture and climate of the different colleges and the different approaches they've taken. So the short answer is yes, they're all taking a little different approach. But that is also an area that we really think that we can have a community of practice where people can come together and share the way that they've done that. And really we can put together, again, similar to this demonstration project, a repository of some of that information so that colleges can lean into each other and not have to recreate the wheel every time because it can be so complicated. So the answer is yes, and And there's always, always, always room to improve, specifically in this area. But we know that as important as it is for our students to earn an education and have the opportunity to do so, no matter where they are, we have to think about that second piece.
Yeah, I think the demonstration project will be crucial in that across the state, that communication and those opportunities that you just brought up, because we may serve them currently while they're in the institutions, but then they're released back to where they are from, not within our areas. So, you know, the connections we have with our local employers, while we may have some recommendations for them and say, hey, these are employers that don't mind the fact that you have a background, if you have the credentials and those kind of things. But if they're looking to return home, wherever that may be in the state, then it looks very different.
So I don't have a question, but I just wanted to observe that one of my favorite things about being on the Board of Governors is having people from the field come in, even as far away as Ridgecrest, California, and have such great enthusiasm for the work you're doing for the social justice aspect of it. And I just appreciate your coming out here and doing everything you do every day. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. And I just have a comment. If you could count our prisons into educational institutions, that would be great. So don't give up on the dream. And I would just say, from personal experience, I had a formerly incarcerated student who actually just completed her law degree. He is not a lawyer. So if the programs do work, the Rising Scholar programs do work, and it's really worth the investment. So thank you for your dedication.
And I'm just thinking state to state, because the governor has discretionary dollars in the workforce system. How come the money, or couldn't a OJT follow a student in that instance where if they're going to go back to their community, because the workforce dollars are statewide. So couldn't we have conversations with the state workforce board to help
The governor's
support those
innovation
kind of
WIOA
projects?
funds are not very significant.
No, I'm saying in the WIOA funding, there's discretionary dollars just from the Department of Labor, but money could just follow that student wherever they went. If
So
they're in
I'm
the
going to
system.
step in here with what I think is a better idea for you guys, based on what Pam said. You guys actually referenced it in your work with the counties. Can you talk a little bit about the AB 109 population and what you do? Because it does get at that issue of they go back to where they are from. And as part of kind of the pre-release process that CDCR does, I think there's potentially a lot of opportunity with the AB 109 dollars, but it does involve engagement at the county level. Can any of you speak to that?
I can, yeah. So AB 109, just super quick primer, the jails are county entities.
Yeah.
So jail is run by the County Board of Supervisors, county budget. Prison is a state entity. When the governor, part of reducing the prisons, did AB 109, what that did was that held folks at the county level. So prior to AB 109, anytime you got a sentence over a year, you went up to state prison. Post AB 109, which was part of realignment 2011, 2012, a lot of folks were staying at the county level for longer terms, which opened up a possibility for community partnerships like with the colleges. And the idea was to keep folks local because, to your point about workforce, very few people in Tehachapi's prison, maybe nobody, is going to come home to Tehachapi, right? Statistically, about 60% come home to Los Angeles. So we have to be very conscious of incarcerated students and their college partnerships to make sure that whatever they're receiving inside is valuable when they come home. It can't be local, which is a little of the whole point of the community college system is to be local, right? So we really try to concentrate on everything that can be brought of value. What AB 109 created was local pots of money, right, which can be tapped in at the local level, generally controlled by probation or the Board of Supervisors. Those are going to be folks who were going to go to state prison, but don't. They stay local. We do have some colleges that sit on their AB 109 boards. I have, in this moment, forgotten.
I was going to say,
which
those
ones.
dollars are actually driven by a community process for the
Right.
law.
Right, and I know that the Rising Scholars Regional Coordinators have encouraged the colleges to go. Those AB 109 boards are partially dictated by state and partially dictated by county. So at the county level, the college can go and become a part of that board and use some of those dollars. Which is definitely an untapped resource, for sure.
Board Member Medina.
Hello,
Board Member Salas.
Paul Medina. I just want to say how honored I am that the California Community Colleges system is at the forefront of educating our incarcerated population. As a student at Compton College and East Los Angeles College, I could firsthand attest how these anti-recidivism programs are very important, obviously for educating my fellow students, my fellow classmates. In fact, last week, actually on the 12th, I was at the Student Center for California Community Colleges, and their Vice President of Communications, who's the student body president at Mount San Antonio College, Danny Silva, asked me for a letter of recommendation. Now, she's system impacted, previously incarcerated, for the Jack Kent Cooke Scholarship Program, and that's a $50,000 a year scholarship program in which she has a really big chance, 4.0 GPA. Obviously, it's does so much, obviously a champion for students, unwavering support for students from marginalized communities and all that. So I just really want to give a hats off for that as a student. You know, I'm so proud of all the different educational systems at the California Community College system, what we all do. And I do want to say this, because obviously the R in the California Department of Correction and Rehabilitation, obviously the R stands for rehabilitation. So with that being said, obviously I'm really happy at the numbers. Obviously they're growing little by little, but what would it take to make the whole, and I'm obviously, this is a really big ambitious goal, everyone that's obviously incarcerated be a community college student, because that's a matter of equity, obviously. I mean, looking at the strong numbers in the California jail and prison system, a lot of them are men of color, obviously, people from underrepresented communities. What would happen? Because obviously eventually when they go back into society, when obviously they're walking the same street that's me, you know, we want to make sure that obviously the opportunities are endless from that point.
I think this is why the demonstration project is so great. Because it's one of the things that we're going to be tackling is how can we expand and how can we do better. It's, to Chelsea's point about this is the time to take it to the next level. That's the goal.
Board Member Salas?
The question may be a little off topic, but I think it's an important one to raise, is that is there any idea of the cost of housing a state prisoner versus a county prisoner? And is there some method of accountability? Do the funds go one-on-one to the counties, and how can we be assured that the total of number of dollars are being spent on that? Or if there's not a need to spend the whole, you know, the whole cost of housing a state student versus a state prisoner, let's hope they're all state students, but a state student versus a county one, and could that money used to be enhance the programs of education within the jail system?
The avenue for that would be the AB 109 funds, because when they moved incarcerated folks from the state system down to the county, the original monetary calculation included an incentive AB 678, which was calculated based on how many folks would have been in state custody and dropped to county custody and the dollars that were saved. AB 109 funding structure has evolved, but it continues to be funding that is available, and the more community colleges that participate in that at the county level, the more they can reach those students and receive additional funding for it.
Okay. Do the counties have the ability to say that they want to take a number of prisoners, or can they exclude the number? Can they reject a number?
I think under AB 109, all of these are county decisions. I am not aware that it would be ever okay to say you can exclude any student.
Thank you.
With that, we will move to public comment for the presenters. Is there any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.7 is now open. Please use the raised hand feature to make a comment. You'll be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. We will begin public comments in Sacramento. If you are calling in, please press *9. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have just one public comment from Jeff Baum.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Baum. I'm a former member of the Board of Governors and now serve as Executive Director of Michelson Philanthropies. One of our foundations, the Michelson 20MM Foundation, is a longtime philanthropic partner with the Foundation for California Community Colleges in this effort. On behalf of Dr. Gary Michelson and my colleagues at the Foundation, I stand before you in strong support of the California's Rising Scholars Networks and their efforts in creating innovative educational pathways for incarcerated individuals, and to applaud your leadership in bringing this forward. This new demonstration project aims to increase certificate and degree attainment, facilitate transfers to baccalaureate programs, and support community college baccalaureate degrees for those currently incarcerated. The Rising Scholar Network's proven dedication to breaking barriers and providing opportunities makes them the ideal entity to roll out this project. By focusing on tangible outcomes and fostering success for incarcerated students, they're making a significant impact on rehabilitation and reintegration. I urge you to continue to recognize and support the Rising Scholars Network for their commitment to building inclusive and equitable educational opportunities. This project has the potential to reshape lives and contribute positively to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We are going to move on to item 5.1, which is a first reading item. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to the Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to standardized attendance accounting within the California community colleges. This item will be presented by our staff.
Good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. It's been a minute since I've said that. Thank you for entertaining this item with us. I will be joined by Executive Vice Chancellor Aisha Lowe and Vice Chancellor Rena Finch. During this presentation, I believe Vice Chancellor Finch is in the room, and so she might be coming forward. If you wanted to start the slideshow, this is an item that is a result of the Working Learners Task Force that our Chancellor asked us to propose when she began. Next slide. To really examine how we are serving our communities to the best of our ability, understanding that, next slide, 61% of our students have to work. They do not have a choice. They need to support themselves, their families, their loved ones, and their communities in this way. And when we know, next slide, that work is necessary and their time is not negotiable, we really have to consider how we are serving this significant population that we intend to serve. Next slide. There was a team assembled under the leadership of Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete, and you can see the membership here. Next slide. To examine how we are serving our students who do need to work and our adult learners. We had several principles that we wanted to examine. One of the reasons I agreed to join the Chancellor's Office staff for a time is because Dr. Christian said that I could work on this. Next slide. And I want to tell you that this part of the work that we're presenting today, a regulatory change, is not sexy. It's not flashy. It doesn't shine in the way that we might want something. But if we're going to examine the systemic barriers to equitable service to our students and communities, we have to start by examining ourselves as a system, and what we have done, either intentionally or unintentionally, within the construct of regulation that incentivizes or disincentivizes our colleges to serve the students we need to serve. And this regulatory change is an effort to ameliorate the structural inequality that exists within Title V now, that tells our colleges offer classes full term, face-to-face during the day, where we know many of our students cannot attend and will not be able to thrive because we will compensate those colleges better for the same course that you could offer in a different way to serve more students, especially our adult learners. So you can skip to the next slide about our attendance accounting overview. Next slide. Currently, we have lots and lots of ways that we tell colleges you can generate FTES or apportionment or money as the way to do that for the same credit instruction, for the same course. Next slide. Oh, yes. And so our proposal is to create one methodology to compensate credit courses that is independent of modality and independent of term length. And we know that there are populations of students that we could better serve. Let's say students working in the area of healthcare right now who are currently full-time employees who want to advance in their careers, that would be available on Monday nights for a synchronous Zoom meeting with their instructor, have some asynchronous time to work on things, and have a lab on Saturday mornings in an 8-week format. And right now, what we tell in our attendance accounting regulations colleges is if you do that, you will be penalized, and we will not compensate you to the same level. You will not generate the same FTES. And hopefully in March, when you can approve these attendance accounting requirements, we can say to those colleges, find those students and serve them well. Next slide. And so this is the standards you have attached to the agenda item for you. You can go to the next slide. The summary of the proposed regulatory changes is to eliminate all of the multiple ways that colleges have to keep track of attendance for credit instruction and move to one format based on census definitions of 20% of the term and the number of students enrolled at census, regardless of modality. Next slide. And so these are the next steps in that. I wanted to take this time to introduce perspectives from the field that I think you all know very well. You can stop sharing the slideshow right now. Cheryl Aschenbach is the president of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. Tramvo Kumamoto is the chief instructional officer and representing that organization. And I think you're well aware that the president of Woodland College, Dr. Navarrete, is also here to share perspectives. And at this time, I'm going to have to log off and I will turn it over to Dr. Lowe. Thank you.
Well, I'll kick off. Good morning, members of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, President, Vice President. It is an honor to be here from the other side, but to be here for something that is truly fundamental and systemic in nature. And as you heard Dr. Stantz's highlight, this isn't flashy. We don't have a lot of students piled up to say, that we really need this. Not yet, because attendance accounting by its nature and by its term and name is not exciting, right? And that's the reason these regulations have stayed the way they are for so many years. But for so many years, they've been a core barrier to the question of why aren't we serving working learners much better? If you have all these conversations, you'd have, well, we need more flexible schedules. We need to be able to reach them. We need to be able to offer something that adapts to their limited time. It would all have its root in attendance accounting in 5 very complex ways in which we said, well, if you do this, you will get paid. If you do this, you won't get paid. And so I can tell you from our campus, today's the first day of classes. We're very excited to welcome many students. But the machinations that took place leading up to this we're really looking at, all right, 17 weeks, how can we maximize those resources? Because we are a small college and a small district and we need every single penny. But that's not a student-centered decision, right? It's not a decision that supports a working learner and helps them get to the finish line, that helps us serve more Californians equitably. You need a decision that says what works for this working mother, one that has only Saturdays to spare, or one that has 2 evenings per day, and for safety prefers to be online, right? For a variety of reasons, those are the types of decisions that now you are empowering us, not a few districts. You are empowering the entire system of the California community colleges to be able to provide more adaptive learning modalities, so that where we're thinking about that 61+% of students, now you have the opportunity to offer them something that works for them. Not that works for us, but works for them. So I can't tell you how excited many of us out in the field are for this. And if you look at the hard work that the task force did, they rolled up their sleeves at the end of August, and by November, they had a finished product. They were there working hard. So I want to thank everybody that served on that task force. Not only were they committed, they were willing to delve into an area of Title V that most people have been like, don't look at it. And so they delved in, they provided some great recommendations, and they even went further and provided suggestions for how do we implement this well. So on behalf of many students that will eventually benefit from this, I urge your support, your vote for this, that we fight hard, that they are assigned immediately, and just want to thank you for your leadership. And I'll turn it over to...
Just to clarify, it's the first reading, so we're not voting yet.
Yes, sorry, but in March. I won't be back in March. In March, when this comes to a vote, I urge your vote and that we fight hard for these to be signed. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Cheryl. Tram first, I think. I'll turn it to our great colleague, Tram, who has been a very key leader in this effort.
Good morning, President Costa, trustees, and Chancellor Christian. As folks have already mentioned, I'm representing our CIO group today, and we're super excited about your entertaining this regulatory change. As you've heard, we are very constrained as we build our schedules to try and create a schedule that is flexible and supporting of students. And many times folks will ask us, why aren't you offering short-term classes? Why aren't you offering classes like graduate programs where they meet only once or twice a month and are able to support working adults? And part of the answer is that depending on where you're at and how the size of your college, some of us aren't able to make those decisions to offer these types of classes in a creative way, scheduling pattern so that students can better attend. We're constrained, and for some of us, when we look at scaling some of these options for creative scheduling, we're detrimented. Like if you go 8 week, you potentially can lose up to 10% of your FTES. And when you have to make a decision like that as a CIO, we're balancing the college's finances as well as the student's need. And with this change, we would no longer be balancing those. We would be able to fully focus on looking at building a schedule that would better meet our working adults and our students. So we really encourage you to take the opportunity, especially right now. One of the things that we have learned over the last few years, just coming back from the pandemic, is our students are still wanting flexible scheduling. However, all 100% online isn't always great for them, but being able to offer some level of in-person and flexible scheduling so that their lives can still exist as well as going to school is challenging. And so this will enable us to meet that challenge and enable us to offer classes in different ways. And we haven't even scratched the surface yet because most of us aren't able to do this type of creative scheduling. And so we look forward to this change and look forward to how we can better serve our students in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Tram, and good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. There's so much that's already been said, and huge kudos to Dr. Neverett for bringing this forward for conversation and pulling the Working Learner Task Force together. I think as we talked about with consultation the other day, this was never a question of anyone throwing up barriers to say, I'm not sure we can do that. It was a matter of, we are going to do this. Let's figure out how to make it happen, because it was really so important to be student-centered in that respect. And it's almost laughable in a sense that we haven't approached this so much sooner, because it has been so key to posing the problems that Tram just mentioned. It's been the barrier to the creative scheduling that John mentioned. And as a faculty member, I can tell you that I have sat through too many 17.5-week semesters where I can tell you where in the semester my students are done and are starting to filter out into life, because life happens. And when I've taught shorter sequences or mixed sequences on the rare occasion that was put into the schedule, like, it made a difference for the students. And to think that we can go even further than that tiny bit of creativity, which likely caused my college to take a little bit of a financial hit, to now be able to do that exclusively in a way that serves students first and foremost is incredibly exciting. And I just can't say enough about the folks that were in the conversation aiming to make this happen. And I am so glad that it lets us move forward with thoughts of students as the center, as it should be, instead of having the inherent tensions of faculty supported by deans, supported by CIOs, wanting to have flexible scheduling, but then running into the fiscal pressures of, we can't do that, and creating internal pressures within our organizations. Now we can all more holistically and more collaboratively think about what is it our students need and what does it take in our schedule to make that happen for them. So it's so exciting to move this forward. And as Dr. Neverett said, like, as we hopefully bring this back very quickly in March, to be able to advocate for this, it's, John said it, well, it's not sexy, but it is absolutely, it will have incredible impact. So thank you.
This is the best part of these first reading items. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning standardized attendance accounting within California community colleges, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. I will defer to my colleagues first before we formally open it up to the public. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item? Board Member Perry.
I just want to thank you for tackling this non-sexy item and risk the ire of the board president. I just want to send a public congratulations to, I'm going to call her now Dr. Adele Nazareth, since she said hello from the other side. So I want to congratulate her and let her know that how much she will be missed and how lucky the college is to have her and her extraordinary leadership and commitment to the students. So thank you. And thank you all for this work that you did on this particular issue item. Also really impactful for our students.
I would never be mad at your wit, ever. I will say also, I would just like to say that although the substance is perhaps not sexy, and I think you guys intimated this, the implications out in the field, I think, are really transformative, but it is very technical. So I want to thank the task force. In reading these regs, there's a lot to think about, and I'm very excited for us to get some comments from the field. I think we're going to get some great kind of feedback to make this even better, because it is so technical, but I do want to thank the task force for tackling this issue. Board Member Epstein?
Yeah, I'm all in favor of this. I just had a question. It looked like a lot of these regulatory changes were expiring in 2025. What's that about?
Yes, I can address that. Basically, what we're planning to do is run the existing attendance accounting methodologies alongside the new proposed methodologies. This will allow districts to have time to adjust their own systems, and because they're going to have to do a lot of changes on their information systems at the same time. So basically, that first year, they would have the option of using the old, if that's all they can manage, or they can move to the new proposed regulations right away. And then after that first year, the old regulations would sunset.
So I read the whole thing. And it was really important because I'll end with this way. Thank goodness that we are changing it. Just thank goodness. This is not sexy, and our students don't know anything about this, but they live the challenges of our colleges every single day. And so it's been a long time, and I'm just really grateful that somebody's tackled it. So thank you so much.
With that, we'll turn it over to public comment.
Item 5.1 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press star 9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have 2 public comments on this item, one from Eric Kalimagi and the second one from Wendy Brill-Weinkoop. Please approach the dais.
Well, good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Eric Kalimagi. I'm the president of the Community College Association, which is the internal affiliate of the California Teachers Association dealing with community college matters. You've heard some good things about this proposed regulatory change, and indeed there are. Flexibility is good. The ability to serve our students is good. I am not here to speak against the change. But I am here to tell you that there are going to be some consequences to the change of which you should be aware. Nearly half of your courses are taught by part-time faculty. When I talk to part-time faculty, they tell me about how they have scheduled Monday and Wednesday to be at Citrus College and Tuesday and Thursday to be at Chaffey College. And because they live in San Bernardino, they're okay with doing the occasional night class in San Bernardino. When you go ahead and provide additional flexibility to scheduling, if it's used cautiously, if it's used thoughtfully, it should be a good thing. If it's used carelessly, we could end up with situations where the plight of our already underpaid, already scattered part-time faculty becomes even worse. So by all means, make our attendance accounting regulations simpler. But also, please keep in mind that we have a faculty that's going to have to figure out how to actually schedule these courses and maintain a living, at least until such time as 75-25 becomes reality. Thank you.
Now it's on. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon. What is it? Almost noon.
Yeah.
So good somewhere in between. Hi, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I'm speaking in support of the proposed revisions to Title V regulations on attendance accounting. These long overdue changes will simplify complex accounting rules and remove barriers that have made it difficult for colleges to offer courses in various modalities and lengths. These Title V revisions will allow districts to offer courses in different formats and term lengths to support students and their diverse learning needs. FAC appreciates the opportunity to participate on the Adult Working Learners Task Force and help draft these recommendations. This collaborative process brought together stakeholders who created policy changes that will benefit students by expanding their options while streamlining fiscal procedures for districts in a nearly cost-neutral manner. I want to express appreciation for the respectful and inclusive manner in which these revisions were developed, which should serve as a model for future actions aimed at eliminating obstacles for students while upholding quality education. Thank you. And if I could say personal privilege, thank you to Lizette Navarrete. She is amazing and we will miss working with her.
Thank you so much. Are there any additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our Chancellor.
Lizette, don't go away. So we're going to kind of jump around. I'm going to pick up part of the Chancellor's report. So Lizette, if you could please come up to the panelist desk. It is our great honor today to recognize one of the best from California community colleges, Dr. Lizette Navarrete, who joined Woodland Community College as its president this month after 4 years with the Chancellor's office. Lizette served as the Vice Chancellor of College Finance and Facilities Planning, the first woman to hold that position. She has served as Executive Vice Chancellor of the Office of Institutional Support and Success, overseeing college finance, facilities planning, institutional effectiveness, and government relations. From October 2022 to June 2023, Lizette served as Interim Deputy Chancellor. Lizette is a first-generation college graduate, and anyone who has worked with her knows that it has fueled her passion as a fierce advocate for equitable access and student success. And I definitely felt it during my brief stint with Lizette here at the Chancellor's office. If we listed all of Lizette's accomplishments during her time at the Chancellor's office and the years leading up to it, it's safe to say we'd be sitting here all day, and I don't think President Costa will let me do that. Instead, I'd like to highlight one area especially where she has tirelessly advocated for our students, and I experienced that firsthand, and that's affordable student housing. Lizette spearheaded the task force leading to strategies that are helping our system roll out the framework for affordable student housing, giving our students the support they need to complete their educational goals. The solution that was crafted, I know, was again technical and highly complex, and it was Lizette's leadership working with our colleagues at the governor's office and the legislature that landed in a solution that was workable. Lizette's work has changed the lives of our students for the better, and she's only just begun. Please join me as we recognize Dr. Lizette Navarrete and all her contributions to the Chancellor's office. And we have a certificate to present to Lizette, so let me just read this out, and President Costa, if you would do the honors. One is from the Board of Governors and from the Chancellor's office, and the second, what David O'Brien just handed to me, is from Senator Ashby, recognizing Lizette's excellence. So with that, we will present these awards to Lizette. Why don't you come up this way? So you need to find a way to go there and get a photograph. Oh, here? Come here. Yeah. Come up here, Lizette.
As a Yolo County native, I'm only allowing it because it's Woodland. Anyway. We wish Lizette the absolute best. And one of the things is we get to see really excellent people every day in the Chancellor's office. And so it really comes as no surprise that they are on a career trajectory that takes them away from us, but out into the field in really important roles. So obviously we wish Lizette the absolute best and thank her for her service to us here. Thank you so much, Lizette. With that, I am going to go back to the president's report. I'm going to keep it very brief, and then I'll turn it over to the chancellor for her report. She has some more extensive comments. For my report, I was really lucky to speak briefly at one of our system-wide webinars. And the topic was the governor's proposed budget and our advocacy. And I just want to highlight, and it's been mentioned a bit here today already, that in light of a deficit, I want to give my heartfelt appreciation to the administration for continuing to recognize the community colleges and the work that we're doing. We even got a tiny COLA, and so I think that's really just remarkable in light of the overall budget picture. And obviously, we look forward to working with our legislative partners as they review the budget between now and May revise. But obviously, really, really great news for us as a system and more specifically for our students. I also want to highlight that I had the opportunity to serve on a panel with my colleagues, Rich Lieb and Wenda Fong, respectively, of the CSU and the UC Board of Regents at a Campaign for College Opportunity conversation down in LA. And, you know, we've talked about, obviously, that we all need to work together, even in a budget deficit across the systems. We certainly need it for our students as they matriculate into UC and CSU. And so hopefully we'll continue those conversations, you know, because strangely, we're not in a recession. So who knows, things could actually do better between now and May revise. California is a crazy place. And so let's hope for good news. With that, I'll turn it over to our chancellor for her comments.
All right. So I'm kind of getting used to the Sacramento rhythm, and I'm learning that the main topic of conversation in January in Sacramento is the governor's budget. And you have no doubt heard California is facing a substantial multi-year budget deficit, which Governor Newsom's administration estimates at $38 billion. With that in mind, we are pleased to see that the governor's budget does not include spending reductions for California community colleges, instead relying on the Prop 98 rainy day fund to backfill revenue shortfall. And I agree with Amy, you know, thank you for that. The governor's budget also moves ahead with full implementation of the student-centered funding formula, including the cost of living adjustment, maintaining the state's commitment to keeping 24-25 as the new funding floor for all of our colleges. In addition, the governor's budget calls out the expansion of our nursing program. And we're hugely grateful for that, given the significant workforce shortage in nursing that faces the state of California. And last but not least, the commitment to affordable student housing. Yet, we still have more work to do. We will continue to advocate for investments in workforce and economic development, as they are a high priority for the colleges as well as for the governor. These include investments in recognizing learning outside the classroom through the advancement of the credit for prior learning, which gives students a jump start on completing their degrees and entering the workforce. In order to meet the governor's call to action to create 500,000 new apprenticeships by 2030, we must secure investments to build the infrastructure of the California apprenticeship initiatives to create new and innovative apprenticeship programs in new and emerging industry sectors. Additionally, we must continue to secure investments for our data infrastructure, including e-transcripts, to meet the goals set forth in the governor's Cradle to Career Data Initiative. These are just examples of investments which are not yet addressed in the governor's January budget, are vital elements both in Vision 2030 and the governor's new master plan for career education. So we look forward to working with the governor and the legislature to ensure our colleges and our students have the resources we need to educate California's ever-evolving workforce. Also, we must find solutions for our low-income students who are left behind in our current financial aid structure. The myriad affordability challenges faced by our students, from childcare to housing, underscores the urgency of strengthening seamless access to social safety net programs and unlocking the potential of Cal Grant reform. You will get more details of the governor's budget and the student-centered advocacy priorities from Vice Chancellor David O'Brien, and I'm sure he's excited to engage you in not only the conversation today, but with a strategy for the upcoming months. So now a word to our California community colleges. Happy New Year. You are back with your students, and we can feel the energy all across the state from your social media posts, your news stories, your texts, and your emails. We here at the Chancellor's Office have mobilized in 2024 with a single focus to support you, our colleges, and to support our students. It has been 10 weeks since our last Board of Governors meeting, which was on November 13th. One signature event that happens annually during this period is the league meeting, where traditionally the Chancellor provides the state of the system. This was my first State of the System address, and I invited members of the Board of Governors to join me for the second half of the presentation, and you've got a visual here for you. I want to thank board members Medina, Aguinaldo, Haynes, and Epstein for joining me for this incredible interaction with our colleges, and I received so much positive feedback to having you present along with trustees, CEOs, and our other colleagues. My central message in the State of the System address was to let our community college colleagues know that the state of California community colleges is strong. And I went on to say that the state of the untapped opportunity is even much stronger. And I gave a few examples like dual enrollment. The bar graph, for example, shows that only 14% of seniors in high school are enrolled in community college classes, which means that the untapped opportunity is over 80%. And this is a Vision 2030 priority. You heard from board member Salas about our rising scholars and an incredible set of panelists. And what you will see that similar to the dual enrollment, 80% of our individuals, Californians who are incarcerated, have not enrolled in college classes. So the untapped opportunity is significant. And we know that participation in educational programs reduces the odds of recidivism by 40%. Again, a Vision 2030 priority. We have 1.5 million military veterans living in California. If we narrowed this universe to only those who served since the Vietnam War, for example, the Gulf War, Afghanistan, and Iraq, the number reduces to 480,000. At this time, there are only a little over 31,000 veterans enrolled in California community colleges. So we can do the math. The potential opportunity to deepen our support of California veterans is significant, a Vision 2030 priority. So with that, I would like to introduce to you our new leadership in workforce and economic development. Anthony Cordova is now serving as Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Economic Development, and you will hear from him later in the agenda. Don Davies Rougeau is the Senior Advisor to the Chancellor, particularly on strategic partnerships. Lucia Robles also joined the team last semester as one of the deans. And to round out the team, we have two of our veterans, LaCandice Ochoa, who continues to do extraordinary work, and our senior dean, Gary Adams, who actually partners with me on some of the work related to apprenticeships, and certainly with Anthony as he's joining the team. After 3 weeks of the holiday season, where I stayed at home by my fireplace and did most of my Zoom meetings very comfortably, I started 2024 with travel to Santa Barbara for the Dual Enrollment Get Focused, Stay Focused conference. And I want to thank Board Member Paul Medina. You were pretty amazing on the panel. With you can see in this picture with President Erica Andrejonis and Jonathan Aboud, trustee from Santa Barbara. And I want to really do a shout out to Larry Galicio, CCCT, as well as the CEO board for really partnering with us with Vision for Success. And, absolutely, I see our Senate president as well. So on this panel, we were talking about some of the complexities related to dual enrollment, and Dr. Tanya Williams moderated that particular panel. And before I close, I see Casey Chang here, and Casey did an amazing job both when Amy Costa was on that panel talking about the Still Left Out report, and then later when we did a do-over here in Sacramento, and Michael Drake and Millie Garcia and I were on the panel, and Casey represented the students and introduced the California Community College part of the report. So wanted to really recognize Casey and thank you for your remarkable presentation as well. So in closing, I know that the revenue picture in California is challenging, but I have a lot of faith in California and our ability to navigate these waters. And I was very encouraged when President Costa talked about you never know what will happen between now and May. And, this optimism that I have for the state of California comes from, in some ways, being an immigrant and that steadfast loyalty we feel towards our adopted nation and our adopted state here in the U.S. I have even more faith in the California community colleges, in our classified staff, our faculty, our administrators, and our trustees. We will stay active, we will stay connected as we move through the legislative and budget process with an unwavering focus on our students. The budget situation does not affect our rollout of Vision 2030 in any way. We will not slow down. We will not dial back our commitment to our students, to our communities, and to our planet. Our time is now, and that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, let's get serious. We're at lunchtime, but I'm going to try and roll through some items that are kind of more perfunctory in nature. First up is the consent calendar, item 3.1. With that, I'd be willing to
Move approval.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Is there any board comment on this item? No. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. Virtual attendees, please use raised hand feature. Press star 9 if you're calling in. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. There are no hands raised, and we have not received any in-person comments.
Great. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson.
Yes.
Adrienne Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Alicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Jolina M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye, and for the record, I'm with Sergeant Vu Williams in the room.
Thank you. Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The action stands. Thank you.
Wonderful. Next up, we have item 4.1, which is the approval of contracts and grants. We have our general counsel available for questions. You've all received the materials. With that, is there any motion or second on the table?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Board members, any comments or questions on this item? Is there any, Board Member Epstein?
I apologize, but I
If we're late for lunch, everyone.
I did have a couple of questions. Just the one thing on the $37 million approval, that seems like a big number. And is it customary to to allow that to go to the president?
Well, I'll let Mark talk about this, but we actually did hear the item as a board, and some of it was just the timing of the contract. And so we were actually presented with this item the previous month. So Mark, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but when we heard the item, we had to hear as an information item because the contract wasn't completed at that time.
Right, and there are a couple of items that the president approved in the interim that would not be customary, but on two of the items there was an electronic glitch, so the items did not reach the board in time for notice. But ordinarily, we do try to keep the items that are approved in the interim between meetings to a minimum.
Okay.
And I would say for myself, I would never approve an item of that number, except for the fact that you guys had heard it and we had discussed it previously.
Okay, thanks. And the other question I had was, I saw that there are these regional centers now, workforce regional centers, and I was just curious if they aligned with the old structure we had, the consortia structure, or are those two separate regional entities?
I may have to call a friend on that. I think there is. I think geographically there is alignment, but there is a sort of a change in how those centers are operating. It's just sort of difference in focus, is my understanding. But if we have someone from workforce who could address that directly, otherwise I could provide you an answer later.
The reason I ask is I feel like there's a lot of workforce stuff going on all over the place, and it seems kind of uncoordinated. And I just wanted to know if there was some kind of transition from those old consortia that we had approved as, a way to make this more efficient. And now, if there's an overlay of another regional thing, I'm just curious.
I believe this is more of a replacement, not a duplication. And the statewide center, I believe, has that coordination function as well as the vice chancellors for workforce in the chancellor's office.
What I would add to it is that with our new workforce team, we are really coordinating every dollar, and the focus is really tremendous. So we can definitely get back to you on some of the specificity, but we are really coordinating very, very effectively.
Is there any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press star 9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have no hands raised and no one has comments in person.
Great. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Alicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolina M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
President, the motion stands.
Great. We have our general counsel again with our next action item, 4.2, adoption of Board of Governors meeting accessibility procedure, which, as I understand, is as conforming with recently enacted statute. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think I've provided a pretty clear explanation in the board item. This legislation is part of a legislative compromise to allow a longer-term commitment to remote participation by board members. And part of that is a requirement that that a board who is using that remote procedure adopt an accessibility process. And that is what you see laid out before you.
Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on this board procedure? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. Please press star 9 if you were calling in. President Costa, we do not have any in-person comments and there are no hands raised at this time.
Colleagues, I'm looking for a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
I have Rawlings and Epstein. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson. Aye. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Alicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolina M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
President, the motion stands.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have a nail biter every year. Item 4.2, which is the 2024 Board of Governors campus visit. I know this elicits a lot of conversation from my colleagues. With that, I'll
hope
turn it
not.
over to Dr. Gonzalez if you have any comments to
Good
share with
morning,
us.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. If you keep this up, you'll actually be able to have lunch. So good morning. This item in front of you is a 3-year delay. Every September, the Board of Governors visits a campus. This is an invitation, a promise that was made to visit San Bernardino Community College District. And so with that, I just propose the recommendation is to meet our commitment from 2021, before we had a pandemic.
So moved.
And I will defer all questions to Member Williams.
So moved.
You want to take the second two?
I just want to remind some of my colleagues and inform some of my newer colleagues that when we began this discussion last time, Board Member Williams really wanted us to go visit his home district to show us all of the wonderful things that are happening there. And so that is kind of where we left off the conversation. And then, yes, there was a global pandemic.
It's my hometown, so I'm really in favor of it too, so.
I'll move to approve.
No, he moved
Oh, you
to approve. And-
You did
and
all right,
that's the
okay.
second.
All right. Board members, are there any other comments? Board Member Medina.
Quick question, just confirming, it's gonna be on a campus, a meeting, right? Not at a boardroom. I'd love to obviously have that connection. Okay, so
Correct.
specifically the actual campus.
Correct. We'll be working directly with the district. Typically, the board takes a tour. You get to meet with students, faculty, staff, and then you do host your board meeting on that campus.
Board Member
I
Rawlings.
I would just make a note that we had Napa on our list in the past as well, and that was one of the first ones that get canceled. So I would nominate that one for next year, if we can do that.
We can, yeah, whoa, proactive. We're going to be scheduled out for many years.
I'll make a note of that, but we'll stick to the motion that's in front of you.
Thank you. With that, is there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. Press star 9 if you were calling in. You'll have 2 minutes. President Costa, we do not have any hands raised and no in-person comments.
Great. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson. Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Lisa Escobar Carrillo. Jolina M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas. Aye. Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
President, the motion stands.
Great. In sort of a similar milieu, in item 4.3, we have our Board of Governors meeting dates for 2025. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chancellor.
Nothing to add. You saw this at the last meeting as your first read. And the dates are, it's moving from a Monday to a Tuesday to allow staff to travel on Monday. That's it. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item? Adrian?
Thank you.
Great. Is there any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. If you're calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, there are no in-person comments and no hands raised at this time.
All right, I need a motion and a second, colleagues. I have Perry with a motion.
Second.
Rawlings with a second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Alicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolina M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you so much. Next up, we have another action item, 4.5, which is equitable placement approval of English as a second language vendor placement assessments. And we have Executive Vice Chancellor Lowe presenting on this item.
Thank you very much, Board President Costa, Good morning, everyone. Sorry to join you virtually, but I'm sparing you my COVID germs, which I'm sure you will appreciate. I will keep this very brief so that I am not what is standing between you and your lunch. So Board of Governors, this action item is an item that you periodically see and you will continue to periodically see as a part of the work of the Assessment Advisory Committee, which, as a reminder, which is more further detailed in your digest, is a committee within our system that overviews and oversees assessments of ESL placement. This update, very briefly, is to two specific assessments that you have previously approved, the CASAS reading form test, as well as the CASAS listening form test. Previously, as we've reported to this body, significant updates were made to the assessment standards to bring them to alignment with current standards around validity and reliability and other important psychometric topics. In response to that, the vendors that publish these tests have actually updated their tests so that they can come into alignment with our standards. So while you previously approved these two CASAS tests, the vendors have since significantly updated those tests and the items of those tests, and then they came before the Assessment Advisory Committee for re-review. And so you are seeing before you a recommendation from that Assessment Advisory Committee to provide, again, a conditional probationary approval for these highly revised CASAS reading form and CASAS listening form tests. That will provide the vendor an opportunity to continue to collect data on these tests so that they can continue to improve them for best use in our system for ESL placement. With that, I will open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much, and obviously we hope you feel better. Thank you for presenting this item. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Board Member Haynes?
Just a question. I'm really interested in the board really looking at the data that comes out of all of the work that's been done over the last several years to get tests that are viable, especially for this population of students. So is there a timeline for any information that can come to us?
Thank you for that, Board Member Haynes. Yes, there is a timeline. I will forewarn, though, that it is a bit further off. As a reminder, ESL implementation of AB 705 was about 3 years behind our general implementation for math and English. So we are just at the beginning of assessing the changes that colleges have made, assessing the changes that are being made to these placement exams, and seeing what the impact is going to be. For better or for worse, as is often the case with data, it takes a few years for us to see what the impact is. So look forward to receiving an update by this time next year in terms of ESL specifically. And of course, sooner than that, we look forward to bringing you an update on equitable placement in general for the system later this year.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 4.5 is now open. Press 9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, there are no in-person comments and no hands raised at this time.
Great, colleagues. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Move approval. Oh, second.
All right, we have Williams and Haynes with that. Can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Darius W. Anderson.
Aye.
Adrienne Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolena M. Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Lenny Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Paul Medina.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
President, motion passes.
With that, colleagues, you've earned your lunch. The board will stand in recess for the next, let's say we'll be back at 12:45. And when we reconvene, we will be on section 6, the information and report section of the agenda. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for reconvening. As I said prior to our break, we will be starting with item 6.1 in our information and reports, the Exemplary Program Awards, Excellence in Promotion and Advancement of Ethnic Studies. With that, I'll turn it over to the presenters.
And I think Aisha's online, correct?
That's right, she's participating virtually. I see her on her square.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Board of Governors. Pleasure to be before you again. Excited to present to you for this year, the 2023-2024 Exemplary Program Awards. The Exemplary Program Award was established by the Board of Governors in 1991 to recognize outstanding community college programs. The Chancellor's Office works in partnership with the statewide academic senate to choose a theme and to receive applications and to vet awardees. So we're excited to announce those awardees and to recognize them today. And I will hand it over to Academic Senate President Cheryl Aschenbach. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. And now good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Excited for this item, as we hopefully all are. As Dr. Lowe mentioned, the theme for this year's Exemplary Program Award is Excellence in the Promotion and Advancement of Ethnic Studies. Absolutely timely choice by the Academic Senate, given the growth of ethnic studies programs in our system, the increase in hiring in ethnic studies faculty to serve those programs, and the inclusion of ethnic studies in CalGETC, iGETC, CSU GE Breath, and our local GE patterns, no matter where you stand in time. And so we are honored today to honor 4 awardees and then 2 honorable mentions. And I will explain, as I think the slide also notes, that this is about demonstrating the understanding of experiences, challenges, and the thought processes of students, and ultimately the promotion of efforts to teach ethnic studies centered on African American, Chicano, Latino, Asian American, and Native American courses, which enable our students to learn about their own stories. The Academic Senate wants to thank the Foundation and the Chancellor's Office for the opportunity to honor 4 awardees this year. After last year, we didn't have enough applications to do any awards. And so that's why we're seeing 4 instead of the usual 2. And so we have 4 awardees and 2 honorable mentions. And if I can start right into that, I think next slide. We're going to start with Chabot College, and our representative recipient is online, Kay Fisher, Ethnic Studies Advisor from Chabot College. And the Ethnic Studies program at Chabot College has taught core classes or collaborated on events with various learning communities like Puente, Umoja, Movement, AAPI, FYE, First Year Experience, Change It Now, and RISE at the Santa Rita Jail, in addition to collaborating with El Centro, a bilingual student resource center, to create an Ethnic Studies lending library. The program's annual Ethnic Studies Summit outreach events hosts over 200 students from Chabot and local high schools, and through that provides workshops through Chabot programs and local organizations, and hosts keynote speakers connected to ethnic studies, including in the last number of years, Bobby Verdugo, Erica Huggins, Angela Y. Davis, and Maria Hinojoso. The Chabot College Ethnic Studies program is created in an Associate of Arts degree, 3 certificates of achievement, and 3 associate degrees for transfer social justice degrees that represent the various disciplines within ethnic studies. And so if Kay is online, I want to acknowledge the work of the Chabot Ethnic Studies program and Kay Fisher, Ethnic Studies Advisor, and see if she has any comments. Okay, we'll come back to Chabot if she ends up online. Next, and I invite this Glendale College, we'll go skip a slide forward. I want to invite Fabiola Torres, Ethnic Studies Department Chair, to join me up here. Come on, Fabi. Fabiola Torres and the Ethnic Studies program at Glendale College has demonstrated full commitment to equitable education. Fabi has spearheaded online education at the campus by creating the first online education department at Glendale College, and has become the campus leader, as well as, I would argue, state leader for learning management systems, while keeping Glendale College in compliance for online education. Within the scope of her efforts and certainly broadening them, Fabiola Torres also teaches courses regularly called Including Humanizing Online Education, The Pedagogy of Love, and Caring is Beautiful through the online network of educators. We know it is at one, collaborating with many colleges and faculty and expanding her influence, certainly, and her impact, not just to faculty, but to their students. Through the Ethnic Studies program at Glendale College, Fabiola has also introduced project-based learning, culturally responsive curricula to the campus through professional development opportunities, Ethnic Studies is currently working on pedagogy that has students creating podcasts and live streaming projects that bring the voices of their community to the college and serve as platforms to amplify voices from underrepresented communities. The Academic Senate and all honor the work that Dr. Torres and her colleagues have done at Glendale College.
Thank you. Thank you, familia. I am a proud student of the California Community College System. Go Monarchs, LAVC. Thank you for this opportunity. We're just beginning. Our Glendale Community College Ethnic Studies is just beginning. We are moving forward in ensuring that our students succeed in a society that is centered in social justice. Ethnic Studies has shown to be a space where students can succeed, where they find themselves, their voices, their relevance, their existence, their humanity center to the curriculum. And so therefore, Ethnic Studies can and will be a key component in our student success for the state of California. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
We next want to recognize Miracosta College, and Olivia Quintaniza is here, Professor of Ethnic Studies and the Ethnic Studies Department Chair. She's joined by guest Jonathan Foreman, Dean of Arts, International Languages and Ethnic Studies from Miracosta College. Miracosta College established its Ethnic Studies Department in fall 2022 as a result of the advocacy and work of the Ethnic Studies Work Group, composed of cross-curricular volunteer faculty and students. Dr. Quintaniza, Department Chair and faculty in Ethnic Studies, serves on the college's Courses and Programs Committee and on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee. She also meets with student organizations regularly at Miracosta that serve underrepresented students, including Puente, Emoja, Uprise, MANA, Transition Scholars, to discuss collaboration and mutual support. In 2023-24, Dr. Quintaniza joined the Title V Juntos Podemos faculty cohort, co-facilitated by Miracosta faculty, to examine data and implement an equity project designed to support disproportionately impacted students in specific programs across campus. She's also working with the Miracosta Non-Credit Program and with local high schools to develop ethnic studies courses, which not only broaden the impact of the program's work, but create more bridges between pre-transfer student experiences and the Miracosta Ethnic Studies program. She's organizing a series of Miracosta community events to celebrate diverse scholars, artists, and community members. The first of these events featured Indigenous San Diego filmmakers. Dr. Quintaniza, congratulations and thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. Hello and good afternoon. I am incredibly honored to accept this award on behalf of our Ethnic Studies program at Miracosta Community College. I'm also deeply proud to accept this award as a first-generation community college transfer student, and I've seen firsthand the transformative power of our community college system and student support programs like EOPS. Shout out to EOPS at Miramar College in San Diego. And I've also experienced the transformative power of an ethnic studies education that inspired me to pursue higher education, to become an educator, and now I'm proud to serve as chair of our Ethnic Studies Department in my hometown of San Diego. I also want to give a special thank you to our Ethnic Studies work group and our students, which really have fought and done a lot of advocacy work to build the foundation of our department, for which also created my position and allowed me to be here today. I want to thank Professors Alicia Lopez, Maria Figueroa, and Tyrone Nagai, and a special thank you as well to our Dean, Jonathan Foreman, for their support and really leadership in advocating for our department across our campus and community. I am excited to continue this work. I'm ready for this work, and I really appreciate all the support from the Board of Governors in recognizing our program as well as the other award winners and honorees. So thank you so much for this recognition, and I got to get back to work because today's the first day of our semester. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you. Our fourth award winner is San Diego Mesa College, represented this afternoon by Candice Katunji, Professor of Black Studies and Chair of the San Diego Mesa College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council. Thank you for joining me, Candice. The San Diego Mesa College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council was established to serve as a representative voice and resource for the establishment and evolution of ethnic studies departments and programs at Mesa College and within the colleges of the San Diego Community College District. The Mesa College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council coordinates meetings and discussions with campuses across the district and state, participates in the development of ethnic studies policies and procedures, and authors ethnic studies curriculum for associate degree and certificate programming. It is a key contributor and collaborator in statewide efforts, including working with the Community College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council to develop the California Community College Ethnic Studies core competencies for the Chancellor's Office Ethnic Studies Task Force. The Mesa College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council and Dr. Katinji have been a key player in writing and supporting the passage of a number of academic senate resolutions, including but not limited to, in fall 2020, 9.03 ethnic studies graduation requirement, which is now a graduation requirement, thanks to the work following that resolution, and in fall 2022, 1503, establishing an equitable California State University General Education Breadth Ethnic Studies Area F review process, which we know we are still driving towards with our CSU partners. Mesa College Ethnic Studies Faculty Council has also coordinated a meeting of faculty administrators within the community college, the San Diego Community College District, as well as hosted a statewide Ethnic Studies Faculty Summit. So, Dr. Kanji, thank you for your work.
Thank you, and it is an honor and a pleasure to be here to accept this award and also to stand behind ethnic studies, and in particular on our campus, Black Studies, Chicano Studies, Asian American Pacific Islander Studies, and we are soon will be welcoming Native American Studies onto our campus. I say all that to say that I am part of a council of ethnic studies faculty on my campus. I want to give a special thank you to my colleague Takima Mayasa, Dr. Takima Mayasa in Black Studies, Dr. Cesar Lopez in Chicano Studies, Professor Manuel Velez in Chicano Studies, Professor Jennifer Frost, Moreno Frost in Chicano Studies, and Professor Hailey Tran, Dr. Hailey Tran in Asian American Pacific Islander Studies. We came together to advance ethnic studies on our campuses and beyond. We are proud of the work we are doing. We are dedicated to authentic ethnic studies throughout the state of California. I also am a proud beneficiary of an ethnic studies education and Black studies in particular, and we are here to see this continue. And so we thank you for putting the stamp of approval behind the work that we're doing and recognizing that we are doing something really important, not just for our students, but for society as a whole. And so thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our two honorable mentions are Fullerton College and Sierra College. Fullerton is represented, I think, online by Jeanette Rodriguez. And I will note that in 2022-23, the Fullerton College Ethnic Studies Department marked its 50th anniversary, standing as one of the oldest programs in the state. That Ethnic Studies Department introduced the first Ethnic Studies for Educators certificate program in the community college system, addressing the growing demand for qualified educators and exemplifying the department's vision and leadership at both the local and statewide level, and also serving needs not just for our faculty, but for K-12 faculty as they aim to meet the K-12 ethnic studies requirement as well. The ethnic studies faculty at Fullerton College are actively engaged in numerous diversity, equity, inclusion, and access committees and projects within the district and hold leadership positions at the statewide level, including with the Chancellor's Office Ethnic Studies Task Force and the Ethnic Studies Faculty Council of the community colleges. Two faculty members, Dr. Amber Rose Gonzalez and Dr. Rosie Carr, received the prestigious Faculty of the Year Award within the Fullerton College district. That's not Fullerton College, though. What district is it? North Orange County, thank you. Ethnic Studies faculty at Fullerton College serve as advisors to student groups supporting marginalized populations, including Mecha, QTPOC, and street scholars, or formerly incarcerated students, and contribute their expertise to numerous committees, such as the Honors Advisory Committee, AIPI Scholarship Committee, and the Social Science Scholarship Committee. And if Jeanette is here, she may want to make a comment or two. No? Okay. We will move to Sierra College as our second honorable mention in no order. It's alphabetical. And want to introduce Miss Melissa Leal, Ethnic Studies Department Chair from Sierra College. Hi. Thank you. In 2020, Sierra College's faculty, academic senate, and executive leadership began conversations to switch the college's social science department to an ethnic studies department. And in 2021, Dr. Melissa Leal was hired as a full-time ethnic studies instructor, and in collaboration with faculty from sociology, history, anthropology, she revised existing curricula, wrote new courses, and shepherded the program throughout the curricular process. And as our colleges are hiring new faculty and building out programs, we hear that a lot, writing curriculum, building out programs, and ultimately recruiting students as well. The Ethnic Studies program participates in Sierra College's Equity Educator Intern program. Some interns are now part-time faculty members, showing early signs of the effectiveness of the department's strategic vision for sustainable growth. And the Ethnic Studies Department is a key part of the expanded Umoja Village Pathways program. In addition, Ethnic Studies courses are provided to dual enrollment students, aligning with equity as a guiding principle of Sierra College's dual enrollment program. And I will note too that Dr. Leal has co-authored an OER textbook for Intro to Ethnic Studies to develop pathways for low and zero textbook cost pathways in ethnic studies. Congratulations. And
thank you. Ni masiana helpasa leki, my heart feels good. Sa leki atsa ni la pamala sa leala ni eslink ni olonink nish elshwe ni shenano mi wakno patwino ni masiana helpasa leki. I said good day. My name is Melissa. My heart feels good to be here. And I just wanted to acknowledge the people on whose land that we are on right now. And I think a framework at Sierra College is that we start with that, that I acknowledge that that campus wouldn't exist if people hadn't been genocided, and that I am a descendant of those people from another area of Monterey. So the language that I just spoke to you is Esalen. And so I think of ethnic studies as a way in which students can identify and be seen, as I was in my first ethnic studies class. I had been told that my people no longer exist in an anthropology class, and it took an ethnic studies instructor to see me, to tell me that I exist. And so at Sierra College, that's how we frame our ethnic studies department, and we acknowledge the Anishinaabe people on whose land we teach and learn and love and enjoy. So thank you so much for acknowledging Sierra College.
thank you. So our opportunity for awards are especially heartwarming because we get to acknowledge the best of us. And I think you just got to hear from 4 of our best in the California Community College system, and especially those who are in fact working consistent with the theme for the Exemplary Program Award this year to advance and advocate for ethnic studies programs. So thank you.
We would like to do a photo, so if the award winners could join us. And I did want to see if we had any board comments or public comments on this item. Let's go to the public comment, shall we?
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. Press star 9 if you are calling in. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We have one public comment from an honorary photographer, Wendy Brill Weincoop.
Very quickly, Wendy Brill Weincoop, President of Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I just wanted to congratulate all the awardees, and I wanted to thank them for being leaders in ethnic studies for our system. It's something that we've needed for a long time, and your colleagues greatly appreciate you and the work that you do. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And again, congratulations. Next up, we have, we're still in the information and report section. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. We have virtual comments as well. Thanks, Andrea.
Yeah, Ziza Noguera, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, thank you everybody for having me here. I was calling in to just say thank you for acknowledging our program at Fullerton College. I wanted to also acknowledge all the labor of my colleagues, Doctors Rosie Carr, Amber Rose Gonzalez, Anita Juarez, and all of our full-time, all of our part-time adjunct faculty, our president, Dr. Cynthia Olivo, our Senate president, Jeanette Rodriguez. But also, I just really want to say how grateful I am to see so many of my friends, my colleagues, Melissa, folks from Mesa, my femtor, Fabiola Torres, who was one of my mentors coming up when I was a student at Glendale Community College and also as a junior faculty member. It is a reminder to me that those of us in ethnic studies, we are really a family, a community, and that we have all been working for so long to see this dream of providing all students with access to ethnic studies come true. And I just wanted to say, though we couldn't be there today, we're sending our love to all of our colleagues, and we really thank the State Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors for recognizing our hard work, because it is often unpaid, unseen, and for a lot of decades has felt unappreciated. But we've gone on, and it's beautiful to see where we're at today. So thank you all.
Next, we have Rosie Carr. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. Thank you all so very much. I wanted to echo Dr. Delgado Noguera's comments. It is an honor to be recognized by all of you in this way. It is an honor to do this work and to continue to serve our students. I just want to remind all of us that we're in community. Nothing can get done without community. And so we do this with love. And yes, so thank you all. I wish we could have been there, but it's raining very heavily here in Southern California. And like many of us, we're up to our eyeballs in prep for the forthcoming semester. So we thank you all, and all good wishes for a wonderful semester. Thank you so much.
President, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you. I do have some colleagues who would like to speak, so I'll start with Pam, and then we'll go to Adrian.
So thank you very much. My heart is full. Is the best way to say. This is a long road that most of community and family around ethnic studies has traveled. And while we really want to celebrate absolutely this accomplishment, I just need to say for the record that there were folks on this process, not of family, not of necessarily ethnic studies, who did not want to see ethnic studies in the way that it has been formed in legislation. And so I think it's important for us to understand that piece, because that's happening on our campuses. And for Los Rios, what was wonderful was for our January convocation, they created a panel of the council that had been established. And this is a council that actually had been working together for about 8 to 10 years. So that, I just want everyone to know how long that road has been. And along that road, there were colleagues who just did not want this to happen. Now, we hear the voices sometimes of our colleagues who do. But, some of the stories, what was profound for me as a Board of Trustees member and as current president of the Board for Los Rios, was the honesty of the stories of the ethnic studies individuals on this council who had put in the work to say, there were so many times when I felt like I was hit and I had to stand up and had to get down. And there was power in that. And so part of this is that we absolutely need to do these celebrations, but we also need to recognize on some of our campuses just how hard this work is. And so I just want to commend everyone who showed up today, because I know each one of you has a story, but we are here to celebrate you and for you to know that this board, I think I can speak for all of us, are very supportive of the work that you do.
I'm not going to share how many years ago this was, but when I was a student, I did take one class at San Diego Mesa College, an ethnic studies class. And fast forward to this year, 2024, the Super Bowl's coming up, and there's been some online arguments. Can you believe people online are arguing? And they're arguing about what's people know as the Black National Anthem being sung at the Super Bowl this year. Thanks to my ethnic studies class, I know that was actually a gift for Abraham Lincoln's birthday on February 12th, 1900. First sung by 500 school children. We've got a long way to go as a community, the work that needs to be done in this area, but I'm really thankful, and I'm just imagining what an impact it's going to have, our legislation, that all of our students in California will be taking these classes and have that kind of knowledge, and to be able to come from a place of understanding the communities and the diversity that we're already living in. So thank you for the wonderful work that you all do. It really is changing lives, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We know it was difficult too, because as some of you said, the semester started today. So thank you very much. With that, we will move on to our next information and report item. I see Keitha here. And item 6.2 is the Foundation for California Community Colleges annual report. Turn it over to the chair.
Just wanted to, as Keitha's getting settled in, talk about what an amazing gift the foundation has been to me coming into this new role as chancellor. Particularly Keitha, the work with climate that the foundation started even before my arrival, and now most recently with the work with AI and the funding that you have provided and the thought partnership. And I see in the audience our friends from the Student Success Center, Sandy and team, and really appreciate your partnership with Daisy Gonzalez and the entire team as we've been sort of digging into Vision 2030 and what that means. So super excited, Keitha, that you're here.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, esteemed members of the board. My name is Keitha Mills. I'm the president and CEO for the Foundation for California Community Colleges, and I am so excited to be here with you today to share our annual report and talk about what we've been up to over the last year, and to talk a little bit about our 25th anniversary celebration that also happened this past year. So before I begin, I want to say my own congratulations to the awardees from the Exemplary Awards. We're so proud to sponsor those awards, and it's just so moving to hear about all the great work that's happening out in the field. And it's just a perfect example of one of the roles that we play, which is trying to highlight the great work that's happening at the local level and spread that throughout the system. So really proud to be here and to be able to recognize all of the awardees alongside with you all. I also want to say I was just so inspired. You guys have had a really inspiring agenda today. Was so inspired by the Rising Scholars presentation, and is another area we're just really proud to have been able to support that work alongside philanthropy as it moved to an initiative funded by the state. And it's just another perfect example of what our organization does to lift up things that are happening at the local level and really advocate to accelerate that work throughout the system. And we're really happy to have been a part of that and look forward to continuing partnership on that, because I think the Rising Scholars Program has tremendous potential to continue to invite philanthropy to the table and to accelerate that work. So we look forward to continued involvement in that work as well. I want to thank members Perry and members Anderson, who you all may know also serve on the board of directors for the Foundation for California Community Colleges and are your official liaisons to ensure that our work stays aligned with your priorities. And I just really appreciate Member Anderson and Member Perry, your commitment to our work, all that you contribute to our organization, and all that you do for our students and our colleges and our communities and our planet. So thank you for your service on the board. So I see a lot of familiar faces. I see a lot of new faces that I haven't had the opportunity to interact with. So I hope to have the opportunity to meet and interact with all of you into the future. And so what I thought I would do is just start with a little bit about who the foundation is and what we do and how we work, and then highlight a few, just a handful of kind of key accomplishments from our areas of impact. And then I want to end with a short video that celebrates our 25-year anniversary and highlights some of the amazing people within our organization that really make this work possible. So if we go to the next slide. So we were founded in 1998. We are your official auxiliary nonprofit organization, supporting the Board of Governors, supporting the Chancellor's Office, supporting the largest system of higher education in the nation. And we really, in that role, we strive to be a trusted partner to all of you, to really facilitate collaboration, to accelerate innovation, and most importantly, increase statewide resources to expand our collective capacity. So at the highest level, we see our roles as connectors, as collaborators, as partner builders. And we really see our role as bringing in outside resources that braid in to the Prop 98 funding that the state makes available and really create opportunities for innovation, accelerate great practices that are happening in the field, and really provide that kind of margin of excellence on the great work that's happening in the California community colleges. Next slide, please. So our mission is very simple, but it's also very broad. Our mission is to benefit, support, and enhance the missions of the California community colleges. And our vision is to really be that hub for innovation and an intermediary for transformative change at scale. Next slide, please. So our theory of change, I think, is really powerful. And I'm going to take a moment just to read this to you, because I think the words are really powerful and really kind of sum up how we feel about our role and how we feel about the power of the California community colleges. So we believe in the unique power of community colleges and the people and the communities they reach and serve to be the building blocks of a better future, capable of achieving the possibilities of a more just, equitable, and thriving world. We see our role as connectors, accelerators, problem solvers, and trusted partners, serving as a hub for innovation and an intermediary for transformative change at scale. Next slide, please. So this next slide is really tries to capture all of that in a fun little photo or a piece of artwork there. So if you look at the bottom of the photo, our work is really grounded in our core values, and you can see innovation and collaboration and strong relationships. Our work is also grounded in Vision 2030. We want our work to be in lockstep with the vision of the system, which also connects to the vision of the state. So all of our work is grounded in core values and our vision. And if you work up through the roots and the trunk of the tree, you can see that our work is organized into 6 areas of impact there: student success, workforce development, equity, community impact, climate action, and system support. And as you move into the leaves of and the branches of the trees, everything that we do is designed to support our students, our colleges, and our communities. If you go to the left and you look at the sunshine, this is kind of what we do. We operate programs, we innovate, we incubate things that are happening on the ground and spread them throughout the system. And you can see the rays are areas within our strategic plan and some of the things that we do. And then if you move over to the right, with the rain, how is all this work made possible? These are our funders. So we work with philanthropy, we work with corporations, we work with other educational institutions, we work with state and federal agencies. Anyone out there that has resources that have goals that are similar to our community colleges, that want to support our students, those are the partnerships that we're looking for to try to make sure that the California community colleges get our fair share of resources to our students and our colleges. If you can go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're celebrating our 25-year anniversary as a trusted partner to the California community colleges. And over our 25 years, we've raised over $1 billion to support our students, colleges, and communities. And we're really proud of our efforts. We work really hard to be very, very lean. So over our 25 years of service, our overhead rate has remained very, very low, where 85 cents of every dollar that comes into the foundation goes into direct program and service delivery. And we're really, really proud of that statistics. And it's lower than our peers and the average in the industry, and something we work really hard to make sure that we're resourced in a way that we can deliver excellence and deliver impact, but in a way that as much of every dollar as possible goes to our students, our colleges, and our communities. Next slide, please. So I talked about the rain cloud, right? The rain, what makes our work possible. And I want to spend just a few minutes talking about each of these areas, because we think about our role in bringing in outside resources very, very broadly. So we work with over 275 unique, like-minded, mission-aligned partners to make our work possible. So our work is not possible without partnerships, and we work with a lot of different types of partners in making our work possible. So when you think about philanthropy and individual donors, we're thinking about large foundations, statewide foundations, regional foundations, national foundations, international foundations that want to make a big splash in California, that want to support groups of colleges or regions of colleges. Same thing with individual donors. We're looking for major donors, folks who really want to support a wide range of colleges or area in California. And what's really important in this bucket is that we not compete with what's happening at the local level. In addition to our organization, there are hundreds or over 100 local college and district foundations that are raising money in their communities. And it is really important that we not cannibalize that, and we work to support what's happening on the local level. But we also don't want to leave money on the table. We also know that there are individuals in communities that want to make a bigger splash and want to make a bigger impact beyond their individual community. And so those are the donors that we are looking for. And we work really, really closely with our local college foundations to make sure that the folks that want to make an impact in the community are donating at the local level, and the folks that want to make a bigger splash have a place to come and have a place to donate their money and make real impact in California. In the corporations bucket, we work with both employers and with vendors. We also work with corporate philanthropy, which I would put in the philanthropy bucket. But when we think about our corporations bucket, we're thinking about employers that want to offer work-based learning experiences for their students. We operate a Career Catalyst program that helps provide those work-based learning experiences. So lots of employers that we're partnered with in providing jobs, paid jobs for our students. We also work with a number of vendors, over 100 vendors, that we do public contract code compliant contracts for, that our colleges can piggyback on, drive the cost down for our colleges on everyday goods and services that they're all buying, save time, money, create efficiency at the local level, that they're not all having to do their own contracts. We work with every educational institution, all the public education institutions in California, all the way from K-12 to the UCs, to the CSUs, to the privates. Again, working on those partnerships and out of those intersegmental opportunities. And we also work with government agencies, and that includes federal, state, and local. There's a lot of agencies out there that have goals that want to support mental health, that want to support climate action, all sorts of things that we're involved in. And so we want to help them achieve their goals. And no better way to do that than through the California Community Colleges, bringing resources in to help these agencies achieve their goals, but also to help our colleges and our students with additional resources outside of Prop 98. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Well, we do lots of stuff. So there's lots of little icons on that page. And what I'll say about this page, I mean, we do everything. The first one is program incubation, development, and management. We're running programs. We're not just bringing money in and sending money out. We're administering and running and operating programs in partnership with all of our partners and with the colleges at the local level. All the way to the last bullet is communications. We have a very robust marketing and communications team that run our own kind of programs, but also work with our partners on getting the word out about their great resources as well. And so we've really, over the last 25 years, really worked to build a lot of different skill sets and expert levels of expertise within our organization. And there's really not much we can't do at the foundation. If it supports our colleges and it supports our students, we're going to try to find a way to bring those resources in and to help execute on those goals. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move and just highlight a couple of things from each of our areas of impact from this last year. And so if we move to the next slide, I'll start with organization-wide. So you could see we've experienced significant growth over the past many years, and that was very intentional. The strategic plan that we're working under right now is aptly named our Double Impact Strategic Plan, and that was implemented in 2018. And when we implemented the strategic plan, we knew we were in a place where we were ready. The house was in order. We had the expertise that we needed, and we were ready to go. We knew we were just scratching the surface at what we could or should be doing for our colleges, our students, and our community. So we set an intentional goal to double our impact, and our goal was $100 million. And we hit $167 million of impact to our colleges, students, and communities just this past year. And super proud of that. We set a 10-year goal and hit it in 6. So we're, you could tell we're very ambitious, we're very driven, and really proud of this. And I would say we sandbagged because we clearly knocked this out of the water, and there's much, much more that we could and should be doing for our colleges. And I think the momentum is strong. And I would say that this growth is happening across all areas of impact. There isn't just one area of impact that exploded. It's really across all 6 areas of impact. And it was a mindset change and a culture change within the organization of really kind of believing in ourselves and saying we're ready, and really going after the partners out there to show them that we're here for you and that we can help achieve your goals at the same time we're achieving our goals. And it was a really powerful transformation within our organization. Next slide, please. We also manage endowments of over $127 million. Those endowments are mostly providing scholarship support in general, also for nursing education, for real estate. We have a real estate education endowment. You can see we have an endowment that we're managing on behalf of the Los Angeles Community College District. So another thing that we're here and available for our local college foundations to be able to help them manage their funds. I would also point out our nearly $30 million innovation fund. This is a new board designated innovation fund that's kind of our own funding, which is another thing that has kind of transformed our organization. Before this innovation fund, before we could go pursue innovation or really pursue work in our organization, we had to go find a funder. We had to go find philanthropy or partner or somebody that had the money so that we could go do the great work that we needed to do. Now with this innovation fund, we're able to invest in ourselves. The innovation fund was the way that we were able to invest in climate. And so happy that we did, because it came in as one of Sonia's Chancellor Christian's big priorities. We're also investing in AI through our innovation fund. And it's transformed the way we think about our work so that we can put the building blocks in place on some of these really kind of innovative, transformative initiatives, and then invite philanthropy in to invest. So we're super excited about the opportunities that this new fund will bring and the innovations that we'll be able to help accelerate in a very different way than we have in the past. Next slide, please. So our first area of impact is student success. Shout out to my colleagues that are there in the audience with me today. Sandy Friedex is the Vice President for the Success Center for California Community Colleges. And two areas I will highlight here. One relates to the Guided Pathways Program. You guys heard a little bit about the Guided Pathways Program in an earlier presentation. This is an area, again, where Chancellor Christian was really at the forefront of this initiative and was one of the lead colleges, the lead college presidents that really said, yes, California needs to adopt this framework. And I want to be first, to try it out and to figure out what the best practices are. And we're really proud to have been a part of this initiative and really helping bring philanthropy to the table and also helping to scale throughout California. So right now we're working with 34 colleges, helping to scale Guided Pathways and share those best practices throughout the California community colleges. The next initiative I'll mention is Program Pathways Mapper. We served almost 1 million students through Program Pathway Mappers. This is another partnership with Kern Community College District, where our chancellor was really spearheaded this initiative. Along with Guided Pathways, our Chancellor Christian, was like, we need a tool. We need a tool to make this easy for our students to find their path, to know how to what classes do they need to achieve their ultimate goal. So she built a technology tool at Kern Community College District, and it proved to be incredibly promising. And so another great example of what we do, take these promising practices that are happening at the local level and then help scale them throughout the state. So now we're working with a number of colleges, not only within our California Community College system, but we're also working with the UCs and the CSUs, and even outside of California, taking these great innovations that were built by Chancellor Christian at Kern Community College District and taking it national and serving as many students as possible. So we think this Program Pathways Mapper has tremendous potential. And again, we're just scratching the surface at being able to scale this throughout California and beyond. Next slide, please. So these are a couple of quotes. First quote is from a student who basically says she was still debating on what to major in. This program gave her an understanding of what courses she could be taking. So it was helpful in making her decision. And then when she was trying to consider, should I do a double major? She could look at her maps and she could see, okay, here's the overlap, and here's how I can not only achieve my goal, but I could double major and do even more. And that tool helped her realize that and be able to move forward, even broaden her goals more than she originally anticipated. And then the second quote is from a college who implemented Program Pathway Mapper, and basically says, I can't even imagine how our advising team would do their work if we hadn't built these maps. And says, the more schools that see this, the more they want to implement. So a lot of potential here. Next slide, please. So our next area of impact is workforce development. We're connecting Californians to good, well-paying careers. I mentioned Career Catalyst earlier. Career Catalyst is a program we've run since inception. We become the employer of record for employers who want to provide work-based learning experiences for students, but don't want to deal with all the back office red tape of their own HR departments or in their own organization. So we've done this since inception. Just this past year alone, we paid over $15.2 million in wages to our students and prospective students. So this is cold, hard cash in their hand. Not only are they getting experiences that are tied to their field of studies, they're being paid for that work in a meaningful way that's going to help them pay for food, pay for housing, pay for childcare, whatever their needs are to help them stay in school. And we served nearly 6,000 learners in these internships and jobs and other skill building opportunities. And that's both through Career Catalyst and Fresh Success, which is another workforce program that we administer. And if we go to the next slide, this is a story from Lane Mendez, who is part of our STEPS program, which is a work readiness and job training program. And so Lane came into the program when he was attending College of Sequoias and was able to successfully complete kind of 30 hours of this virtual work readiness. And that completion of this work readiness program then got him a job. So he was assigned a work assignment with the Visalia Emergency Aid Council. And so that again allowed him to get a paying job where he could continue his school. He's completing his Associates of Arts degree and looking to transfer to a 4-year university, and that confidence that he gained from this work experience and his passion for the arts. He's now got an opportunity performing a voiceover, promoting the Youth at Work program. So it all kind of came full circle for Lane. So these are real people. These are real people that were changing lives every day through these programs and services. Next slide, please. So equity is our next program, our next area of impact, and this is where the Rising Scholars Program was housed in our cadre of over 70 programs and services. So I'm just giving you just a little snapshot of a couple of things in each area. So in our equity program, we're focused on resources and basic needs support to help our students overcome those barriers that exist outside of school. So we've connected over 150,000 students to basic need resources. We run a student ambassador program where we train students and pay students to learn what all the resources are and then go out and talk about them with their fellow students, go out and talk to their families, go out and talk to their community members and help other folks gain access to these resources. And it's CalFresh, it's the crisis text line, it's low-cost auto insurance, and much, much more. We also run a tool that provides low-cost, no-cost legal services for our DACA students. And this year we were really proud to partner and help launch the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Student Achievement Program. And really excited to work with this special population of students, our community colleges, and again, to braid in philanthropy into the state funding that's available and provide even more services for these students. If we go to the next slide. So this is a quote from an individual at Cuesta College where talking about a student who used CalFresh at a farmer's market. And, they didn't know about the resource before our student ambassadors let them know about it. And, they were nervous about accessing, they were nervous about the stigma, and they realized, like, I can go to the farmer's market and I can get fresh food. Like, this is not something I should be embarrassed about or worried about. And they wouldn't have even known about it without the outreach program. So changing lives, one person at a time, one program at a time. Next slide, please. Community impact is really where we're recognizing that our students are in every nook and cranny of California, and we're impacting communities. So in our community impact cadre of programs, we're really looking to leverage the size and scale of the largest institution of higher education in the nation to connect individuals. These can be current students, these could be prospective students, these could be families of students, to help them access resources on health, well-being, environmental equity, and so much more. We were really proud over the past several years since the pandemic to partner with a number of state agencies who had one-time funding that needed to get out into underserved communities to help them get those resources out quick and to set up call centers, kind of backup second-tier call centers to help people access these resources. Just this last year alone, we helped facilitate $4.8 billion going into these underserved communities and helping people access resources to childcare, food security, and other really essential services. And we facilitated over 500,000 phone conversations with these community members, answering questions, helping them understand how to access the resources and where to go, and how to use the resources to help bridge the gap and meet their needs. And if we go to to the next slide, this is a quote from one of our call center agents. And this call center agent said, I was assisting a brave mother of 3, and lost her husband to COVID and was struggling to provide for her family. So she reached out to our helpline. And not only did this call center agent, provide these essential resources with like the local food bank and CalFresh, but she also just provided a listening ear and listened to this person and allowed this person to vent and express her emotions. And this call center agent is just saying, just how rewarding that job is to really be that listening ear, and really reminded this agent of like what an impact just answering the phone. I mean, you think of a call center agent that it was a very rewarding experience for these for the people on the other line, but also for the folks that are delivering the service in the call center. Next slide, please. So climate action is our newest area of impact. You're going to hear a little bit more about it on the video. I'll just say we're super excited to be involved in climate action. We think we're just scratching the surface. We were awarded a $20 million federal grant 2 years ago that we're then building on and attracting additional philanthropy and additional partners, and we're really proud to have established the Center for Climate Futures, which is really going to be that centralized hub for the climate action work at the foundation and for the system as well, and really happy to partner with Chancellor Christian in this work. If we go to the next slide, I got a quote about the resilient careers in forestry. Oh, this is about a student who completed a Shasta College logging program and is now in the field. And so this is someone who came through one of our programs and is basically saying that he now has a career that he's fallen in love with. He can be outdoors, he can do what he loves, and he wouldn't have been able to achieve that without these programs. So really, really proud of Henry and happy to have supported him along his journey. And if we go to the next slide, our last area of impact, our 6th area of impact is system support. This is where we're a hub for collaboration. This is where College Buys sits. That's the aggregate purchasing program for the California community colleges. We've served over 1.5 million students and faculty, driving down the cost of technology and other goods and services that our students and faculty are purchasing. We also provided $156 million in cost savings to our California community colleges. These contracts are serving all 116 colleges. We have about 153 different vendors that we're working with to drive down the cost of all sorts of things, office supplies, carpet, you name it. We have a contract for it. And then this is also, we provided almost $10 million in scholarship funds to students this year. So really proud of that. If we go to the next slide, this is a quote from one of our Finish Line Scholars program, and this is a student who was in education and healthcare, and she's a single and sole provider for a student and wasn't sure if she was going to be able to, provide for her family and be a full-time nursing student. And the Finish Line Award really helped her do that, and she's expressing her appreciation for those scholarships. And if we go to the next slide, so I've just given you, I feel like I've been talking a long time, but I just gave you like a small snippet of the things that we do and just highlight a couple of things from each of our areas of impact. There is so much more. I encourage you guys all to check out our full innovation and impact report. It's at foundationccc.org. We've just revamped our website. It's beautiful. You can see the names of all of our partners and all the different programs and services. There's over 70 different programs and services that we operate, and so I hope that you will check it out. I also say if you know of potential partners or relationships that you have that you think we should know, please make those introductions, whether it turns into anything or not. We love to meet new people. We love to meet new organizations and companies, and we want to talk about the great work that we're doing and the great work that the California community colleges are doing, and to see if there is a connection there that we could help them achieve their goals. So please do make those introductions, and I'm always here and available on an amazing team of professionals in almost every area of expertise that you can imagine. And I'm going to end, if we can go to the next slide, I just want to play a really brief video celebrating our 25th anniversary. Okay, we're going to give it a shot. Okay, no sound.
Yeah, because my computer's blocked, so we don't get reverberation.
Ah, darn it. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, it's on our website. I encourage you guys to check it out. It talks, we could go to the last. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Really proud of it.
This to the California community colleges. The work we're doing is really changing lives.
We started as a very small nonprofit supporting the largest system of higher education in the nation, and now we're really growing into an innovation sandbox.
Community colleges are the great equalizer. They're that place where anybody from any background, with any educational level, can attend and succeed.
The foundation has really been willing to use innovation as a guiding principle. One of the really exciting things that happened over the past year was the founding of the Center for Climate Futures at the foundation. We're helping colleges with their sustainability and facilities and operations. We're really moving on a workforce development for climate-ready careers so that we can make economic and energy transformations that we need to at the statewide scale. We're talking almost 2 million students, 116 campuses. That's a lot of power to get things done.
Our core values aren't something that's just written down on paper. Our core values are how we operate. And they're values of innovation and shared leadership and collaboration and partnerships. And that shows through in everything that we do. Our community impact and equity work is a space that gets to the core of what our colleges represent. Really is about putting the supports in place that our students need in order to succeed. And when we empower our students to be successful, they do incredible things.
In this past fiscal year, through our Career Catalyst service, we helped connect 5,000 people to internships, to jobs, to apprenticeships. That door opened and suddenly they've got experience under their belt. They've got a paycheck. They've got sometimes the first money they've ever earned. You'll find those type of stories wound throughout the foundation.
When we started the organization, one of the visions of our founding CEO was that we would make commodities, software, and services more affordable for community colleges. And with every dollar that's saved by a community college is a dollar that can be reinvested back into the classroom or into special programs that support student success. One contract doesn't just impact one school, it impacts 116 community colleges. It impacts the communities where millions of Californians live.
I am so excited about the opportunity to use innovations in technology to understand what our students need and provide them greater support and opportunity to reach their educational and career goals.
There is a paradigm shift in giving. More donors, more partners can really see if they want to change lives, if they want to change whole communities, they want to lift up whole communities out of poverty. There's no better way to do that than with the California Community College System.
To have achieved our milestone of over $100 million of resources braided into the California community colleges, it was a big dream and we've made it happen. I'm so proud of all that we have accomplished over these last 25 years, but I also know that there is so much more work to be done.
Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Keitha. I know Board Member Anderson had a comment or a question.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of Jennifer and I, we've really enjoyed working with Keitha, but, I think you saw all the great accomplishments, but truly her staff is an amazing group of people to work with. Having seen lots of people in government over the years, they're innovators, they're creating new ideas, and they're pushing the envelope. And what's exciting is I think the governor's office is now recognizing the core competency of the foundation and they're asking Keith and the staff to do more for them and expand the scope. And so I think, as we all know, with the budget crisis that's out there, the great work that Keith and the staff are doing is going to give the governor's office to be more efficient, more effective, and most importantly, more innovative. And so on behalf of us, I just want to say, Keith, thank you and keep up the great work. And, the staff is truly amazing.
Thank you.
Board Member Medina and then Board Member Perry.
A couple semesters ago, I was taking a photography class, and like many students, when they read the syllabus and they find out about the materials fees, they're like, no, I'm probably gonna drop this class. It's too pricey. So I was requiring to purchase Lightroom, Photoshop, some other obviously Adobe software. So then the very next day, right before I was gonna drop that class, I mentioned to a classmate, I gotta purchase all these things. He's like, there's a flyer down the hallway for college buys. I mean, it sounds kind of like interesting. So I go, I check it out, and then when I started going through the website, I'm like, no, it sounds too good to be true. $39.95 for Photoshop, and then obviously these tablets, some actual nice, Apple tablets going on for $100. I'm like, I'm gonna check it out. Lo and behold, I actually stayed in the class. Thank you for the foundation.
I love that. Changing lives right here.
And then furthermore, one of my biggest of all the different programs that I've been active with at the community college level, one that's very near and dear to my heart is Pathway to Law School, in which PTLS would not be possible if it wasn't for the Foundation for California Community College. In fact, the director, Dr. Kenneth Chypras, he's probably watching this right now. He was a Hayward Award recipient here last year. And once again, PTLS changes so many lives all throughout the state, especially at East Los Angeles College, which is my home school. And then lastly, not last, there's a lot more, but in the interest of time, I'll make it last. During Undocumented Student Action Week, back in October, obviously the foundation played a big, important role when it comes to that. So as you could see, everything from bridging the digital divide and obviously helping us with our software needs to Pathway to Law School to Undocumented, obviously Student Week launch to obviously I'm not going to be redundant with everything that you went over in the presentation. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. You all go a long ways. And fun fact, my very first item when I joined the Board of Governors a year and a half ago, which I'll never forget, was actually voting for board members Elmi Bermejo and Jasmine Davids. So that's I'll never forget that. So that was awesome. But once again, thank you on behalf of the community college student.
Hard to follow, Member Medina. But thank you for exemplifying what Keith had just talked about. And to shorthand it, the foundation's work really enhances and amplifies the work of every single one of our colleges. And the way it's scaled and the way it does things, it provides the opportunity to bring the messages even broader. There is so much support and experimentation and interesting things going on. There's the opportunity for the foundation to take its work and talk about the way that the community colleges are leading nationwide and the examples that we can set. So I think that's really important. They're well set up to do that. And Member Medina talked a little bit about the students that have been helped by the foundation, but I think it's a good example of a funder. It's a couple of years ago now, I think, Keith, they had $100 million that they wanted to bring in to support students. And they looked around, and the foundation was the place, the trusted vessel, the place that they knew would strategically use those resources to help the students in the best possible way. And that was money that went because of the foundation that went into the community college system and the students to support them. So that's a funding example. And I want to follow up with what Daria said. The staff is also exemplary. They have a 90% success rate in grant.
95% grant
Very
submission
enviable.
success rate.
But it's people work hard and in a committed way, and there's a real teamwork there. And Keitha won't tell you, but I think it was last year you were named one of 50 top leaders in the Sacramento community. So there you go.
I also want to commend the foundation, what they've been doing, and the incredible growth. I remember I was here pre-Eloy, and the foundation was much, much, much smaller then, and it's really grown remarkably. And I have a couple of questions. One is I noticed in the most recent budget it went up $50 million in 1 year, and I was wondering what accounts for that. That's a pretty amazing leap.
Yeah, and it's across the board. So it's not just one area of impact or one program that's growing. It's growth across all the programs and services. One of the things that we did was put an intentional focus on our partnerships with state agencies. And so we've seen tremendous growth with partnerships with state agencies, bringing kind of basic needs resources into our community colleges and helping those agencies achieve their goals, but also helping our system achieve their goals as well with supporting students. We've seen tremendous growth in college buys, amazing growth in philanthropy and in the Success Center and student success. We've brought in new partners with, I mentioned the Asian American group partnership. So it's just been across the board. So there's not just one area. It was a change with our new strategic plan that really kind of outlined we're ready to go. It was a change in kind of mindset and being in a place where we felt like the house was in order and ready to go, and just empowering across the organization and setting the expectation like, we're ready. Let's go. What do you need? Where do we need to invest to bring in more resources so that the people who need to be out and about building relationships are out and about building relationships, and we backfill that with people who can make sure that the programs are still running with excellence. And so it was a change in mindset, a change in culture, this intentional effort to invest in ourselves to be able to grow. And really, I mean, it's the showing and telling, like we've been showing for so long that we are a trusted institution. We are a great place to invest. We will do the hard work. We will create impact. We will do it super efficiently, and then be able to flip the switch and be able to say, okay, we're not just going to show people that we can do that. We're going to start talking about it. We're going to start, intentionally going to new partners and introducing ourselves to new partners, and it worked. And again, we think, if you saw that curve, it kind of, when we set the goal, it kind of did this a little bit, and then it took off. So, right, it took a couple of years to get investments, get really yeah, we're ready, let's go, you're empowered, go do it. And then you just saw it take off. And so I think, I think we're just scratching the surface at where we could go with the foundation and partner, especially in partnership with Chancellor Christian. I mean, she's been an incredible partner, so visionary, and the things that Chancellor Christian is highlighting as priorities and things of focus for the system are things that our partners are interested in. They're things that philanthropy wants to invest in, and so I think the growth is going to continue, and people are going to want to be a part of this.
That's great. My other question was about the Climate Future Center. You said that it was funded largely from federal money.
So
does that have a time limit, and is there like a sustainability plan for our sustainability program?
Yeah, that's a great question. So everything we do, we start with the sustainability plan first. Like, how is this? We very rarely do we start something that ends up shutting down. I could probably count them on one hand of the programs that we've had to sunset out, because we think about they've adapted, they've changed, but very rarely do we shut something down. So the Center for Climate Futures is actually primarily funded through the Innovation Fund, which is our board designated innovation fund. And then the federal grant was plopped inside of it, and then helped really bring all the partners to the table, because that federal grant has, 30, 40 partners that are associated with it. So it really kind of created the meat and the gel. That's not two good analogies together, but it created the opportunity, maybe is a better way to say that, to make the center something. And so with that federal grant, brought in resources, brought in partners. Our innovation fund allowed us to bring in expertise, so human resources, to be able to kind of manage all of this. And so now we're talking to philanthropy, we're talking to other state agencies. And so the longer term sustainability plan is to braid in all kinds of resources, to bring in, and we've brought in philanthropy, we've brought in other partnerships. And that's really how we think about all our programs and services. We also rarely do our programs rely on a single source of funding and or a single bucket of funding. So when we think about our programs, and we think about sustainability, we want to be able to braid in philanthropy and maybe some state agency partnership and maybe a corporate partnership and maybe a little bit from the innovation fund, right? And so that because funders are fickle, right? And so when one funder changes priorities or decides to go in another direction, it doesn't stymie us or shut down a program that we're able to then rely on the other funding streams. So the Center for Climate Futures is no different from that, and we're working right now to kind of braid in those other funding streams to make it last in perpetuity. Mm-hmm.
I have a better analogy for you than meat gel. I'm going to go with focaccia and I'm going to give you an introduction to that. The last time you and I really had a chance to have a conversation was at the League conference where we talked about the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Student Achievement Program. And I was really admonished from trying to find an acronym for that incredibly long name because we want to call out its component parts. And I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank your staff for all the work that you're doing on that, because it's not like you're just a thought partner. You're really digging in, and that's where the focaccia analogy comes in. Like your fingers are in the dough, and you're really making a difference by doing the work yourself. So I thought that was much more interesting than just rolling up your sleeves or meat gel, but I'm going to stick with focaccia.
I did feed them lunch. I don't know why there's all the food analogies. But anyway, Keitha, thank you so much. It's always such a pleasure to have you here. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the foundation staff, too, some of whom I've known in previous lives, others I've met through their role at the foundation. But it is truly amazing, the breadth and scope of the work of the foundation, fully in support of our community college students. So thank you. With that, is there any public comments on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. If you are calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, there are no in-person comments and no hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next up, we have item 6.2, which is a Vision 2030 annual update.
So I think we have, the whole team, Daisy, Anthony. Is Rebecca coming too, Daisy? Aisha. Okay.
All right. Thank you, President Costa, Vice President Ronaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. Good afternoon. You're almost there. This is an informational item, and I want to first start off by just saying thank you. Thank you for being that board that is committed to transformational change. This presentation is really about that. How do we make a transition from a new vision to then the way that we then implement as we are thinking about this transformational work and what it means for the largest system of public higher education, and certainly under the leadership of Chancellor Christian. Today, I have the honor of being joined on Zoom by our Executive Vice Chancellor, Dr. Aisha Lowe, and then, of course, here by our new colleague, Vice Chancellor, Anthony Cordova. So I'm going to get us started, and there will be a very brief presentation as we are thinking about this work. We wanted to keep you updated, very transparent. So let me tell you about the purpose of this item. This is an item for transparency, right? This is about the implementation as we now head into 2024, our first next 6 months of implementation as we are looking at this. It's transparency for the board, for the public, for our system. And the why internally is very clear for us. And so I want to share it with you. This is about activating the collective power of this entire system. It's about ensuring that we're advancing equity in success, equity in access, and equity in supports. And the way that I like to think about it is when we had vision for success, we were social architects. We were building out the foundation, the guided pathways. We were really thinking about equitable placement, how we could shift entire infrastructure, credit for prior learning, competency-based education, a new funding formula for our colleges. That internal work is really foundational work. So you, in many ways, were creating a system of social architects that were really reimagining that foundation. But now we need to shift our brain, and one day I'll write a book about this, and we are all going to become equity map makers. And that is what you have in front of you. Level 3 is about launching an equity map for this entire system. And that is what is in front of you today. Next slide, please. This is about shifting and implementing a strategy. Chancellor Christian always said, Vision 2030 is a roadmap for California's community colleges. A very clear roadmap that is meant to guide us as we think about field practice, that is meant to remove systemic barriers for our students, for our faculty, our staff, our districts, our colleges, for every Californian. And then thinking about how we open doors to policy reform, to influence, imagine, other state agencies like CDCR, not just state and federal policy, but other institutions. That's Vision 2030. So then how do we get there? How do we become those equity map makers? Next slide. That how is level 3. This is the leadership of Chancellor Christian and really thinking about it in a more complex way and then make it very simple for this office, for all of our districts, and for all of our colleges. Level 3 is about advancing our goals and our strategic directions, and you're going to hear us use new language, especially as we think about the rest of this year. We're very clear on the number of goals that we have. How many is that?
3.
3, thank you, Chancellor Christian. 3 very clear goals, 3 very clear strategic directions, and then 12 actions. That is exactly how we have designed Vision 2030. And now the how are the activities. So you're going to hear us talk about actions, 12, very clear, and now activities. The activities are what our colleges, our districts, every single person that works in this agency, and our partners like the foundation and others will be leading. Next slide. So here we show you a very clear graphic, right? How do we go from big overarching goals, what we will achieve together, to our strategic directions, what are the areas that we need to be focusing in, to the actions and the activities. And the only other thing I'll mention here is overarching. We've always said this was a living document. And so I want you to think about that as you look at these actions. This is the initial work in partnership with all of our consultation council, the stakeholders that have given feedback. We maintain that initial website where we were collecting feedback open. And so that still remains open and we're hearing from the rest of California. Next slide, please. As I transition, I wanted to show you this slide because this is also very different in implementation for this office. So one is the level of transparency that you're getting here with level 3. And the transition of an entire system to remain committed to transformational change. But here in front of you are really the partnerships. We've always partnered with our consultation council and our system stakeholders. Chancellor Christian and what this system deserves is that broader partnership and of course the work that has been led, but now with more intentionality as we think about those activities, as we think about how we are going to become those equity map makers. So you see on this slide, yes, of course, our system stakeholders, yes, of course, our districts and our colleges, yes, of course, state, federal, and local elected officials, but also very unique in a more intentional way, our researchers, our philanthropy, pieces that were always there, but are now going to become that lifeline as we think about impacting across the aisle, other agencies, more intentionality in the federal government, and thinking about how we align it to our 3 clear goals. Next slide. So with that, we wanted to give you a glimpse into then how does that connect back to the demonstration projects? What does that mean when we say we have a very clear strategic direction? And then how is this all connected? Of course, we gave you a full document, but we pulled out the second strategic direction to give you an idea of how we go from a strategic direction to then actions, to then activities. And so for that, I'm going to call on my colleagues, Dr. Aisha Lowe, our Vice Chancellor Anthony Cordova, to run us through the next few slides.
Very much, Dr. Gonzalez. Board of Governors, as Dr. Gonzalez was just speaking to, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into some of the actions for the Equitable Workforce and Economic Development Strategic Direction, which my colleague, Tony, will do shortly. But before we do that, next slide, as we talk about how do we take these strategies, these goals, and actualize them, right? Turn them into activities that we can then track our progress towards completing and mapping all of that back to the outcomes within Vision 2030 as well. We continue to do that in these key areas of work that were laid out for you in Vision 2030, and the work that the Chancellor's Office will focus on in bringing Vision 2030 to life and partnering with our districts and colleges as well as other entities to do that. And so first and foremost, as you've seen in the demonstration projects that have come before you, is what we've been calling the people work. Those are the essential partnerships with districts, with colleges, with the people, right, that do the work in the field, and how we work with those leaders across the field to help to guide practice. We will also continue to invest in systems development and infrastructure development. So where we are in need of, as we've talked about, data systems that do not exist, when we are in need of new practices or new ways of being and doing, where we need to create systems for the new things that we want to do. That is a part of that systems work, and it's also where a lot of our partnerships will fall, the systems that we will design with key partners like a CDCR or like UDW and others that we have bought before you. Echoing the wonderful presentation we just saw with the foundation, resource development will continue to be essential to that work, not just how do we maximize and make the best use of the state resources that are provided to us, but how do we continue in partnership with the foundation and others to tap into other sources of money, philanthropic dollars, federal dollars, and things of that nature. And then, of course, something that we do often hear that will remain central is policy advocacy for legislative changes, as well as direct policy changes through Title V regulations. And so as we continue to take our goals, take our strategic directions, now to go to this level 3 planning of the actual activities that will lead to the successful completion of those strategic actions, you will see us detailing out what those activities are under the category of our people or in the field work, systems development, resource development, as well as policy advocacy and policy development. Next slide, please. One of the ways, Board of Governors, that you are seeing us actualize Vision 2030 is through demonstration projects. You see a list of all of the current demonstration projects in front of you. They're also in the document that was provided. Many of these you have received an informational item on. Others you can anticipate receiving more details in upcoming meetings. Today, you just learned more about the Rising Scholars Pathways demonstration project and the wonderful partnership that we have with CDCR and our colleges for the important transformative work that we as a system are doing to transform the lives of those who are currently and formerly incarcerated. And so you will see us continue to dig deeper into the details for each one of these projects. What is the people, policy, resource development, and systems development work for each one of those projects? And then we look forward to celebrating the outcomes and the successes of those projects with you in coming years as well. We want to give a particular attention, next slide, to some of the demonstration projects that are developing and underway in the area of workforce and economic development. As you all know, Board of Governors, workforce and economic development is not new for our system, but under Vision 2030, we are placing a fine sort of tooth dedicated focus on workforce and economic development. That is important for us. It's important for our students and for our system, for us to understand that all of our students are coming to our colleges because they are looking to upskill or to reskill. They are looking for a career and an economic outcome from their investment in higher education. So under Chancellor Christian's leadership, we are really doubling down on our focus here and making sure that as we continue to implement Vision 2030, that the work of workforce and economic development is central to that and very important to the transformation we hope to see for our system and our students. So I'm going to invite our new Vice Chancellor, Tony Cordova, to share a little bit more about some of the demonstration projects underway in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Appreciate that. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Governors. Nice seeing everybody again. Vice President, President, Chancellor Christian. Appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you guys and present a little bit about some of the work that we're doing. As mentioned in previous slide by Dr. Christian, the team, right? So my name is Anthony Cordova, Vice Chancellor for the Workforce and Economic Development. But I also have a strong team and they're a powerhouse. I really want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that they're doing because they're the one that's really leading a lot of this stuff and they're the boots on the ground end of it. So we have with us Don Davies Rougeau. He's the And then part of the team, they're not present, but Gary Adams, which is the Dean of Workforce, LaCandice Ochoa, which is another Dean of Workforce, and then Lucia Robles, which is the Dean of Workforce. Each one of them have a different strategic area that they support, and we'll be moving and driving this work going forward. Myself, I have been a Dean of Instruction with career education for several years. Prior to that, I was in the industry, the industrial technology industry for 20 plus years. We won't go the whole number, right? And then prior to that, I'm also a U.S. Navy veteran. So before I move on with that, as you can see on the slide, I wanted to get into a little bit more of some of the work that we're doing with not all the projects because I want to save you time a little bit, but give you a little bit of highlight of some of those, right? The Apprenticeship Pathway Demonstration, as we all know, the apprenticeship programs throughout the state of California is a very big initiative. This one is, you saw, I believe on the agenda today, we partnered with Rancho Santiago to be able to provide the essential support to implement and change the non-credit to credit and start developing additional credentials and certifications within the institutions throughout the state of California. Those demonstration projects are started with a group of cohorted colleges, and we're starting to expand those colleges right now. We've allocated funds to be able to do that and help support that. The other one that I wanted to highlight, actually there's one that's not on there, but I wanted to talk a little bit about, but the next one is the educator pipeline. The Educator Pipeline, it encompasses a variety of initiatives. It includes the 10 annual community of practices, and it also enhances the early child education processes. We're looking at being able to develop at least 10 different pathways in apprenticeship programs with the early college. It's a model off of that the Bay Area has allowed us to be able to implement and share, and we're going to take that and enhance that throughout the state of California as well. The third one that I wanted to just highlight is not on the list, but it's work that we're doing to really help support our building trades. So we also have apprenticeship programs within the building trades themselves, and it's the MC3 project, right? So MC3 being the multi-craft curriculum, it's developing a standardized curriculum that can be implemented in portability across the state of California that allows our students to be able to complete the program no matter where they're at on a implementation. That one has already been funded as well. We've going into our second round of HRCC. It is a high roads construction career program that is really developing the trades. So we're modeling a lot of the work that the trades have done within the traditional and the non-traditional apprenticeship programs as well. So that's where a lot of the work is really being implemented, and it's really taking the Vision 2030 and putting it into practice. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and wrap up there. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. Lowe.
Thank you, Tony. One last slide as we close this out. Board of Governors, just wanted to share with you that our engagement across the state around Vision 2030 continues. The excitement from the field for Vision 2030 continues. So you see here a list of upcoming dates and events that are taking place. And please do join us at any of them if your schedule allows. And we look forward to continuing spreading the word about the vision and what it means for our colleges. We know and have heard excitedly from a number of our colleges and districts that they're having these same conversations locally about how they're going to actualize the vision in their district and on their campus. So we're excited to continue this good work in partnership with everyone in the field, and look forward to continuing to bring you updates on what implementation is looking like. So I'll hand it back to Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, and I'd like to just hand it over to Chancellor Christian and see if she has any final remarks.
Not really, so I'll hand it over to President Costa.
I'm handing it over to my colleagues. It's like hot potato. The food analogies, they're not stopping now. Colleagues, do any of you have any questions or comments for the presenters? Board Member Medina.
More of a general comment. Obviously, you're new to the chancellor's office, but you're not new to academia. So thank you. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
As a student, really elated when I see awesome leaders like you. I mean, you're a big champion when it comes to adult learners. Obviously, one issue which I'm very passionate about. And we got to connect over at Santa Barbara City College, and I got to see you and your colleagues and all the great work you're all doing, and just really excited. Looking forward to seeing you here at the chancellor's office.
Likewise, thank you. Appreciate it.
Board Member Perry.
I must be hungry. I wanted to thank all of you in the document that was sent to us for working on the demonstration project for youth in foster care. That was duly noted, and thank you. And I also wanted to, in that context, she's not here, but Vice Chancellor O'Shaughnessy and her colleagues worked on a very good memo to the field about the implementation of Next Up. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for your attention to this population that we could probably serve more of. We do a good job and we could do a better job. And I look forward to increasing the number of former foster youth that are served at the colleges. So thank you.
Board Member Legrand, followed by Board Member Williams.
I'll pass. I think Member Perry actually covered what I wanted to say.
Board Member Williams.
So thank you for the presentation. I spent about 10 years on the California Workforce Development Board, and we'll really be interested in having some cross-systems conversations about how colleges can really connect with local workforce development boards and get our students really plugged into the system. But I really wanted to talk about a real critical issue that's related to student success that's really near and dear to my heart. And I believe it lies at the intersection of college affordability, student financial stability, and unconditional belonging. And I think this is fundamental to transforming the students' experiences. In the past, locally and then at this board, we've heard some testimonies from students that agonize around the choice of being able to pay for food, their rent, and then also purchasing textbooks. This voice describes the compounding financial, administrative, and psychological burdens that our students struggle with because sometimes they lack financial resources. Many of them belong to low-income and marginalized communities. And to advance the Vision 2030 goals with equity in mind, we really need to set in motion the necessary work to address the pressing issue of timely student access to instructional materials. I'm proud that the board passed a resolution in May of last year to really affirm our commitment to burden-free instructional materials systems-wide. The momentum and the progress generated by our colleges through the state's robust investment in ZTC is nothing short but inspiring. I want to thank the ASCCC for their leadership and for the faculty that have been championing open education resources. And many of them have done so long before the investment in ZTC came about. I want to give appreciation to the Chancellor's Office and staff who have been collaborating with stakeholders across the system to design and implement the ZTC program. Their ongoing efforts are instrumental in shaping the system's long-term strategy towards achieving a burden-free instructional material for our students. I really can't wait to see the impact that all of this is going to have on our students as we're seeing that this is going to be fall implementation of 2026 when we'll have more availability of zero and low cost materials for our students. But today, I'm really here to push our team further, echoing the Chancellor's call that our time is really now. I can't help but to think about what we can do today for our students whose educational experiences are impacted because they kind of have access to the required instructional materials. Therefore, I'm urging the Chancellor's Office and team to work hand in hand with our statewide partners to prioritize innovative solutions that ensure textbooks are available to students when classes begin. They need to be able to have access to these materials so that they can effectively engage in their learning experiences. This is a call to action that may be audacious, but our students deserve our best thinking, and they need action now. I encourage us to tap into our collective creativity and resourcefulness, exploring all possibilities, which may include potential regulatory action, comprehensive guidance memos, high-touch field professional development activities, and demonstration projects. I want to also acknowledge the numerous details that need our attention, including consideration as the immediate available online materials that students could use to participate in their courses. Our commitment to OER development and adoption are preserving student choices as they select their classes and seek affordable options. In closing, as we prioritize timely access to instructional materials, we not only fulfill a commitment to sow seeds and lasting impact, we are also leading the nation in this work. Thank you.
Board Member Epstein?
Thanks. And first of all, welcome, Vice Chancellor Cordova. I'm glad to see you here. Congratulations on,
Thank you.
On your new gig. I'm a big fan of all of the 7 through 11 priorities. I think they're all really important. Having worked in healthcare and being our resident eco-terrorist here, I'm all into the climate action and STEM and education too. So I'm really glad that's what's being focused on. I did have a question in the last slide, I think it was, and the engagement, the Vision 2030 engagement. There's a whole bunch of events planned, and there's a couple on the climate stuff that I don't know if now is the right moment to explain what they are, but they're coming up pretty quickly. So I was just kind of curious what the Higher Education Climate Leadership Summit is, and also the Vision 2030 on climate is. I don't know who the right person to
I'll
answer
take
is.
those questions.
Yeah.
So the first one is an event that is it's an intersegmental event with CSUs, UCs, and Jeff Clary has been representing community colleges in the planning. And I'm actually going to be participating on a panel with Chancellor Garcia and President Drake. So I think it's going to be an important conversation when we're thinking of how higher ed in California is going to be a player in the climate conversation. I think the second one you're referring to is in the fall. Is that right?
Santa Monica.
Oh, yeah. So we had planned 4 events at our college campuses. The first one was at West LA. And I think, Tom, you were, Member Epstein, you were at that event. So this is the second event. We were wanting to do 2 in the fall, but we were not able to. And then the third one is going to be at Mount SAC. So the Santa Monica is in March and the Mount SAC is in April. So in the Santa Monica climate event is going to be focused on the blue economy and related to all of the climate work with the ocean technologies, offshore winds, and so on. So all of you are invited, and if you have ideas in how you would like to specifically participate, I think we are on the planning teams of these events and can definitely shape the agenda as well.
Where's the February 12th event? Oh, thank you. Long Beach. Okay.
Yeah, Long Beach.
So of course I want to talk money. Shocker. But kind of bridging the conversation across a couple of agenda items that we've had today, both in the Rising Scholars Program, and then Tom, I thought, had a really good point in the foundation. I think as we embark on these demonstration projects, which I really love the concept of kind of doing these nimble test runs to see sort of what works. I also hope that we're looking at the financial and the fiscal side. You mentioned HRTP. That's obviously a wonderful potential funding source for us to do some of this work. But I also think it's important to keep in mind what the sustainability of these demonstration projects will be. I'm not going to say if, when they are successful, because I have belief that most of them will be successful. And so I just would ask staff to think about that. I think, Prop 98 obviously is a wonderful resource, but especially as we get into the workforce area, we need to diversify and look at some of those other funding sources that are available to help us in this work. We should be looking at AB 109 funding for rising scholars. I think we need to get outside of our comfort zone of only community college funding and really look at us as the employer of choice and what that means and the different funding streams that we can garner. With that, is there any other comments from members of the public on this item?
Item 6.5 is now open for public comment. If you're calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment on this item from Cheryl Aschenbach.
Thank you again, and good afternoon once more, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I realized sitting back there that the Academic Senate's fall plenary was after your November meeting, I believe. And so I didn't have a chance to update you on one of our resolutions that was passed specific to the conversation today, and that was Resolution 6.02. And it read, resolved, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges support the high-level goals and strategic directions of Vision 2030. I think that was an important action for our body to take. And, for any of the uninitiated, when we say our body, every college has a delegate, and that when we say something has passed, it is passed through those representative delegates. So the field has spoken and said that we support these high-level goals. I think we recognize that as we dive deeper into the actions and then the activities, especially those listed in the Level 3 document, we get to see now faculty are key partners and in some cases leaders of this work, and we look forward as an organization and as faculty broadly in furthering this work on behalf of our students. Member Williams, I also want to take an opportunity to appreciate your comments. I think we continue within the Academic Senate broadly and within our Open Ed Resources Initiative, more focused along in collaboration with the Chancellor's Office, Rebecca Ruan-O'Shaughnessy, and her staff, to explore solutions to the challenges you continue to raise about, one, the cost of textbooks, and so we're working with that, and then more recently about the need to have our textbooks, instructional materials, one, be low to no cost, and then two, be available prior to the start of classes, at best case, and at the start of classes in the worst case. And so, we take your charge and we continue to work, and I have seen firsthand the difference that can make when students have their resources on the first day of class. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any virtual comments?
President Haynes, there are no hands raised at this time.
President
Sorry.
Haynes, no,
President
no.
Costa, I'm so sorry.
Here, Pia.
So sorry.
And I didn't know. Anyway, thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, she said she's going to get me later. Next up, we have another information item in 6.3, the 24-25 proposed state budget update.
Good afternoon, board members, President Costa, and President Emerita Haynes. David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Government Relations, here with an update on Governor Newsom's proposed 2024-25 state budget. Some slides, perfect, there we go. We can move to the next slide. So, while that slide's go, okay. So, Governor Newsom released his proposed state budget for the 2024-25 fiscal year on January 10th. And as you've no doubt heard already today, as well as in the media and other sources, the governor's budget is framed by a significant shortfall in revenues. The governor's administration is estimating a budget deficit of at least $38 billion in the coming year. The good news, though, as again the chancellor and others have already stated today, is that the governor's budget is largely able to draw on our healthy reserve funds, including the Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund, to keep community college funding stable, and I'm pleased to report that there are no major cuts or reductions to community colleges, course services, or programs in the governor's budget. And I just note that this is significant because that's not something that most other areas of government and other fields can say. It's not even something that our four-year partners at the UC and CSU can say. So at the Chancellor's Office, we've certainly already expressed some gratitude to Governor Newsom and his administration for protecting community colleges from cuts. The administration also proposes to continue their support for the roadmap for the future. Next slide, please. So this is just a visual representation of the goals for the roadmap. I will not go through these. Again, you're familiar with these, but just want to remind you, board members, the roadmap does not conflict with Vision 2030, far from it. We actually view them very much as complementary, and we believe the administration does as well. In the system budget and legislative request that this Board of Governors adopted in September 2023 was crafted with the framework of both the roadmap and Vision 2030. Next slide, please. So we've just got a visual representation here of one of our favorite budget topics, the student-centered funding formula. The administration's budget does continue to move towards full implementation of the SCFF. Starting in the 2024-25 year, that year's amount would immediately become what we call a funding floor. So that provides predictability and stability for districts so that their funding would never fall below the 2024-25 amount. They would always receive the highest option between either the funding floor or their actual SCFF matrix. Next slide, please. As always, the governor's budget proposes a cost of living adjustment, or COLA, for our community college general apportionments, as well as for adult education and select categorical funding programs, including EOPS, Disabled Student Program and Services, and CalWORKS, among others, which are summarized in our joint analysis that I will reference at the end of the slides here. The COLA is 0.76%. which we know is certainly lower than last year's COLA of 8.1%, but that is reflective both of the state's fiscal situation as well as the reductions in core inflation in the economy that we've seen in recent months. Next slide, please. This slide just has some details on the high-level figures showing that the administration is continuing to fund essential community college programs and services. So you can see there the amount that the administration proposes to withdraw from the Prop 98 Rainy Day Fund, as well as the dollar amounts for the COLA and the expected 0.5% enrollment growth. One thing I just want to note that's not included on this slide here is that the administration also notes that the Prop 98 Rainy Day Fund, which for you budget nerds, if you ever want a good piece of trivia, if you're ever at a party, is the Public School System Stabilization Account. That's the official name of it. But we call it the Prop 98 Rainy Day Fund. They're proposing leaving $3.8 billion in that fund for future contingencies. So they're not drawing down the fund entirely to fund K through 14 education. Next slide, please. One of the very few areas in the entire budget where the governor is proposing new investments relates to California's nursing shortage. And so you may recall that last year's budget referenced a commitment by the administration to expand community college nursing program capacity. And this year's budget proposes to provide $60 million a year for each of the next 5 budget years, so $300 million total over the year to expand the capacity of our nursing programs as well as our Bachelor of Science nursing partnerships. And I just want to note that the exact provisions about how these funds are expected to be spent, the outcomes, metrics, etc., are yet to be determined. Those will be determined through negotiations with the legislature. Next slide, please. One of the sort of most talked about or anticipated topics in the budget this year, something we've discussed a lot here today alone, is our affordable student housing projects. So briefly, you recall that last year there was, for a short period of time, an attempt to have all community college affordable student housing projects funded via something called local lease revenue bonds, and it was almost immediately determined that those simply would not work for our system due to the design and the fact that our student housing projects are by design meant to be affordable for students, meaning they're not revenue generators for the colleges. And so thanks to the tireless advocacy of Dr. Navarrete, as well as many of our colleges and system some stakeholders. We secured a commitment from the legislature and the governor to find an alternative solution that continues the state's support for these programs and the need for them to be affordable for students. So we're very pleased that the governor's budget does propose to make good on that commitment through an admittedly very complicated and new process by which they propose the state will actually own a single statewide lease revenue bond. And that is going to have to go not just through the legislature in the budget, but actually go before the Public Works Board in September. And then there will be a process wherein essentially the Board of Governors will be involved in subletting those properties to the colleges. We recognize this is a highly complex issue, and there are a lot more questions than answers at this point. You have questions. I'm seeing and hearing from your nodding and body language that you have questions, and many of you are doing the exact body language or facial expressions that we were doing a couple of weeks ago when we got briefed on the governor's budget. The important thing, though, board members, I want to stress here is that this the administration is committed to continuing these projects, right? In a year with a $38 billion budget deficit, our concern, quite frankly, was that there would be a delay or reduction altogether in these, and that there is not at this point. And so we really are looking forward to working with the administration and the legislature on this solution, however it ends up panning out, to ensure that we can continue to address student housing insecurity, which is, of course, a major crisis for our students, and continue these projects. Next slide, please. I do want to close by noting, as President Costa and the Chancellor already have, that, of course, given the current state fiscal situation, not all of the priorities the board adopted in your system budget and legislative request were included in the governor's budget. From workforce investments like credit for prior learning, e-transcript, and others, to student supports like Cal Grant reform, there were a lot of tough choices we recognize the administration had to make in this budget. Nonetheless, the Chancellor's Office will continue to advocate for those core tenets that are part of Vision 2030 and your system budget requests: equitable baccalaureate attainment, equitable workforce and economic development, and the future of learning. And on that makes for a nice segue. You can see the lovely picture last year with Vice President Aguinaldo, Board Member LeGrand, and the Assembly Member Greg Hart at our Advocacy Day. We hope you'll mark your calendars and join us for our Advocacy Day again this year on Wednesday, April 10th. The agenda is still being developed, details are still forthcoming, but we once again hope to have a robust schedule of advocacy visits to our legislators, partners from the Student Senate and other students joining us, faculty, league and college and district partners, and of course, delicious food, because we know that it helps if we can offer to feed you if you come join us for Advocacy Day. So I do have one more slide. Next slide, please. I just want to note that in partnership with our College Finance and Facilities Planning Division and my outstanding colleague, Vice Chancellor Rena Finch, we have once again prepared our joint analysis of the governor's January budget. It's on our website. I have one paper copy. It looks like this. That is available in the budget news section of the website, and it's prepared in partnership with the League, our Community College Administrators Association, and Chief Business Officers Association. It's got a lot more detail, including a comparison of the system budget and legislative requests that you approved in September to the governor's budget proposal. All right. The next slide, that concludes my presentation on the budget, but of course, happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Board Member Salas.
Yes, thank you very much. So, of course, the housing revenue bonds, the statewide revenue bonds, that really piqued my interest, only because I had questions about how the ranking was for our last tranche of funding for community colleges, how they were ranked, and so is this going to complicate things, having a statewide revenue bond, and how can we have some input on how the projects are selected? From my own perspective, coming from my community, which is one of the least affordable, yes, yet lower income earner, the South Bay, all of the South Bay, let's say all of San Diego, right? And how some colleges were ranked really, really high, even though they had low incomes, census tracts that really qualified for, the promised neighborhoods or opportunity zones or whatever the program is at the current moment. So how's that going to impact it? And do we have the opportunity to weigh in on the selection processes?
I am so fortunate that Vice Chancellor Finch happened to be in the audience and read my mind and came up here to weigh in. I think you want to turn that on.
Is it? I think we're
It's
on.
on.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And I'm going to give you the short answer here, and then we can also go through and look at your district's, specific application and everything as well. But the short answer is the lease revenue bond won't have any impact on who is chosen, right? This lease revenue bond is only, the statewide bond is meant to fund those projects that have already been chosen, have already, they have a construction project, and it will fund those. So it doesn't influence the choice of funding at all, of who will be funded. And to answer your question on how are those scores determined and how are the projects chosen, the ultimate decision is actually up to the legislature. They're the ones who take our scores, our ranking, and our recommendation, and they chose which districts, which projects would move forward. So ultimately, it's really out of our hands. The scoring itself is set in statute for most of the metrics. We have just a few metrics that we have some administrative input, but that was all set up when the program was set up. So it really does include things like the affordability per bed. It looks at your demographics, and we can get into the real specifics, for your district to take a look at that. But we rank them based on what the statutory requirements are. We make our recommendation to the Department of Finance, and then that goes through the political process, and what comes out of that is who was chosen for those projects.
I just want to clarify a point because I know a little something about this. The trailer bill hasn't been drafted yet. So as far as how the process would work with a lease revenue bond, we don't really know yet. Although the criteria, and we had a task force in which we went through this internally to develop our criteria for the projects, ultimately the State Public Works Board will have a decision-making role if it's a lease revenue bond through them, and it'll have to be negotiated as part of the trailer bill discussions on this topic. I think so far the statutory intent has been clear, though, about really making sure that it's towards affordable units for students who are least able to kind of afford housing in their area. And I would anticipate that portion anyway would likely continue based on policymaker discussion on this so far. State Public Works Board is also administered by Department of Finance. With that, Board Member Salas?
So I do have another question. The question of those campuses that have room to expand the housing or actually construct the housing on their own properties rather than having to purchase, does that weigh into the statutory requirements as well?
Not exactly. We don't consider the purchase price of other property as part of the cost of the project when we're looking at the cost of the project. But it's, so districts that have space already that they can use, that's a great thing for them.
Yeah, but that should be part of the equation since the state wouldn't have to spend that additional money to fund the project.
That's something that we can take into consideration as the program moves forward.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments on the budget? Any public comments on this?
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. Oh, sorry, I think I just did the wrong one. 6.4 is now open. Apologies. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. If you are calling in, press star 9. Oh, it is 0.3. All over the place, sorry. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
We have two public comments, the first from Libby Cook and the second one from Larry Galizio.
Sit next to me.
Come on up, Larry.
Come on, Larry. Hello, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Board of Governors, and my own Los Rios Board President, President Haynes. I can say that. My name is Libby Cook. I am the EOPS Association President, and on behalf of the EOPS Association, I want to express our appreciation to the Governor, Legislation, Board of Governors, and the Chancellor's Office for the continued opportunities to grow and strengthen a relationship with EOPS, CARE, and Next Up. Thank you for supporting EOPS students and staff that are in direct contact with them through the ongoing funding and COLA in the budget. I would be remiss if I did not encourage the governor, legislators, Board of Governors, and the Chancellor's Office to support fellow equity programs similar to EOPS, MESA, Next Up, Native American Student Support and Success Programs, and additional intersectional spaces such as Basic Needs Centers, Veterans Resource Centers, Dream Resource Centers, to include in the COLA. Please support COLA for all of these programs. Thank you.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, good afternoon. You all deserve something for your ability to sit here for this long. Yeah, come to our conference this weekend, and I'll purchase something for you. That's totally legal and all good. So our boards meet this weekend, and we'll have particular positions. But I can say early on what I'm hearing from chancellors and presidents and trustees regarding the state budget. One was just a sigh of relief, and so we will be extending our gratitude to the governor for this budget and hope that we can protect as much of it as possible, including that money for nursing. So that's first, is extending gratitude and a lot of hope for May. Earlier, much earlier, it seems like it was days ago, when you had Dr. Lizette Navarrete and others talking about the ability for districts and colleges to have what somebody called creative scheduling. I would call it student-centered or responsive scheduling. And that's the kind of flexibility that our colleges need. So that's something else. If you don't have money, flexibility really helps.
30
And
seconds.
So that will be a highlight of our advocacy. And then certainly we're going to work with everybody here, I know, to focus on the housing and maintaining that commitment and doing what we can to make sure that that is understood as a priority. And then very difficult, but Cal Grant reform, and as soon as we can provide that for our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online comments on this topic?
Yes, we have one hand raised. Sean Davis Jr., you have control of your mic and can address the board. Sean Davis, you're able to unmute if you'd like to address the board.
I would, but not on this topic. I apologize.
Thank you. President Costa, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we're going to move to item 6.6, which is a discussion on generative AI. This is a second in a series of conversations that we've had on this topic. And with that, I'm going to have visiting executive Hayward begin our conversation and introduce our fellow panelists.
Thank you very much, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to bring the second in a series of conversations with thought partners on the area of artificial intelligence. We are fortunate to have the vision and foresight in our leadership to engage deeply with the potential and promise of this powerful technology, as well as to grapple with the risks and challenges inherent to such a rapidly evolving and asymmetrical tool. It can all seem a little intimidating. Fortunately, we have amazing thought partners to help us chart our AI journey. Joining us today in person is Karen Silverman, a leading global expert on the practical strategies around AI governance, and the CEO and founder of the Cantalis Group. Also joining us online is Kim Majoris, the Vice President of Global Education and Government for Amazon Web Services, Worldwide Public Sector. I'll kick this off by turning it over to Kim, who will be sharing a bit about AWS's vision for AI in education and how their strategy overlaps with the Vision 2030. Or we
Kim, I
could-
believe you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you very much, Chairwoman and Board of Governors, for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you know, my name is Kim Majerus. I'm with AWS, and I am extremely excited about the opportunity to talk to each of you and share some of the work that we're doing. So when we were asked about how AWS is working with colleges and universities to impact and innovate with generative AI, and we wanted to also offer some insights on how we see these emerging technologies supporting the vision and strategic goals of your community college system. Because when we look at the opportunity and the learners touched, I think it's a huge impact for all of us to embrace and then more importantly, understand the opportunity. If we could jump to the next slide, please. So from AWS's vision for education is a world where education is always available, personal, and lifelong for every single person. This vision is really guiding all of our Gen AI work within AWS. But when you think about it, it is about transforming capabilities to enhance three things: access, personalization, and that lifelong learning. I'm going to jump in a little bit deeper for that. So when you think about access, it's not only to learning content and research and academic support, but it's really about how do we enable the institution and the institutional processes themselves. Gen AI capabilities are already providing so many different ways for students to engage with their own data, how they access their financial information for supporting their own education, to also actually engaging in academic sports. Anywhere, anytime, removing those points of friction and effective filters that often prevent students developing a sense of ownership over their own learning and seeking help when they need it most. We think that's important. We know that that's important because if they feel empowered to adjust or refine what they're doing, they could see that in the data themselves, and it'll really allow them to get to the second piece, which was personalization. Gen AI allows educators and institutions to better meet those individual learning needs. They enhance course content and meet multiple learning styles. Think of it when a student's going through a course itself and they're stuck in one specific area. Gen AI now provides the ability for those tools to be able to adjust, reteach or re-instruct on a topic that they might be struggling with on the fly. It is allowing them to improve or enhance or shore up what they thought they had and getting them through the course itself. But it also provides support in native languages and provide guidance for personalized academic and career pathways. And in the state of California, the number of languages that have to be addressed or supported is quite a feat in itself. So I would also like to say congratulations on all the work that you do to support all the languages that you do. You know, we're seeing Gen AI transform how the educators and the institutions are meeting those needs with your diverse communities. And most importantly, making higher education accessible to every person. We sit down with the community colleges and the four-year institutions, and we see them traverse in and out of different schools, but the ability to support them through their journey to get to what they are trying to achieve for their career is really what's exciting. We talked to many of the students that realize that a community college degree, an associate's degree, or even a bachelor's degree is just a step in their journey. It's really about the third thing. It's about being a lifelong learner. There is not one career that I could think of today that doesn't require some upskilling or reskilling. Schools are hoping to see students see this as a step on a journey, so it allows them to continue to engage those students as things evolve and as more data provides more insights to whatever degree they had or career path that they're moving down. So the demand for these new skills continue to grow exponentially. And really with the advent of Gen AI, it's going to dramatically shift the workforce needs itself. We see this in the efforts that we have in our skills to jobs support in countries and in several of the states that we've done here in the US to say, hey, there are needs that some of these degrees aren't providing them. There are skills and pathways and certifications that community colleges are providing their students that allows them to move up in their trajectory of the role itself. It's that partnership that we're seeing with local businesses and even large corporations that allow these higher education institutions to invite their learners back and say, you've taken these 5 courses. If you augment with these additional courses, you could see an uptick in demand for those skills themselves. That's exciting because that's when it becomes personalized. People today, we worked with the World Economic Forum, and this was a study that was done several years ago that said by 2025, almost half the workforce will have to be upskilled or reskilled. And I think it's important to note it's upskill or reskill. It's like not starting all over. It's literally augmenting the skills that they have with how technology is evolving. So we're working very closely with state institutions as well as commercial companies to make sure we're bridging that gap. We can move to the next slide, please. The pillars for responsible use of AI. With our vision, it must be grounded in core principles, and this is something I'm very proud to see that AWS and Amazon has embraced. The principles around the development and use of artificial intelligence. Some of you may have heard of our process of working backwards. As with 90% of what we offer, the pillars we've developed for responsible AI are drawn from our experiences working with our customers across the world who are sensitive to the changes and challenges AI brings along with the opportunities. We are diligent about the value alignment. We're systems used to support a mission and goals of the colleges for whom we worked. We've grounded in pillars of inclusion and fairness. So as we design these models to minimize bias and promote representation, because we firmly believe that a path to continuously improving its transparency and explainability, and that the understanding of how the data is used will make better decisions and critical to the building of the models of the future. So the framework is aligned with AI guidance from the White House, the U.S. Department of Education, and the UN Commission on AI and Human Rights. It offers a framework and approach to applying AI to the challenges of our higher education systems, like the California Community College System. Next slide, please. In California, as in other states, and even federal policy regarding AI continually changes and they continue to emerge. And at AWS, we recognize our role is to provide the best-in-class technical capabilities that support institutions of higher education's response to these challenges, but also to the opportunities that are being presented by generative AI. AWS has depth in this space, and we recognize we are at the earliest stages of this technology. When you think about the challenges that the community colleges are facing, for example, workforce shortages, increased regulatory requirements with things like financial aid applications, it's just important as industry leaders that we work with higher education systems to leverage these new technologies as levers for impact. We took some unique and some might call peculiar approach with Gen AI technology, and it's important to highlight how we are thinking about it both in the technical as well as the policy approach to solving some of the challenges and concerns alongside with the institutions and organizations across our public sector landscape. AWS focused on providing the greatest flexibility for customers to access multiple foundation models to build these solutions. This is critical for education customers looking to responsibly build, train, and invest in Gen AI capabilities to better serve their students and the campus communities. The foundation model market is evolving so quickly. We are familiar with some of the most popular commercially available foundation models, and we're seeing some of these models of varying sizes, domain specificity, performance capabilities emerging so quickly. But at AWS, we are here to support our customers in adopting an enterprise approach, an approach that equips customers now and in the future to access these multiple foundation models and capabilities so that they become more available to all of those who choose to use them. The enterprise approach for flexible architecture does have a lot of benefits, particularly for our public sector customers, whether it's flexibility to meeting emerging regulatory issues, to flexibility around cost. We think about the popular commercially available models, 300 billion parameters plus, while they are very performant, they are compute and intensive and costly. So when we consider these exponential numbers of use cases that will enhance student, faculty, and staff experiences, the institutions really need to take advantage of some of these models so that they could equally perform for specific texts as much smaller. Examples, the question that came on the previous session about the real estate, is that a factor if the school was building more student housing? Those are those factors that, as you start to populate and look at what would deliver the best outcome or the best result, these are those data points, no matter big or small. Pulling those foundational models in to help make those decisions for funding and opportunities is so important. But truly, it is about architecting for scale and minimizing cost. Cost is a big issue many institutions are looking to address. Again, how do you provide a better student outcome? How do you ensure that the costs are aligned with those same outcomes so that the sustainability of the system is there and ready? I think the important part and really what I like to hone in on is that AWS, the approach ensures we are accessing these emerging technologies. It's important for us that colleges can easily take advantage of these continuous enhancements that we're seeing. We're leveraging decades of AI and ML capabilities to continuously update, build, enhance services so that Gen A capabilities can support not only the goals of businesses, but that of the education institutions. I think about students calling into the university, think about the one-stop call center. How do you personalize it based on the student that's calling, where they're calling from? How do you communicate to them? How do you enhance what you learn from that student to ensure that their issue is addressed? Many of these students don't know where to start, but as you start to customize, as you have that data about that student and what they might be calling for, the intelligent aspect of dealing with your students become much more personalized and frankly allows them to go faster to resolve their issues. Let's jump to the next slide. We are engaged with hundreds of higher education institutions around the globe that are building and deploying many of the transformation solutions using Gen AI. And it's really at the tip of the iceberg in some of the use cases that we have. And again, anything from sporting to actual student outcomes to where to increase class sizes because they saw better outputs. We're working with amazing faculty who are committed to improving access through the use of open source text materials so that they could more quickly generate dynamic learning tools. Think about quizzes and interactive flashcards that highlight. Now, there's pluses and minuses. I've got two daughters. One's a freshman in high school, and it's comical to see her use some of these amazing tools available to her now that allows her to adjust her learning style to the coursework that she's given. Technology's really changed and enhanced the outcome that she's seeing, even in her own, that I see with my daughter in her own learning style. But, outside of the academic experiences, think about how do you automate some of these administrative processes that exist across the institutions to improve, student, staff, and family experiences. We're seeing co-curricular behaviors earlier in their journey. We're seeing the opportunity to celebrate these successes with these students and engaging them differently because each student is unique in their own way. I'll give you an example. One of our institutions that we're working with is currently analyzing the complexity of their curriculum and its disproportionate impacts to underserved students. While another is analyzing the impact of co-curricular activities on outcomes to develop automated program recommendations for increasing student success. So from both sides of the coin, so to speak, you're seeing them use the tools to identify the opportunity, but also help them solve. Because really, at the end of it, the student life cycle, college enrollment offices are using intelligent transcript processing to accelerate and improve advising services, while others are automating communications to financial aid. When we think about Highline Community College in Washington, they're using it to decrease equity gaps with the goal of eliminating them altogether. And that is all used by the data and the foundation models that they're creating. Many have taken advantage of the improved accessibility that has come with automated visual and auditory captioning. Lecture highlights that offer reinforced learning for personalized learning supports. While others are implementing automated multilingual communication tools to engage students and families and break down those barriers to services, known to impact student success. There's a lot of challenges with those parents or those supporting individuals when their student goes to school. Do they know? Do they have access? Are they aware of the programs that are available? By being more specific and directive with that personalized aspect based on all the data that the school has, they're able to get ahead of it. Next slide. If we unlock the full potential of AI and tackle from the world's most challenging problems, we need to make AI education accessible to anyone who really has that desire to learn. That's why Amazon has recently announced AI Ready. It's a new commitment designed to provide free AI skills to 2 million people globally by 2025. So we double down on what we're hearing from our customers. So in order to achieve this goal, we're launching new initiatives for adults and young learners and scaling existing free AI training programs, which will remove cost as a barrier to accessing these critical skills. I look at that as a way to augment the amazing work that the community college system is already providing the Californians today. So what's the call to action? We'd love to see California Community College System partner with us on Amazon AI Ready initiative to ensure all your students are able to access these resources and develop these critical skills. We would welcome the opportunity to work with you to consider how we could best support responsible, cost-effective, and scalable innovation across your system. Our opportunity to help you save money to reinvest to the output of a successful student is really top of mind for all of us here. I think my last slide would be next. There's not one customer conversation or presentation that I go to that AI is not top of mind. So when it comes to AI, it's often said that, AI will not replace you, but it will replace a person that doesn't have AI skills. So when that quote is thrown around a bit, it highlights the importance of creating learning environments that prepare your students and your own workforce the opportunity to grow and understand how AI will work. It requires investing in people, technologies, and policies that align with the values in equity, workforce, and economic development generated with those investments. We are proud of the work that we're doing intentionally to approach the generative AI development, but we look forward to working with you as ways to fill this space with talent to which we know the community colleges are already delivering to the California market and beyond. So I want to say it's a lot of content and it's a lot of complexity. They asked me to keep it as high as I could, so hopefully that was able to at least give you some perspective. But again, Amazon is committed to supporting, one, two, the partnership and opportunity for your students to catch the next technology trend is here and now. We'd like to be a part of it with you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll transition to Karen Silverman's presentation.
Thank you very much for having me. We can start the slides up. Picking up on what Kim was saying, we're going to go even higher, right? Because when we're talking about bringing AI into an organization, we're not typically just bringing the technology or the model in, we're bringing it into a a data environment we're bringing into a human systems environment, and understanding sort of what's at stake and what the moving parts are is really helpful. So we try to back up and understand in our work the environment and context into which these tools are being inserted, because that's how we also identify where policy and governance and workflows need to be adjusted. So to sort of ground in a minute, I thought the statement of responsible use principles was great. There are a lot of those kinds of statements out there. I know you guys have some, and they all share a lot of characteristics. But what we're really talking about is the responsible use of trustworthy technology. And there are two separate kinds of inquiries. One is about the humans and the systems that we're putting around the technology, and the other is really about the quality of the technology itself. Both are in flight at the very moment, right? And we're innovating on both trajectories. But as people who will be governing environments where this is now going to be a more prominent feature, it's really important to know when we're talking about a responsible use issue and when we're talking about a trustworthy technology issue. And I'll sort of animate that in a second. What I like to ground in this slide is because we very often when we're talking about AI, the reference is really to that upper right corner. It's the model, right? And the model is a byproduct of data, tons and tons of data that is being run with basically very complex logic running on top of lots and lots of data. None of that means very much if we haven't focused also on the human piece of that puzzle, right? And the human piece of that puzzle is coming to the prominence, or coming to the forefront with generative AI. I think, before a year ago, most of the business use case selection was done, or the organizational use case selection was done by the technology office. Most of that was then implemented by engineers or data scientists. And then that was run on curated data with sort of known outcomes and objectives. Generative AI changes all of that. It doesn't really change a lot about how the logic was running. That's pretty established technology. but it now just sort of opened up the whole, that whole sort of initial portion of the ecosystem, which is who's selecting the use cases and to what purposes are they being put, and what does good look like. So that's now a retail function when that used to be a really isolated kind of professional function. The one thing I want to point out is that in addition to opening up kind of, the humans are not just at one point in the loop. We hear a lot of, keep a human in the loop. That's important, but really humans are kind of at each step of this, both in terms of doing really well and not doing really well. But at the end of that process, it's really important to distinguish between what the model produces, which is what we call outputs, and then what actually happens in the world, which is what we call outcomes. And how much distance is put between the outputs and the outcomes will depend on what you're doing. If you're recommending movies or something to watch tonight, you have a little gap between your outputs and your outcomes. If you're talking about access to education or financial aid for education or curriculum development, you may want some more distance between the outputs and the outcomes. And that's where the humans come in, that's where policy comes in, and that's where governance comes in. So we focus a lot on, at the beginning, how are the use cases being selected? Are the technologies appropriate? Are the data appropriate? And then what's happening to the outputs, right? What does good look like? How do we know? And how much air do we put between the outputs and the outcomes? So next slide. I took a sort of simple example, apple pie. What does good look like? Apple pie always looks good. But if you run it through a generative AI model, you get all of these outputs. You get every single one of these outputs. You'll get more often, you'll get the lattice pie that looks like your grandma made, but sometimes you'll get the pie sign made out of apples. And it all happens, right? And one of the things that we've learned is that when we talk about governing AI and bringing it into an organization that's going to start using this with impact, is you want to really emphasize your governance at the beginning, at either end of that expected outcomes or unexpected outcomes curve. If you're getting only really expected outcomes, know that you're missing a bunch of possibilities. If you're getting very crazy unexpected outcomes, know that you're probably missing something that's skewing your system. So the governance has to get stronger when we're at either end of that spectrum. The other thing I would say is that those aren't really hallucinations. It very much depends on how I ask the question and what I want to do with the output, right? That those are all actually correct answers. They're not errors. They're only errors in relation to what my intended context or purpose is, right? So we have to be really careful how we express our intended context and purpose. And I'd like to start with apples and apple pie because we all kind of understand what they are and they're fairly inert and objects and not particularly controversial. But the same issue that comes up with the apple pie comes up in the next slide too. And the reason we're worried about bias and things like that is that the labels that get associated with the training data that produce the outputs that are related to outcomes in one way or another still reflect basically the frequency of the data that match the label, right? So that the algorithms don't have any understanding of the truth of the matter. They've never tasted an apple pie. They wouldn't know the difference between apple pie and a lawyer. But it does know that most pictures of lawyers are, look like the bottom row. And so because they are more frequent in the data, they are more frequent in the outputs, right? And so when we talk about bias in these systems, we're never going to eliminate it. That's not really the point. The point is to get representative data sets to make sure that we're checking our outputs against what we know good looks like, which is not the bottom row. I'm a lapsed lawyer, so I'm a little invested in that one. But it happens in every field, and the more subjective the sorts of things, like find me the best, the top 10 candidates for X role, right? The further we get away from apples and apple pie and those sort of inert, obvious objects, the more this issue and this feature requires human engagement and understanding, really, about what the models are producing. I'd like to go 2 ahead, actually, now, because I'm going to race through this so we can have a conversation. So there's a lot of conversation about digital trust. And what does that mean, and how do we build it? And every organization I know is struggling with this in some way, shape, or form. And I think it's really important to step back and say that the trust is actually a journey we go on. We don't often start with trust, we earn it. And most of the models that we are dealing with right now, as good as they are getting better. Very few of them actually should reside in that green trust box yet, right? That's network optimization. There are some use cases, movie recommenders, things like that. We can kind of trust those up in that corner. But when we're talking about tools that are have any relevance to selecting access or quality of engagement as you would in an academic setting, we're really down at the skepticism vigilance phase of the trust events, right? We'll earn our way up, but the way we earn our way up is to do something a lot and to know what we're looking for. And these tools are really, really good at sort of automating repetitive process where we know what good looks like, right? So put this thing on the assembly line in that bucket, and I just want that done over and over again. Data entry. I just want the same kind of data in the same cell over and over again. AI is really, really good at that. It is, and it's really, really good at therefore mimicking form. So somebody can produce an essay that looks great. Less good at content, right? And humans get very kind of distracted by awesome form, right? This is how the lawyer got in trouble with the fake citations and the brief, right? Is that the citations look just like the kind of citations you would expect. The content of those citations was wrong. And it's very easy to get kind of lured into that false sense of quality. But I point this out because most of the tools that you would be using, either to enhance your own efficiency internally or to create whole new ways of thinking about education and ways to deliver education and to deliver learning, you're still at the skepticism vigilance layer. And so when we talk about governance, you should be layering in more governance, not less. We can release the controls as we learn more, as we do it more frequently, as we know what we don't want and we know what we do want. Next slide. And this one's fun. We spend a lot of time working with people, right? And this gets back to the responsible use of trustworthy technology. There are lots of people, or lots of reasons that people are anxious about these technologies. And replacing them in the workforce or replacing them in any setting is one of them. But way before we get there, there's lots of reason there's anxiety running around. When I talk to, I spend a fair amount of time sort of in the national security space. And when I speak to people in that environment, the fact that everybody's kind of jittery and anxious is kind of its own security risk, right? People are just doing dumb stuff. When I talk to corporations about this, the fact that everybody's anxious and distracted is sort of a productivity risk. I'm candidly not sure how that plays out in your environment, but it's something we should be thinking about, and it's something that we can start to build resilience around, right? Which is if we just acknowledge what it is that people are reacting to, whether it's the mirror effect, like sometimes these tools show us stuff about ourselves we don't really care to see. Sometimes it's that it's really opaque, right? That we just don't know how it got to where it's going, and we don't know if it's crazy brilliant or just crazy crazy. Like all these things create levels of uncertainty that we need to start building human resilience around, right? And then the last thing, next slide, is the thing that we really have to focus on, is that a lot of these tools, while they're advertised to be kind of efficiency enhancers and cost reducers, they are, and they will, and they can be, and those are the first use cases that we see really successfully deployed. But what that's actually also going to do is create a heavier cognitive load for most of us, right? It's going to leave us the harder questions of knowing what does good look like. It's going to be the more complex tasks. It's going to be the critical thinking. It's going to be vigilance against error, bias, and the things we don't want to see in it. And it's going to kind of take every one of us, right? And it's going to take every one of us to be patient with each other, probably design meetings differently than we do now, right? Because answers are going to be easy, but really good questions are really what's hard, right? And how do we create more space for interrogation and inspection of results to sort of see why do we prefer this output and this answer to that answer? So it's going to cause particularly leaders to really have to rethink how they run, meetings, organizations, classrooms, families, everything is sort of back on the table. And I think part of what we've got to sort of wrap our minds around is that there is not only just a huge role for humans in this whole process, but it's actually the work that we're going to be asked to do is more time consuming and kind of takes more effort than I think a lot of the work that we're used to doing. So want to point that out. And with that, I will say that let's go to the next slide and then I'll wrap it up and we can go to questions. I'm assisting a professor at Berkeley Law to do a course in AI for lawyers. And one of the things we decided, because we couldn't decide on what generative AI policy we wanted to deploy in the classroom, was we decided to put it to kids. The young adults. And when we've had some really interesting conversations about what should the purpose of this policy be, what should the scope of the use of these technologies be. I don't know the answer yet, but the conversations we have had around with different personas around what these policies should be have really been rich, right? And they've surfaced a lot of really wonderful insights and observations, and we sort of got to the end of one of our days of discussion about all of this, and the professor sort of asked the question before we broke, well, how would you feel about me using these to grade your papers or to do the assessments, right? and that kind of like, so I think everybody is struggling with how to use these tools and where they appropriately fit. It is going to be a collaborative exercise, I think, to come up with policies that work in particular settings. I'm happy to report back on whatever we decide for this class, but just the process of engaging in the conversation has done a lot to diffuse those stressors, and I think will do a lot to get us onto a path. And we see that play out in corporate and other government settings as well. So with that, I will stop, and is it time for questions?
Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I see Board Member Rawlings and then Casey have questions.
So I just want to say thank you for a really excellent panel, I think, with you and Kim both. I'm really encouraged. A question I'll have that maybe there isn't an answer to based on your last anecdote is, maybe AWS has had some experience with this, but teaching our students what good looks like, right? I think, so kind of rolling back, I work with the library at a college, and so information literacy is hugely important for us. Knowing your sources, being able to curate effectively. You're also going to be able to need to do that with the digital resources. It includes really learning how to write the proper kind of prompt so that you're getting the better answers, but then after you get those answers, really being able to curate for what is good. And how do we get to that point? Where are the pressure points of trying to do that?
It's really hard. And one of the things that we know from the work we've done already, and I know AWS does this as well, is this is a multi-stakeholder team sport, right? And what does good look like, particularly when we're talking about these very sophisticated model outputs, generally requires more than one perspective, right? So in addition to, being concerned about impact, and how these tools will impact a very wide variety of stakeholders, bringing stakeholders and focus groups to this question, and I think is going to be a very important piece of the puzzle, right? And it's what good looks like, but then the next phase, of course, is what does bad look like? Like, what do we know we don't want to see these tools do? And that actually is also a very difficult question often to get people focused on.
And I think particularly in an age where, personal bias is so prevalent, we may have something that looks good to one and not to another, but that's where having a large set of people curating it is going to be also equally important. I think, quite frankly, this is a way we could leverage to teach critical thinking as well. Right?
100%.
It's a new way to do.
I mean, we're going to have to start modeling it in our own behavior and settings, formal and informal.
Board Member Chang, followed by Board Member Williams.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, and I love hearing the conversations about generative AI and AI in the classroom. I did want to let Chancellor Christian know that the SSCCC has successfully formed a task force to work on a webinar for generative AI. And they've also worked to collaborate with the ASCCC. So that's gotten the ball rolling, and they're doing amazing work, and very glad to support them. I just wanted to also say for generative AI, I'm very excited to see what Amazon's doing. Before this, I had no idea that was going on. And as a student, you hear of Amazon and you just think of this big corporation, and seeing that that's happening and it's really equitable and accessible, just really amazing. Thank you.
So this is a question for us, but I don't know how to formulate it. First, I think the topic is fascinating. So the Amazon app is my happy place. But I want to really be mindful as we have the conversation, we should really make sure we're segmented it. Because like when we start talking about the classroom component, the faculty voice and what faculty think about how this versus, because our part is really the front door. Like, are we talking about using it for CCC Apply, or are we talking about using it for Web Advisor? And like, when do we get to like have those kind of, because can you imagine like how, I know my experience with the Amazon app is that it reminds you of a lot of different things. It gives you a lot of information about your shopping habits. And if you are an Amazon store user, you can get a lot out of it. And so I was just, when the Amazon rep was talking, I was just thinking about the impacts on like CCC Apply or counseling, marketing and outreach. We don't really do, at least in our area, I don't see a lot of geofencing happening when we're trying to outreach into communities on people's phones. I don't get advertisements about community college on my phone at all, but Amazon does a really great job of I think they call it triangulation marketing. And so that's where I think that the application for us is where, we really should really be thinking about how are we going to increase enrollment with these kind of technologies. But then at the same time, make sure that, when we start talking about the classroom component, I just wonder about the implementation of that, because this body really doesn't have control over what applications colleges use and, those different types of things. I know we can kind of influence it, but that's not generally conversations that we really push. But again, it is fascinating to just kind of see, well, what could it do for the systems wide, and if you think about textbooks and instructional materials and all of those different things. And so, but I just appreciate the conversation.
Again, thank you for your presentation. It was actually fascinating. I think my question is more around who creates AI. When I looked at your model outputs and the biases that are there, and I said, okay, it's like garbage in, garbage out. So if all they see are white people or flight attendants only being women, it makes me think then it's important to have all the stakeholders in place to actually create the content that becomes kind of that generative AI. And it really kind of frightened me when I saw this, because if that's what it's already generating, it just kind of perpetuates that system of there's really only one group of people that's smart and nobody else really is. So just something I'm thinking about.
So one of the ways that'll play out in I think the application and sort of the implemented world is in procurement standards and responsibilities that you're going to put on your vendors, like, you know, AWS, who are very transparent and can explain to you how their models were built and on what data they were trained, and you can, you know, ask and tweak and make sure that representative samples are at the heart of it. I think the risk with a lot of these generative AI tools as they exist today, they are getting better, is that we don't really know what they were trained on, right? And we don't have a lot of visibility into that. And so, and the way they predict, they operate fundamentally on a prediction, a token prediction model. So, you know, Karen is hungry for blank, you know, it'll make its best guess at what I'm hungry for. The way most of these work is the most frequent, the most likely answer and to be produced is the one that it sees most frequently. So if on Tuesday we fill the model with the Earth is flat, on Wednesday that becomes a kind of more correct answer from the model's perspective. It has no ground truth unless we put that in there. The developers are getting better at putting guardrails in around kind of objective, you know, realities. But even as I say that, you can sense the mischief and hesitation I have, right, about how that gets done.
It just made me long for a Wakanda AI model, just to see what that would look like if that was actually in the ether, just to see what would these biases actually look like if you had a totally ethnically generated
Yes, it was.
AI.
I was the only
concept.
one that laughed.
Well, and the Global South is hardly represented in the data sets at all, right? I mean, and non-English, and I mean, Amazon's doing much better, and some of the bigger platform companies are doing much better at getting the language diversity in, but the core data sets still very Western, very US centric.
When I was listening to Kim's presentation and she started talking about how it was a tool to re-explain things, I did have a hopeful thought that it could obliterate mansplaining.
Oh, no.
I turn to my colleague here. But in all seriousness, I mean, it's the point that you made. It's who are the gatekeepers? And I think, you know, the simple analogy for me is Fox News has a different set of gatekeepers than MSNBC. And I tune in, and even the playing field of the gatekeepers, how are you going to correct against human nature, which is going to veer toward the gatekeeper that they trust already and tend to go down that path of information, even if you're trying to arrive at objective truth, which is a whole nother philosophical discussion in this day and age. But it's countering the human predisposition toward the familiar that I think is really challenging.
I think so, and this is a really good example of that heavier cognitive load. Like, we're going to have to be a lot more patient with ourselves and how we decide things, like what is true in the context of this, what is true enough for this use case, and that's going to be exhausting. But we're going to have to do it, and we're going to have to design settings where we can respectfully have those conversations when we're challenging each other on some of those assumptions, which maybe might not be our current cultural strength, but I think we're going to have to get there for this to work.
Next, we have Board Member Haynes,
So
followed
I
by
wanna
Board Member Anderson.
Yeah, I want to start on that it's currently not our cultural strength. And so so thank you for your presentation, because the first presentation made me even more anxious, to be really honest. But there's a couple of observations. One, it really is dependent upon all of these different voices sort of having really honest, consequential conversations, because you can end up with multiple goods. And then how do you embrace the multiple goods, and who gets this good versus another good when they, depending on how they are intersecting with the technology. So there's that going on. And then the other observation is that the governance piece, so who gets to choose who's in the room talking about these things? You use the example of the law professor who brought you in to his class. A great starting point, but who was his class? How many Black folks or students were in that class? How many Asians? How many Latinos who could actually interface with the questions? They may be working in the same direction, but their access into what their questions are coming from different angles of the conversation, which makes it a healthy conversation to have. But without those, then it's a much more narrower conversation to have. And so I guess, and then the other observation is this governance piece is really going to be important. I'm not certain what it is, but it's going to have to be adaptive. Always adapting, because we are always changing and things are changing. We're not just changing, things are changing among us. And so the flexibility, the adaptability, and then the other piece is a word called trust. And so I end up coming in many spaces as being sort of skeptical, or at least saying things that may appear to be skeptical. And I really am a positive person, but sometimes I have to put that hat on of skepticism because we live in real world situations where the impact in some of our lives is consequential. And so I guess I want to leave us with, this is a big deal, and that we are here at the community colleges willing to move into this sphere on behalf of our students. I'm trying to breathe. That's all I'm going to say. I'm really trying to breathe through this because it's a powerful tool, and I don't want to. I'm saying all of these things because I've never stood in the way of progress. Progress is really, really important. We just have to continue to try to get it right.
I wanted to say thank you also. This has been really enlightening. From a regulatory standpoint, I mean, one of our tasks is obviously to protect our students and to make sure that, the environment in which they're learning is pure, wholesome, however you want to describe it. Do you see where we're going now? And I think about, I'll use an example, Elon Musk, right? And his perspective towards life and the investment he's now making in AI. And then you look at True Social, for example, that is now investing in AI. From our perspective in California, when we look at that, those platforms would be a major concern to a lot of people around this dais. So do you see the Hague, do you see a global audience that would either rate these, regulate them, give our students some benchmark to understand, hey, this is a bad one and this is a good one, to go to your overall question of good?
And trust, right?
Yes.
So there's a great deal of concern about that. And I think there have been and there are increasing global efforts to coordinate on what they're calling AI safety standards and things like that. And there will be progress made in that. They're generally focused on national security risks and bioterrorism risks and things like that. They're not, but they are also very focused on disinformation and misinformation. And when they talk about threats to democracy and the sort of the corrosive effect of siloization of information bubbles and things like that, as well as just a lot of just sludge in the system, right? All those are on the table. I think those are the declared priorities of these international groups, as well as protecting something that in Europe has a much kind of cleaner legal basis than the US, which is sort of human-centeredness. There's a great deal of focus on human autonomy and dignity, particularly coming out of those international organizations, up to and including the military ones, by the way. Like DOD and others have been really at the forefront of a lot of these governance efforts. But regulation more, and there are private efforts and efforts with like ISO and IEEE to come up with standards. They're kind of management standards. So the 42001 series or 42000 series was just released, and it's an AI management system kind of standard. That will lead to conformity assessments and labels and things that we can sort of use as proxies for quality as defined by us, right? There are people in the world who would define the Fox as quality, right? I think, though, it's a little bit of a false hope to rely on regulation to solve these problems, because the regulation is going to say we've got to be fair, transparent, safe, robust, I mean, all the words, right? And what fair and transparent and safe and robust and secure mean will be very different based on the use case, the technologies we're using, our particular context. So we're still going to have to do that last mile work, right, to figure out in our organizations what that means. So I think to your point, it's a huge responsibility because you guys are convening the people in the room to do the governance, but there's a lot of organizationally specific work you can do to make sure that your community and your kids are, that you're doing what you can do to provide the environment you want to provide for your students, for your faculty, for your administration, right? So that is the private work of governance as opposed to the regulatory side of it. But we're going to get more regulation. I think we're going to get, in the US, we will get sort of sector-specific regulation. One thing to point out is that most of the regulation you see today, even in Europe, is really around use cases. There are a few technologies that are themselves regulated, like some of these foundation models, some biometric stuff. But for the most part, it's the uses that are being regulated, and that's probably appropriate.
And will we, and I worry about, and again, I'm going to take one country, Russia, for example, and our concern over elections and clean elections. And if you look at, their ability and where cyber, at the cyber center here that was run by Mark Garaducci, every single day there are thousands and thousands of attacks coming in from, various countries throughout the world. Are you concerned about how those same state-sponsored, folks that are trying to hack us are going to use AI to go ahead and infiltrate elections, consumer,
phishing attacks, just every kind of security risk you can think of.
Right.
But we're also going to use AI to detect and defend against those, right? So we're not defenseless, but it does create a whole new body of work to keep up with that.
Right. Thank you.
Board Member Epstein, Board Member Williams, Felicia.
So let me explain this to y'all.
I'm turning it off. Yeah, explain what I just said.
Actually, I don't know anything about this, but I'm very interested in it, and I have to say that Ms. Silverman's slides really kind of, I thought, broke through for me at least, and helped me to understand what we're really looking at here. I mean, I love the apple pie slide, but and then the real reasons AI stresses us out, and the couple that are after that, I think really lay out what we need to be thinking about in a very effective way. I was just wondering, I don't know anything about the Cantelis group, but if you were to work with us, what would you propose that we do, and how would you help with that?
Thank you, by the way, for those very kind words. I think the place to start is a little bit with the questions you were raising, which is where do we want to, what are the categories of use case that we think are urgent for one reason or another, right? Sort of helping do AI strategy is the first thing. Like where do we want to be using these tools? Where do we definitely not want to be using these tools? Where will the impact be? Where are the quick wins? Things like that. And then it's a little bit like the defense work. We start in with like layered governance, right? So definitely let's figure out what the policies and principles are, and do they fit, as a temporary kind of holding measure. How would we start to deepen those into, for instance, I think test and assessment is an area where I would not wait too long to start to focus, because the tools that you guys are going to be sold, or the system, there are going to be a lot of vendors selling you a lot of tools that are going to promise to do a lot of things in the testing and assessment area. And I think that's one where you're probably going to want to have a policy and a perspective and a way to guide your membership on and charges on what good looks like, right? And how we're going to know it when we see it. So that's just, it's a slightly overlooked, but I think near-term challenge you guys are going to be facing. I think that how, there are going to be some curricula issues too, right? Which is how directive or not directive are you going to want to be about making sure that the students are brought up the curve quickly enough to be the, not, I think Kim said, not the people who don't know how to use AI, right? Because those are the ones who are really at risk. And then I think, just in general, I think procurement standards are probably going to be your biggest, that biggest bang for the buck. And how would we work with you to develop procurement standards that are producing quality tools and guidance to your ecosystem? Because there may be some tools that you develop or customize or configure, but the reality is you're going to be in licensing most of these tools and understanding where the risks are. Some of them are built on, some of them are open source, some of them are not open source, and they're pluses and minuses. And in a test and assessment environment, open source is probably not what you're looking for, right? Because but there may be aspects. Anyway, so all of those are the sorts of things that we would walk through with you. So we would identify real priorities. We would identify a couple of pilots where we could really start to road test governance principles and workflows, and then we would just keep the documentation where you and your council want it, because that's the other piece. Is it's got to tie into the legal piece, it's got to tie into the security piece, and it's got to tie into the data protection piece, and all of that is very relevant. And there's the policy. I mean, I think the governor's EO actually here is actually very sophisticated. I know you heard from Ms. Tong, but they're doing a great job, I think, of keeping that conversation kind of going and advancing.
Board Member Williams, and then Board Member Escobar Carrillo.
Yeah, I don't think we could afford to be scared in this conversation. It's okay to be afraid, but we can't be scared, because then we'll make a bad decision. I think we can learn a lot from the clean energy sector, because like what we're seeing now is mainly affluent communities made the investment in clean energy, and so disadvantaged communities don't have access to the technology as much, and so you're seeing higher pricing and all of that, because the adoption rate didn't take the it didn't go in the same rate. And so we don't want to see that same thing happen, because AI is here. And so if you ask me if young people should be learning other advanced programming models, I would say, yeah, it should be part of the English as a second language or whatever the programming is. If you look at the Institute for the Future's Global Youth Skills Toolkit, they have some really good, elements in there where they talk about the type of skills that we need to have young people developing. And so, but I do think, like, when you structure these presentations in the future, the use case should always be, we should lead with that, so that way we know, well, which conversations that we should be receiving recommendations from faculty, because this conversation really kind of centered a lot in what could happen in the classroom. And so we really should get that from the faculty, and then we should be thinking about, well, how are we going to use AI for the system, and what are the uses? And so I think that will help us not be scared as we're talking about it, because then you end up with disadvantaged communities not getting the opportunity to learn about the technology, because we definitely need to be, like, we should be having certification programs today and teaching people how to do this programming. Like, that's, to me, like a no-brainer at all. But now, should we use ChatGPT to write textbooks? I don't know, because when you use it, it doesn't, it's real bias.
We're not going to use books anymore, by the way.
Well,
I don't
just
know if you're up to
whatever.
speed on that.
Yes,
I
indeed.
just want you to know.
Should it teach a class? Should it be creating educational content? is real biased in the stuff that it creates. So I don't know about the answer to that. But so the use case leading with that in the conversation, I think will keep us centered versus just having it general conversation, because it seems like we just went back to the student impact, and that makes people kind of, hesitant, and we don't want to miss the opportunity is my main point.
Board Member Escobar Carrillo.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with Tom that the way you kind of couched everything was really helpful. I also agree that we need to start talking about more specific ideas of use case, and also understanding how other people are using it in the education context. In whatever, to the extent we have real life examples. I'm most familiar with it in the government sector, but in the national security immigration space is in biometrics. Like I'm very familiar with that, but I don't know enough about how we can use it. And there's so many different ways we could use these tools. But like as you said, it's about responsible use. And so figuring out what our principles are, and I don't know if we're going to be setting up like a group of people, staff, administrators, students that help us, based on what others are, already doing in terms of task forces they're creating, to help us figure out what those principles should be that govern how we test this out. But getting a sense of what other educational institutions are doing with this type of tool, like real examples, and maybe in one of our next conversations would be really helpful. And then my other question is, my actual question is, what do we know about what in the community college context, how some of our other colleagues, outside of California or even within California, how they're using this technology already? Do we know, Sonia, or others on our team? I'm just curious. So I know, I've heard about it from the K through 12 perspective, but not as much yet. And we've kind of talked about theories of ideas, but not necessarily had people who are really actually using it yet.
So, just from a process standpoint from the Board of Governors, our July meeting is when we're going to be coming up with draft proposals for your consideration. We've had different spaces that we've been engaging in. So to go back to Board Member Williams' question, we are looking at a variety of areas. One is in the area of teaching and learning. What does this mean for teaching a certain discipline? What does teaching chemistry look like as opposed to, teaching composition? Now, our academic senate is taking the lead in this discussion, working with FAC. And I think CCA is now part of the conversation. I'm not sure. Okay, great. Thank you, Eric. And so we are maybe in our second or third webinar, and there's deep conversation. There's a call out to faculty all across the community colleges to start engaging with it. In fact, I was at Laney College and had a big discussion with our computer science faculty who have just approved their first associate's degree in AI. It's called Data Analytics and AI. DAAI is the 4-letter subject code. And they informed me that there are 2 other colleges that are developing skills in the AI kind of workforce arena. The second area we're looking at, again, you alluded to it, is related to communicating with students. You talked about how Amazon does a fantastic job and prompts you about the movies you should be watching or the products you should be buying. So, how can we really, and I think Kim referred to it as really personalizing and being able to hold on to students and get them to that finish line. The third area is related to, we have large data sets. We have a large student information system that we have over decades, and we are certain that there are a lot of hidden secrets that we can unlock with AI. But community colleges have 72 instances. We're not like the CSU where all of the data is together. So we've got some preliminary work to get us ready for it. In fact, we have a 4-part educational series for the board. Thank you to Board Member Anderson. And by the way, we do have a date for the conference. It's either going to be September 10th or 11th. It's going to be intersegmental, and it's going to be hosted by Fidel Dianza. And we're going to go big. And in 2 to 3 years, it'll be like the ASU GSV event. So, and when we speak at that conference, we'll say it all started with Anderson. So that data piece, if you remember, our first presenter was intentionally, we asked someone from the Department of Defense to present, and although some of his examples may have been morbid and difficult to digest, I think the single message that he gave all of us at the community colleges, he said, your data must be clean. And that the Department of Defense, which, Karen referred to as doing cutting edge work, their focus is to make sure that their data is clean. And everyone around here, talked about the importance, whether it's looking at biases or any other issue. And so our work at the Chancellor's Office is trying to figure out how can we get a hold of our data sets so that we have that ability then when we get into that third arena of scope of work. We are looking at demonstration projects. That's the word, right, in Vision 2030. But in the vendor space, we're trying to be smart about how we identify and select those demonstration projects, and we will have recommendations for the board after July. There are specific examples. I was, in fact, talking to an individual who was looking at tutoring math and what that looks like, and it could be an intersegmental solution. But we're trying not to, right now, since we're in our own professional development, to pause until we do kind of a deeper dive. Wanted to make a comment on, Karen talked about open source or not. We're also talking to Arizona State University that's done a lot of in-depth work, and they have the capital that they've invested. We are poor California community colleges, so all of you out there know that, we have a system of quickly over 2 million students, very diverse. So, we're not a rich system. We're rich in some ways, but financially we're public sector. So we're definitely looking for partnerships. So talking at ASU, the chief technology officer at ASU is thinking really of developing their solutions in a closed way, because then they can really have control over the inputs into which you refer to. And I too thought your example of apple pie was one of the most effective presentations, that I've seen. Our board president has been having a conversation with me about doing a retreat with our board, because by the time we come to a board meeting, there's so much of information and we're all sitting here and, so we are starting to identify a few key topics that we will bring to the discussion so we can really kind of get into it and have those conversations. And certainly AI is going to be a part of it. My ask of all faculty member, in fact, classify, let me make this comment before, Debbie Knowles from our classified Senate, she's pretty much flagged it for us that we've got to prioritize professional development of our staff. And that is certainly going to be in the recommendations that you're going to see in July, that come to you. And our students, I was so happy about the class that you and your law partner, your faculty, asked the students for the answer, because I think the solutions are going to be with the students. And Casey and Paul, I'm so happy that SSCCC is getting engaged, because one of the questions is going to be, what should we be doing? And I think the students are going to come up with insights that we cannot even start dreaming about right now. And the student body at the California community colleges must lead these conversations, because we are the most diverse system. And if we want to come up with policy guidelines, students have to be a part of it or central to it and leading it in a very big way. My last comment, since I took over as chancellor, flagged AI right off way back in February when the board was interviewing me. In my slide deck, I had AI even then, before we had Vision 2030. And my signal to all my colleagues is that, yes, it is stressful. Yes, it is crazy. But if we have faith that if all of us engage with it, actually block out your calendar to say, these 4 or 5 hours, we are going to do our own professional development. I'm just finishing up a book written by Nick Bostrom, and I'm asking everyone to read it, called Superintelligence, written in 2015. So I think if each of us, engages in it and we create the forums for conversations and then come up with a governance policy that is adaptive, and we are bold in taking this step, we are going to have good exemplified in all of those governance policies, procurement, and in the demonstration project. It is going to happen only if we invest the time in those pieces. So I wanted to thank Amy for giving me this time, because I realized that I hadn't done a good enough job letting you know that there are a lot of groups within the California community colleges that are systematically engaging with it, and the result is going to be adaptive. But we're going to be bold. We're going to be bold in this work.
Board Member Anderson?
Well, and it's somewhat in that vein, having worked in California government, the one thing the California government does not do well is procurement. If you look at HR systems, I could go through a whole litany of things, but it's literally in the tens of billions of dollars that either through wasted hardware, software, and then legal suits that follow those with all the major names, and oftentimes it has nothing to do with the vendor themselves. It has to do with managing the account internally in California, because when you have somebody that's really talented, they get stolen very quickly, and they end up leaving and going to one of the tech companies or someplace else. So I really worry about procurement, and unlike, CSU and UC, they have a different structure. And I think for the trustees especially, if everybody's going to do their own thing, I worry about what holes are going to be in the system that, allow somebody to pop in and take advantage. And then last, you said, Tom asked the question about how you could help us. I really do, having been in this a long time, and I know Board Member Rollins is very good at this, but you're really going to need somebody to look at the products and be able to vet these products and to make sure that we're not buying at the local level wrong products that don't do what they're intended to do. Because, if we waste millions of dollars at a time when we can't afford it, it will be really bad for the system.
I love that I get the last comment, because this is a lot to digest, but I really did like the presentation, and I agree there's kind of multi-dimensions coming at us, and I'm fighting my natural instinct to be an old lady and reject it all. Because this is the reality of the world, but there is one thread in particular that, I'm looking forward to our faculty and our students work on this, because, at the end of the day, there's all these macroeconomic things happening here. The New York Times is suing some of the AI companies for copyright infringement, like what data and all of that. I don't know that we can influence that, but what I do know is that one of our core missions in education, especially public education, is to ensure that our students are educated and engaged in civic life in a meaningful way. And, I'll insert my editorial comment right now about the lack of civic life, perhaps, that we have. But one of the core things that we can do that's within our mission and our control is making sure that our students are prepared for this brave new world. How they are going to receive, digest, and judge information is completely different than anything any of us have ever encountered. And so anyway, I'm looking forward to deeper discussions on that. With that, is there any public comments?
Item 6.6 is now open. If you are calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you. We have one public comment from Eric Kalyamagi.
Good afternoon. As before, I'm Eric Kalyamagi. I'm not only the president of the Community College Association, I am the interim chair of the Community College Association AI Task Force. We'll see whether or not that continues after our first meeting in 2 weeks. I want to go ahead and ask the board to pay attention to 3 things. The first one is that everybody and their uncle is studying AI right now. So, you know, we have an AI task force, the students have an AI task force, there's lots of AI task forces out there. I encourage the board to learn about AI, but I also encourage them not to do much about it yet. There's a lot of reports that'll be coming down the pike soon. Secondly, I would like to encourage the board to not think about AI as a product. It's not a book, it's not a software program. It is probably most easily described as a human language data interface. You can go ahead and interact with a lot of data using things that look to you like sentences. It's highly configurable. Bill Gates has done a lot of talk in recent days about the idea of an agent, and that's likely to occur in the near future. So that, yes, with raw AI, when you go ahead and ask for images of a teacher, you get people that historically have been teachers, but you could go ahead today and ask for every
30
one of those
seconds.
images of a teacher to be a German Shepherd. And what's more, the agent model means that if you go ahead and ask for images of German Shepherds, then when you later ask for images of dogs, you're more likely to get German Shepherds. Finally, think about policy. What's going to be the standard for tutoring with AI? Is it going to get apportionment? How about learning something and then using credit for prior learning when you used AI as a tool?
That is time.
I could go a couple more sentences, but I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Eric. Is there any online comments on this topic?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, next we're going to go back to item 6.4, which is the state and federal update with Vice Chancellor O'Brien.
For the record, I have asked ChatGPT to do a bill analysis, and they're decent, but not as good as the ones my team does. That's just how good GR is at the Chancellor's office. Hello again, board members. Pleased to present the state and federal update covering all things legislation and advocacy. I want to just start, I will be brief, recognizing the time, but I want to provide a brief point of clarification regarding advocacy. So the division that I lead, government relations, will be leading on all of our budget advocacy this year, while our partners in college finance and facilities planning, led by my colleague Vice Chancellor Renna Finch, will continue to lead on the technical and internal facing elements of the budget. I look forward to stepping into this role and really appreciate the vote of confidence from Chancellor Christian and Deputy Chancellor Gonzalez, given my experience here and elsewhere, not just leading legislative advocacy, but my several years of leading budget advocacy for the California Student Aid Commission in my prior role. Just in case you're wondering why you have the good fortune or misfortune, depending on your perspective, of hearing from me multiple times today. Next slide, please. So the legislature has convened for the second year of the 2-year 2023-24 legislative session. They had so much fun in year one, decided to do it again. Since reconvening, they have been introducing a steadily growing number of bills, meaning that the numbers on this slide get less accurate by the day as we lead up to February 16th, which is the bill introduction deadline. So thus far, we're tracking 62 bills total that have an impact on higher education, of which 25 were classified as Tier 1, meaning the most direct and immediate impact on our system, faculty, and students. And we expect that number to continue to grow and grow and grow, and will be somewhere in the hundreds at some point. Next slide, please. Just a brief update on some of the members we're going to be dealing with. So during the legislative recess over the winter, The new speaker, Robert Rivas, made several changes to the membership and chairs of key committees in the State Assembly. So we welcome 5 new members to the Higher Education Committee, which is the committee we work with the most, and several new members of the Budget and Fiscal Committees, chairs of the Budget and Fiscal Committees as well. I want to in particular point out Assemblymember David Alvarez of the Chula Vista area as the new chair of the Assembly Budget Subcommittee on Education Finance. So Board Member Salas is going to be putting in a very good word for us there. Next slide, please. Very, very briefly, I want to just draw your attention to 4 very high priority pieces of legislation we're tracking this year. And I want to point out that it's very early. We have not yet adopted official positions on any of these. Assembly Bill 359 related to dual enrollment, which is, of course, a core element of Vision 2030 and something that Chancellor Christian has been working on very closely and provided a lot of input and leadership, and we've been working with the author of that bill, Assemblymember Chris Holden, so we're very grateful to him, and especially for reaching out to us and for our faculty for providing input on this legislation. Assembly Bill 1160 related to debt collection practices and prohibiting some of the practices when students have outstanding debt from fees owed to their colleges or universities is one that we're tracking very closely to make sure that it's something that is workable for our colleges and the Chancellor's office. Assembly Bill 1818 is one that may sound familiar to some of you. It would require community colleges to have a program allowing students who are homeless to sleep in their cars in their parking lots. This was first introduced a few years ago by Assemblymember Mark Berman as Assembly Bill 302. It was a pretty high-profile bill, fairly controversial, but nonetheless a very significant attempt to address the crisis of housing insecurity that we know many students face. And then last but not least, one that's, likely to be extremely non-controversial, fly under the radar probably, Senate Bill 895 by Senator Richard Roth related to nursing and specifically authorizing community colleges on a pilot basis to allow 15 colleges to establish a baccalaureate of science in nursing. Obviously, the nursing shortage, a big topic for policymakers this year. We saw the governor's budget contains funds for this as well. So we will continue to engage on these, discuss them with stakeholders, suggest amendments, and I'll show you on the next slide one of the ways that we'll be thinking about engaging these. So in the board docs item, you should have a copy of our 2024 legislative guiding principles. I meant to bring a copy up so I could do the thing where I hold up and say it looks like this, but you do have it in the item. You may recall that every year the Chancellor's Office adopts this set of principles that help guide our policy and legislative advocacy for the year. It's really based around sort of, okay, how are we going to approach a bill? What are we looking to support? What are we looking to maybe oppose or express concerns about? Where will we need to suggest amendments or really flag concerns for the legislature? I won't go through all of these. I just want to note that our top priority is going to ensure that all bills passed by the legislature directed our system advance our system's ability to meet the goals outlined in Vision 2030 of equity and success, equity and access, and equity in support. I want to note that a couple of principles we're adopting this year that are going to be pretty firm on concern issues of unfunded mandates. So we're going to be, speaking very clearly to our legislative partners about the importance of ensuring that new mandates on our system or the Chancellor's Office are tied to some sort of funding or resources to ensure we can do those. Almost every year, the budget or legislation creates dozens of new programs for our system and programs that our colleges have to implement, usually with 0 new resources. As well as another topic we'll be discussing concerns implementation deadlines. It's really important that our system have sufficient time to ramp up when new programs or expectations are passed by the legislature. However, the principles that are included in the written document are, as always, not sort of ironclad, written in stone. Each bill will be analyzed and considered on its own merits, as well as within the context of our current state fiscal climate, other major programs or reforms we're implementing, and our capacity to take on new initiatives. Next slide, please. Very briefly, a federal update for you all. So Congress continues to pass these stopgap funding bills known as a continuing resolution to fund the government for several weeks or a couple of months at a time while they engage in ongoing negotiations about long-term budget solutions. All of this means that by the time we get to Washington, D.C. in a couple of weeks, it looks like there will almost certainly not be a government shutdown. It's always nice to fly into the Capitol where all the federal government programs are located and know that they're still up and running. Only a question you deal with the federal government, of course. Another update is that after many years of anticipation and delay, the new and reimagined federal financial aid application, or FAFSA, has officially been launched. This was pursuant to the FAFSA Simplification Act of 2021. And we know that there have been some early stumbles, and a lot of families and students have had some difficulties. But in the long term, we continue to work with our colleges, as well as our partners at the California Student Aid Commission, to ensure that high schools, colleges, students, and families have the support they need. And we anticipate that, you know, in the next couple of years, that this new streamlined, simplified FAFSA will lead to an easier process for nearly all students, as well as about 600,000 more students nationwide being eligible for a Pell Grant under the new FAFSA rules. Finally, I want to note that at long last, we're seeing progress on a couple of our major federal priorities, reauthorization of the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, as well as authorization for short-term job training programs, many of our workforce and CTE programs, to receive Pell Grant funding. Those have moved out of the House Education and Workforce Committee with bipartisan agreement on both, so we're optimistic that those can move through the House to the Senate and finally become law this year. We'll discuss these and other top federal priorities of ours in early February when the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's Office lead our delegation of advocates that include students, faculty, district and college partners, and our partners from the League to our annual advocacy visit to Washington, D.C. As you can see in the great photo of Chancellor Christian and President Costa with Congressman and senatorial candidate Adam Schiff in this photo. All right, next slide. That concludes my presentation. I just want to note one other major event this week that was not included here is that board members Salas and Legrand are up for confirmation in the Senate Rules Committee on Wednesday. So if you would all send them good vibes, we're anticipating a very smooth and easy confirmation process. Happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, any questions or comments? Board Member Williams? I am.
Are you talking about the ACC, the National Legislative Summit in D.C.? President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and I believe board members Medina and Chang.
Any public comments or questions?
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. If you're calling in, press *9. You will have 2 minutes. We have not received any in-person comments, nor are there any hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor O'Brien. Next, we have item 6.8, board member reports and recognition. Any board members have any reports? Seeing none, I will move on to the public forum. Next, we have item 7.1, public forum. Are there any public comments for the board?
Public forum is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Actually, she stepped away. I'll do double duty. We do have one public comment, Robert Alexander.
Good afternoon, Chancellor and members of the board. My name is Robert Alexander. I'm a student with San Bernardino Community College District. I'm also taking a class at Shasta College, and I'm also the Vice President of Regional Affairs with the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. Today, I'm here to talk about textbooks. One of the key things is an issue. I'm working on a task force right now with our community college district. Success and retention rates for classes are key with the textbooks. Expensive costs and highly discouraging college students from completing their degrees and certificates for lack of access to high-cost textbooks. What we are trying to propose is some kind of program similar to Books Plus that San Bernardino Community College had, and the rates and data that put forth with it had showed that the rates from 2018 to 2019, there had been an increase in students being successful and retaining their classes. So with that said, we're hoping that we can initiate the support with legislation and the Board of Governors as well to support key general educational classes that have already been established with data within the school districts, already have the key information, the 20 high transferable plus enrolled classes. And the data has also been gathered through AB 111 task force as well, of the 20 classes that are key to that.
30 seconds.
If we were to grasp onto that and try to make low-cost to no-cost textbooks for these general educational classes, I think that would benefit the sustainability of the students and enrollment within the community college district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any online comment for public forum?
Yes, we have 2 hands raised. Sean Davis Jr., you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, good evening, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, and members of the board. My name is Sean Davis Jr. I am a student at MiraCosta College studying theater arts and sociology. Additionally, I work as a student ambassador in our community outreach office. I serve as the Director of Public Relations for our Associated Student Government, Co-President of our Black Student Union, and Vice President of our A2Men Charter. The California community colleges are a beacon of racial equity, opening doors to degree attainment for hundreds of thousands of low-income first-generation students of color and their families. In order for Vision 2030 to successfully remove barriers hindering equitable student success, we must acknowledge the profound disparities in our college leadership and faculty diversity. A new report titled Still Left Out, released last week by the Campaign for College Opportunity, finds that across the community college system, at the same time, 2/3 or 66% of our student bodies identify as Latinx, Black, or Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. Over 50% of our tenured or tenured track faculty, campus senior leadership, and system-wide academic senate are white. This lack of representation calls into question a profound impact on equitable student success. How are students of color supposed to succeed when our counselors, professors, and college leaders don't look like us or understand our lived experiences? The Board of Governors and local community college district trustees must do more to promote diverse hiring practices in order to advance Vision 2030 and reach equitable student success at MiraCosta College. Anti-Blackness can be defined as systematic prejudice, discrimination, and bias
30 seconds.
towards students who identify as Black or African American. The lack of diversity on our campuses, specifically in our campus leadership and faculty, can directly impact the success of Black students and their ability to complete degrees. A change in hiring practices accompanied by equitable pay at all levels is necessary to ensure that diverse faculty is hired to represent the student population, as well as implementation of culturally relevant training such as the BCAT. It will put us on the path to making a positive shift in our campus culture and climate while addressing anti-Blackness. Thank you for your
That
time.
is time. Thank you. Amrita Gopal, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, and esteemed Board of Governors. Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Amrita, and I am a student at West Valley College studying political science and a student leader with the Campaign for College Opportunity. Nearly 4 years post-COVID, our community college students are struggling with issues of affordability, an inequitable transfer process, access issues that impact time to degree, and a widespread mental health crisis. During my time with the Campaign for College Opportunity, I have learned about students like Connie Castellan, who developed a severe panic disorder after having to take 5 classes at 3 different community colleges, all while working 2 part-time jobs. Unfortunately, Connie's story is not unique. Studies have found that over a 6-year period, community college students only completed 69% of total credits attempted, while Black students only completed 49%, and Latino students only completed 58% of their total credits attempted, therefore prolonging their time to degree. To address these issues hindering student success and truly work to close racial equity gaps, it is my recommendation that the Board of Governors prioritize affordability, mental health resources, equitable placement, completion reform, and streamlining transfer to a 4-year institution. Students from underserved backgrounds need holistic financial aid to support their studies while ensuring quiet spaces and/or counselors for students facing mental health struggles. Implementing policies like equitable placement and completion reform and a shared general education pathway with Fidelity will work wonders for students like me
30 seconds.
to successfully reach their college and career goals, while at the same time investing in our state's economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no other comments at this time.
Colleagues, the hour is 4:30 and the business of the Board of Governors has concluded. Thank you so much.